Hey everyone, welcome back to the channel. Or if you're new here, I'm so glad you found us. This is the place where we explore the most chilling, real-life scary stories that actually happen to ordinary people just like you and me. Before we jump into today's absolutely haunting story, I want to take a second to say thank you from the bottom of my heart for being part of this community. Watching it grow and seeing comments pour in from every corner of the planet is honestly one of the best parts of doing this. It blows my mind how we're all connected through these eerie tales, no matter where we are. So if you're watching right now, I'd love it if you drop a quick comment and tell me which country you tuning in from. I read every single one. I love seeing new places pop up. And it really makes me feel like we all in this together, even when I'm sitting here alone in the dark narrating. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the support. And let's light up the comments with where everyone's watching from today. Alright. Lights down, volume up, let's get into this terrifying true story. The terrifying true overnight shift at a remote 24-hour McDonald's, where something imitated customers in the drive-thru, disturbing real fast food horror story. This unsettling true scary story takes place in a small, dying town in rural Illinois, USA, back in the fall of 2021. The McDonald's in question was one of those old-school 24-hour locations off a lonely stretch of interstate highway surrounded by endless cornfields that turned pitch black after sunset, with nothing but semi-trucks rumbling by occasionally and the distant glow of a gas station a mile down the road. It had a drive-through, a small dining area with faded red booths, and one of those indoor play places that hadn't been updated since the 90s plastic tubes ball pit sliding poles, all closed off after 10 p.m., but still visible through the glass partition like a forgotten relic. The story comes from a 19-year-old college freshman named Alex, who took the graveyard shift 1 p.m. to 7 a.m. to pay for tuition. He'd been working there for about 3 months without issue. The overnight crew was usually just 2 people, Alex handling drive-through orders, assembly, and window, while the manager, an older guy named Rick, did stock in the back and napped in the office when it was slow. But on this particular Thursday night in October, Rick called out sick with food poisoning. Alex was alone. The store was technically open for drive-thru only after midnight, lobby locked, lights dimmed inside except for the kitchen and drive-thru area. Corporate policy allowed solo shifts in low-volume locations like this one. Alex figured it'd be quiet, maybe a dozen trucks, a few late-night drunks, nothing crazy. He was wrong. The shifts started normal enough. Alex clocked in at 10:45 p.m., tied on his visor, and helped close the lobby with the evening crew. By 11:30, everyone else was gone, doors locked, and he flipped the sign to drive-thru open 24 hours. The restaurant smelled like the usual mix: fryer grease, bleach from the recent mop, and that faint sweet scent from the apple pies baking on timer. Outside, a chilly wind whipped through the cornstalks, making them rustle like whispers against the building. Alex turned up the radio low, some classic rock station to kill the silence, brewed a fresh pot of coffee, and settled into the routine. The first hour was dead. No cars. Alex restocked sauces, wiped down counters, and scrolled on his phone when he could. Around 12:15 a.m., the headset beeped, the sensor detecting a car at the speaker. Finally, some action. "Welcome to McDonald's, what can I get for you tonight?" Alex said cheerfully, per script. Static crackled for a second. Then a voicemail, middle-aged, trucker sounding. "Yeah, 10 Big Macs. 5 large fries, 2 McChickens, and a large Coke. Big order for 1 person, but truckers often stocked up." Alex punched it in. "That'll be $68.42 at the first window, please." No response. Just the low hum of an engine idling. Alex waited. After a minute, he repeated, "Sir? Pull up to the first window when you're ready." More silence. Then the car pulled forward slowly. Alex glanced at the drive-thru camera, grainy black and white feed showing a semi-truck, cab lights off, no visible driver through the tinted windshield. Odd, but not unheard of. He bagged the food hot and fresh, poured the drink. The truck stopped at the window. Alex opened it, cold air rushing in. "Hey, that'll be $68.42. The window rolled down slowly. Empty cab. No driver. Just shadows and the faint glow of the dashboard. Alex's stomach dropped. "Hello?" He leaned out a bit, shining his flashlight toward the seat. Nothing. The truck idled there, engine rumbling. Heart pounding now, Alex backed up and hit the button to close the outer window. The truck sat for another 30 seconds, then slowly pulled away without taking the food. No payment, no words. Alex laughed it off nervously, probably kids pranking or a trucker who changed his mind. He voided the order, dumped the food in the waste bin per policy, and tried to shake it, but the unease lingered. The restaurant felt bigger, emptier. Every creak of the building settling sounded louder. By 1 a.m., things got weirder. The headset beeped again. Alex answered, "Welcome to McDonald's. How can I help you?" A woman's voice this time, soft and hesitant. "Hi. Can I get a Happy Meal? Chicken nuggets, please. With apple slices. Cute order for this hour." "Sure thing. Toy for a boy or girl?" "Girl," the voice said, then added, almost whispering, "She's been so good tonight." Alex smiled despite himself. "That'll be $6.58 at the window." The car and minivan on camera pulled forward. But when it reached the window, the driver's side was empty. Passenger side too. Back seats shadowed, but no movement. Alex froze. "Ma'am?" He opened the window cautiously. Cold air again, carrying the scent of wet leaves from the fields. The van idled. Then, from the speaker still in his ear, though the car was at the window now, the voice returned. "Thank you. She's hungry." Alex slammed the window shut, heart racing. He watched the van pull away slowly, taillights fading into the darkness. No one inside. He checked the camera's playback, showed the vehicles arriving, but the driver's seats blurred, like interference. He told himself it was faulty equipment, old store, bad wiring, but the orders kept coming. Every 20 to 30 minutes, the sensor dinged. A voice would order, always polite, always specific, but when the car pulled up, empty. Sometimes the voices mimicked people Alex knew. One sounded exactly like his mom. "Honey, just a small coffee, black." "Long night?" Another like his ex-girlfriend. "Hey babe, McFlurry please." Oreo. By 3 a.m., Alex was sweating despite the cold. He called the district manager, no answer. Texted Rick. "Weird stuff happening, cars with no drivers." Rick replied grudgingly. "Pranks, kid. Lock the doors tight and ignore if no pay." But it escalated. Around 3:30, a child's voice. "Can I have fries?" "And play in the play place?" The play place was locked, dark, closed for years at night due to liability. Alex's blood ran cold. "Sorry, kiddo, play place is closed. Fries coming up?" Giggles through the headset, multiple children laughing. On camera, a small SUV pulled in. Empty. But as it idled at the speaker, Alex heard banging from inside the restaurant. Thump, thump, thump from the play place glass. He spun around. In the dim light filtering through, shadows moved in the tube's, small figures crawling, sliding, balls shifting in the pit, though no wind inside. Alex grabbed the mop handle like a weapon, yelling, "Who's there?" Silence. The banging stopped. Back to the window, an empty car waiting. He didn't open it. The vehicle sat for 5 minutes, then left. The voices started overlapping now. Headset crackling with multiple orders at once. Trucker demanding burgers, woman asking for salads, kids wanting toys, all layered, distorted. Alex ripped off the headset, but the voices continued from the restaurant speakers, the intercom, even faintly from the play place. He barricaded himself in the kitchen, phone in hand trying 911 but spotty signal, call failing. The fryer timers beeped randomly, though nothing cooking. Lights flickered. The smell shifted, grease mixed with something rotten, like spoiled meat. At 4:45 a.m., the worst. Headset silent finally. Alex peeked at cameras. No cars. But the lobby motion sensor tripped, though doors locked. On the interior cam, the play place. Dozens of small handprints smearing the glass from inside, as if kids pressed against it. Then, a tall figure appeared in the dining area, clown makeup, red wig, yellow jumpsuit. Ronald McDonald. But wrong. Smile too wide, eyes black voids, standing motionless by the counters. Alex recognized it, not a statue. They didn't have one but a person in costume. It tilted its head, staring directly at the camera. Then it waved slowly, beckoning. Panic full now. Alex hid in the walk-in freezer, door cracked, flashlight on. Minutes dragged. He heard footsteps, squeaky shoes on tile approaching. The freezer handle rattled. A voice outside, muffled but clear, child's giggle, then deep adult. "Come out, we're all so hungry. Open up for your friends." The power cut suddenly. Darkness total except his phone light. Backup lights kicked in dimly red. Alex waited, shaking. Footsteps circled, scratching on metal shelves. Dawn crept around 6:30 a.m. First real customer, a trucker pulled in, honked. Lights flickered back. Alex burst out, served the guy frantically, babbling about break-ins. The trucker looked confused. "Place looks fine, kid. You okay?" Alex checked cameras. Nothing recorded overnight. All blank. Place clean, no prints. But in the waste bin, the dumped food from those orders was gone, bags torn open, wrappers scattered like eaten. He quit that day. Managers gaslit him. Hallucinations from fatigue, carbon monoxide maybe. But Alex moved back home, avoids fast food, especially McDonald's. He still hears those voices, sometimes headset beeps in his dreams, children giggling, inviting him to play. Years later, he learned the location was built over an old accident site. 1980s crash killing a family heading to McDonald's. And locals whisper about hungry entities luring night workers, imitating voices to get inside. If you've ever worked overnight fast food, you know the isolation. But some places, something waits for you to be alone. This was one of the most disturbing true McDonald's horror stories. Submitted a real overnight shift nightmare from rural America that proves some golden arches hide very dark secrets. If this creepy fast food tale left you checking the drive-thru twice or swearing off late-night runs forever, smash that like, share with friends who dare listen, and subscribe for more true scary stories, disturbing real employee horrors, and chilling paranormal encounters every week. Comment below. What's your creepiest fast food experience? What country are you watching from? And what true horror theme next more workplace terrors? Stay safe out there, lock up tight, and I'll see you in the next one. The terrifying true night shift hospital horror story where a lone nurse heard children's laughter in an empty pediatric wing. Very scary real paranormal encounters. This chilling true scary night shift story takes place in a sprawling aging hospital in rural Michigan, USA, one of those massive old brick buildings constructed in the early 1900s, with endless wings added over the decades, dim fluorescent lit hallways that stretch forever, and a history that's whispered about among staff but never officially acknowledged. The events unfolded over a single overnight shift in the winter of 2022, recounted by a 29-year-old registered nurse named Sarah, who had been working there for about 4 years. Sarah loved her job on the day shift, busy, rewarding, full of patients recovering and families grateful, but money was tight after her divorce. So she picked up occasional night shifts for the differential pay. This particular Friday night in December, with a blizzard raging outside and temperatures plunging below zero, she was assigned to float between the ICU and the closed-off old pediatric wing on the 3rd floor. The PES wing had been shuttered for renovations 2 years prior after budget cuts, but the hospital used parts of it for overflow storage, old cribs, IV poles, dusty monitors stacked in rooms, charts archived in locked cabinets. Officially empty, but nurses hated patrolling it because of the vibes. Sarah clocked in at 6:45 p.m., relieved the evening nurse, and started her rounds. The hospital was quieter than usual, many elective surgeries canceled due to the storm. Visitors gone early, only essential staff braving the roads. By 8 p.m., the night crew was thin. Sarah, one other nurse on med-surg, a tech in EN, and the house supervisor dozing in her office. The air smelled like the familiar mix of antiseptic, bleach, and that faint metallic tang from the ancient heating system groaning through the pipes. Outside the windows, snow whipped against the glass in swirling sheets, muffling the world to nothing. Sarah brewed strong coffee in the break room, stocked her pockets with pens and gloves, and settled into the nurse's station on the main floor, monitoring vitals on the screens while charting. The first couple of hours were routine. She administered midnight meds to her 3 IQ patients, elderly folks with pneumonia and heart issues, checked lines, adjusted drips, chatted softly to keep them comfortable. The monitors beeped steadily, a comforting rhythm in the silence. Around 11 p.m., the house supervisor radioed, "Sarah, can you do a quick security walkthrough on 3 PES? Motion sensors tripped twice tonight, probably the wind rattling windows, but policy says check." Sarah groaned inwardly. Everyone avoided the old PES wing after dark. Rumors swirled. It was built on the site of an old orphanage that burned down in the 1920s, killing dozens of children. Staff reported hearing crying, laughter, footsteps in empty halls. Sarah wasn't superstitious. She blamed drafts, old pipes, rodents, but the wing always felt heavy, colder, like the air pressed on your chest. She grabbed her flashlight, radio, and master keycard, took the service elevator up. The doors creaked open to a pitch-black corridor, emergency lights casting faint red glows along the baseboards. Sarah flicked on the overheads. Half the fluorescence flickered reluctantly to life, buzzing and humming erratically. The hallway stretched long, lined with abandoned patient rooms, doors ajar, shadows pooling inside. Dust motes floated in her beam. The floor tiles, once colorful with cartoon animals, were faded and cracked. She walked slowly, heels echoing too loudly, checking each room. Empty beds with stripped mattresses. Overturned chairs, boxes of outdated supplies. Nothing. Wind howled outside, rattling loose panes. At the far end, the old playroom glass-walled, filled with forgotten toys. Faded plush animals. Broken plastic trucks. A dusty dollhouse in the corner. As she approached the nurse's station there, an old desk covered in cobwebs, the motion sensor light blinked on. Sarah jumped slightly. "Just me," she muttered, shining her light around. Silence. Then, faint a giggle. High-pitched, childlike, echoing from the playroom. Sarah froze. "Hello?" No answer. Probably the building settling, or audio hallucination from fatigue she'd pulled a double the day before. She peeked into the playroom. Toys unmoved. But the air was icy, breath visible, though the thermostat read 68. Goosebumps raced up her arms. She radioed down. "All clear up here." Probably wind. "Supervisor." "Copy, thanks." Back downstairs by midnight, Sarah tried to shake it. She ate a granola bar, scrolled her phone no signal with the storm. Rounds again. Patients sleeping, vitals stable, but unease gnawed. Around 1 a.m., alarms blared from the third-floor motion sensors again. Multiple this time. "Supervisor." "Sarah, mind checking?" "I'm tied up with an admission." Grumbling, Sarah headed back up. Elevator dinged, doors opened. Lights were off completely, now power flicker from the storm? She used her flashlight. Hallway darker, shadows deeper. Footsteps? No, her own echoing. But halfway down, she heard it clearly, children's laughter. Multiple voices, playful, overlapping, coming from the playroom direction. Not wind, not pipes. Heart pounding, Sarah crept forward. "Security check," she called firmly, voice shaking. Laughter stopped abruptly. Silence thicker than before. She reached the playroom glass. Inside, in her flashlight, beam toys scattered. A ball rolled slowly across the floor, stopping at the glass like pushed. No one visible. Cold intensified, frost forming on the inside of the windows despite no leak. Sarah backed away, radio crackling. "Supervisor, something's wrong up here. Toys moving." "I heard kids." Static then. Storm interference. "Get down if you're spooked." But as she turned, whispers soft, child voices. "Play with us. Nurse. Stay." From behind doors. Sarah bolted to the elevator, mashing buttons. Doors closed slowly as running footsteps pattered down the hall, small feet, dozens. Elevator descended. She burst into the main station, panting. Told the other nurse, who laughed nervously. "Old Pez is haunted, everyone knows, ignore it." The night dragged. 2 a.m. meds. But Sarah couldn't focus. Monitors glitched flatlines that resolved when checked. Patients murmured in sleep. One old man whispered, "The children are crying again." Around 3 a.m. Power dipped hospital-wide, generators kicking in with a rumble. Emergency lights red. Sarah's radio exploded with static, then a child's voice clear. "Help us. It hurts." She dropped it. Worst at 4 a.m., peak witching hour. Alone in ICU, dim red lights, snowstorm howling. Footsteps overhead pacing the empty Pez wing. Then banging small fists on the ceiling directly above. Laughter turning to cries. Sarah huddled at the desk, flashlight on, when shadows moved in the hallway reflection. Small figures, translucent children in old-fashioned hospital gowns, pale faces, dark eyes peeking around corners. One crawled on all fours toward the glass IQ doors. Sarah screamed, backing into a room. Figures multiplied, pressing hands against glass, leaving foggy prints that faded slowly. Whispers layered, "Don't leave us. Play. Forever." She barricaded in a supply closet, calling 911 on her cell, finally a bar. Police arrived with dawn around 7 a.m., searched, nothing. No footprints in dust, toys undisturbed. But security footage glitched entirely on third floor overnight. Sarah quit weeks later. Therapy for PTSD. She still hears laughter in quiet nights, sees small handprints on foggy windows. The hospital renovated PES sooner than planned, but staff avoid nights. Some say the fire's victims' orphans treated there post-tragedy, many dying from burns never left. Trapped, seeking playmates in the dark. This was one of the very scariest true night shift horror stories ever shared, a real paranormal hospital encounter that proves some buildings hold on to their dead, especially when you're alone in the graveyard shift. If this terrifying overnight nurse experience gave you chills, made you rethink healthcare careers, or left you listening for whispers in the dark, smash that like button, share with friends who love true scary stories, and subscribe for more very scary real horror, disturbing night shift tales, and chilling paranormal worker encounters every week. Comment below. What's your creepiest night shift moment? What country are you watching from? And what true scary theme makes more hospital horrors? Stay safe on those late shifts, keep the lights bright, and I'll see you in the next one. The shocking true story of a relentless stalker who watched me for over a year and left chilling gifts inside my locked apartment. Real-life stalking horror experience. This harrowing true stalker horror story comes from a 27-year-old woman named Lauren, a graphic designer living alone in a mid-sized city in Colorado, USA. The events span from early 2023 into late 2024, turning her everyday life into a prolonged nightmare of constant paranoia, violated privacy, and escalating terror. Lauren had recently moved into a second-floor apartment in a quiet, older brick building on a tree-lined street. The kind of place with creaky wooden floors, tall windows overlooking a small courtyard, and neighbors who mostly kept to themselves. The building had a secure entrance with a buzzer system, keyed mailboxes, and deadbolts on every door. She chose it for the safety, the affordable rent, and the short walk to coffee shops and parks. She just ended a long-term relationship amicably, had no enemies she knew of, and was focused on building her freelance career. Life felt stable, hopeful even, until the small, unsettling things began. It started innocently enough in February 2023. Lauren came home from a late client meeting around 9 p.m. The winter air sharp and snowy flurries dusting the sidewalks. She unlocked her door, flicked on the lights, and noticed something off immediately. Her throw blanket on the couch was folded differently. Not messy, but precisely in a perfect triangle the way her ex used to do it. She hadn't folded it that way in months. She shrugged it off, maybe she'd done it absent-mindedly that morning. But the unease lingered. That night, as she lay in bed scrolling her phone, she heard faint scratching at the door like fingernails lightly dragging down the wood. She froze, heart racing, and called out, "Who's there?" Silence. She checked the peephole empty hallway, dimly lit by the sconce lights. Probably the building settling, or a cat from downstairs. She double-checked the deadbolt and chain, then went to sleep uneasy. Over the next weeks, the anomalies piled up subtly. Lauren would return from grocery runs to find her kitchen cabinets rearranged, spices alphabetized, plates stacked in a new order. Nothing stolen, nothing broken. Just touched, moved. She started documenting it with photos, telling herself it was a forgetful habit or early stress. One evening in March, she found a single red rose on her welcome mat inside the apartment behind the locked door. No note, petals fresh, thornless. Her stomach dropped. She had no visitors that day, no deliveries. She threw it away, installed a cheap indoor camera facing the door, and told a close friend, Mia, who suggested changing locks. The landlord did it promptly. New keys only to her. But it didn't stop. By spring, the stalking escalated into overt surveillance. Lauren began noticing the same dark gray sedan parked across the street whenever she left for her morning jog-tinted windows, no plates visible from her angle. She'd wave awkwardly sometimes, thinking it was a neighbor, but it never waved back. Anonymous texts started coming from blocked numbers. "You looked beautiful in that blue dress today. Love how you sing in the shower." Exact. Details, clothes she'd worn privately, habits no one should know. She blocked each one, but new numbers appeared. Her social media, set to private, still got follow requests from blank profiles. She reported to police. A kind officer took the report, suggested a restraining order if she could ID someone, but with no clear suspect, options were limited. "Document everything," he said. Stalkers often escalate if ignored, but sometimes they lose interest. Summer brought suffocating dread. Lauren stopped jogging, drew curtains permanently, varied routines. But the intruder entries continued. She'd wake to find her laundry folded, intimate items handled, arranged by color. Once, her journal hidden under her mattress moved to the nightstand, a page dog-eared on an entry about feeling lonely post-breakup. A Polaroid appeared on her fridge, a blurry photo of her sleeping taken from the foot of her bed, timestamped 3 a.m. the night before. She hadn't heard a thing. Screaming, she called police again. Forensics dusted no prints, no forced entry. Windows secure, door untouched. The building's security cams showed only empty hallways. Lauren moved to Mia's couch for 2 weeks, but when she returned with new smart locks and upgraded cameras, a note waited on her pillow, handwritten in neat block letters. I missed you. Don't leave again. The psychological torment deepened. Gifts appeared inside, small, personal. A necklace identical to one she'd lost years ago, bought from an Etsy shop she'd favorited recently. Her favorite childhood candy, discontinued brands somehow sourced. Voicemails from withheld numbers, heavy breathing, then a calm male voice whispering her full name, reciting her daily schedule. Coffee at 8:15, work till 5, yoga on Tuesdays. He knew when she showered, when she cried alone. Lauren installed motion lights, alarms, even a dog-sweet rescue mutt named Max, who barked frantically at shadows but never caught anyone. Sleep became impossible. She lost weight, jumped at noises, therapy sessions weekly. Friends organized safety check-ins, but the stalker adapted texts during calls. Tell them I say hi. Fall 2023 brought the most violating incidents. One night, Lauren woke at 2 a.m. to warm breath on her neck, someone standing over her bed. She screamed, bolted upright. The figure vanished into the dark hallway. Max went berserk, but the apartment was empty when police arrived minutes later. Another time, she found her bathroom mirror fogged post-shower with words written, "You're mine forever." Footprints in the steam bare feet, larger than hers. She invested in window bars, a reinforced door. But the worst. Discovering hidden spots, tiny holes drilled in walls, cameras. No devices found, but the feeling of constant eyes. Her work suffered. Clients dropped. She felt insane, questioning reality. The climax came in November 2024, a rainy evening. Lauren came home exhausted, Max greeting her excitedly. As she cooked dinner, the power cut suddenly, whole building dark. Backup lights flickered. Then knocking insistent from inside the closet. She grabbed a knife, called 911 whispering. Police en route. The closet door creaked open slowly. A man emerged, mid-30s, average build, wearing gloves and a hoodie. Face familiar. The maintenance guy from her building, the one who changed her locks twice. Quiet, always polite, lived in the basement unit. He smiled calmly. I've been waiting. We're meant to be together. Chaos erupted. Max attacked, biting his leg. Lauren swung the knife, grazing him. He lunged, but sirens wailed outside, police bursting in fast. He surrendered without fight, muttering about love and protecting her. Evidence in his apartment. Walls covered in thousands of photos, her sleeping, walking, crying. Journals of her routines dating back 18 months. Duplicate keys he'd made illegally. Hidden crawl spaces in the old building he'd used to access vents, walls. Tiny mics planted. He'd started obsessing after fixing her sink once. Convinced she smiled at him specially. Charged with stalking, burglary, he's now incarcerated. Lauren moved states away, new identity considerations, ongoing therapy for PTSD. She still checks locks obsessively, flinches at maintenance workers, avoids alone time. The betrayal of someone trusted in her home cut deepest. She shares this warning: stalkers often aren't strangers. They're the quiet ones nearby, watching, waiting, inserting themselves slowly until escape feels impossible. The disturbing true Halloween night, when faceless trick-or-treaters kept returning to my door until they finally got inside. Real paranormal Halloween horror story. This deeply unsettling true Halloween horror story takes place on October 31st, 2023, in a quiet suburban neighborhood on the outskirts of Salem, Massachusetts. The town forever linked to witch trials, where the air on All Hallows Eve always feels charged heavier, like the veil between worlds thins just enough for something to slip through. The account comes from a 32-year-old woman named Claire, a high school history teacher who had recently bought her first home. A charming but creaky 1920s colonial with a wide front porch, white siding peeling slightly at the edges, tall maple trees lining the street, and a long gravel driveway leading to a detached garage. She'd moved in that summer after inheriting a small sum from her grandmother, excited to start fresh in a place steeped in the spooky folklore she loved teaching about. Claire wasn't superstitious. She decorated enthusiastically with carved pumpkins glowing on the steps, fake cobwebs draping the railing, a fog machine humming softly in the bushes, and a massive bowl of full-size candy bars on a table by the door because she wanted to be that house, kids remembered. Her boyfriend was out of town for work, friends busy with parties, so she planned a cozy solo night. Horror movies cued, spiced cider simmering, handing out treats until the crowds thinned. The evening started perfectly normal. Dusk fell early, the sky bruising purple as families flooded the sidewalks. Little ghosts, superheroes, princesses squealing with excitement, parents trailing with flashlights. Claire sat on the porch, swinging her witch costume pointy hat, black dress, green face paint greeting each group with a theatrical, happy Halloween, and generous handfuls of candy. The air smelled of fallen leaves, wood smoke from distant fire pits, and that crisp autumn bite. Porch lights up and down the street glowed warmly, jack-o'-lanterns flickering like watchful eyes. By 7 p.m., the bowl was half empty, and Claire felt that nostalgic thrill. She snapped selfies with adorable toddlers, complimented creative costumes, waved at neighbors she'd only met in passing. Around 7:30, the first odd group arrived. 4 children, maybe 10 to 12 years old, dressed in homemade costumes that looked off. Ragged sheets with uneven eye holes like classic ghosts. But the fabric was dingy, stained, almost wet-looking. No parents in sight, unusual for younger kids in this family-oriented neighborhood. They stood silently at the bottom of the steps, unmoving, heads tilted slightly. Claire leaned forward. "Trick or treat," she prompted cheerfully. In unison, flat and monotone. Trick or treat. No smiles, no excitement. She dropped candy into their pillowcases, old-fashioned ones, burlap-like, not the plastic pumpkins most kids carried. As they turned away, one lingered, head swiveling slowly back toward her. The eye holes were too dark. She couldn't see faces, just void. A chill unrelated to the temperature prickled her skin. She laughed at off-edgy teens trying to be creepy. The next hour brought waves of normal kids loud, laughing, thanking her profusely. Claire refilled the bowl twice, texted her boyfriend photos of the cutest costumes. But at 8:15, the same 4 ghosts returned. Same stained sheets, same silent stance. "Hey, you guys again? You're cleaning me out," Claire joked, handing more candy. Again, the unison chant. Trick or treat. The lingering one stepped closer this time, sheet brushing the bottom step. Claire noticed the fabric smelled strange damp earth, mildew, like something pulled from a basement. She shut the door quicker, heart beating a little faster. Probably just persistent kids from down the street. By 9 p.m., the crowds thinned, older teens now, rowdy groups heading to parties. Claire turned off the fog machine, dimmed the porch light slightly to signal winding down. She settled inside on the couch with The Exorcist playing low. Bowl on the coffee table, front door cracked for latecomers. Knocks came sporadically, normal enough. But at 9:45 another knock, the 4 ghosts again. Third time. Claire peered through the peephole, same figures, but closer, almost pressed to the door. "Guys, I'm out of the good stuff, only Smarties left," she called, half laughing. Silence. Then, scratching slow. Deliberate fingernails down the wood. Not playful. She backed away, unease blooming into real fear. No parents anywhere on the dark street. She didn't open the door, pretended not to be home. After minutes, footsteps crunched away on gravel. Claire locked the door fully, chained it, turned off the porch light completely. Texted her boyfriend, "Some creepy kids keep coming back. Kinda freaking me out, LO," he replied. "Probably harmless, but stay safe." She tried to focus on the movie, but every creak of the old house sounded louder, the wind rattling windows, branches scraping siding. Around 10:30, knocking again, heavier, insistent. Boom, boom, not kids' knocks. Claire froze. Through the peephole, the 4 figures, but wrong, taller now. Sheets hanging looser, as if bodies beneath had elongated. One raised a hand pail, 2 long fingers visible at the cuff, and knocked again. The unison voice deeper. Trick or treat. Heart pounding, Claire backed into the living room, grabbed her phone to call a neighbor. But the power flickered, lights dimming, TV stuttering. Then whispers, multiple voices, childlike but distorted, filtering through the door cracks. "Let us in." It's cold. We want candy. Scratching resumed, now from windows 2 circling the house. Claire peeked through curtains. The figures split, 2 at the side window, staring in. No faces visible, just black voids where eyes should be, sheets billowing without wind. She dropped the curtain, dialed 911 quietly. There are people harassing my house. Dressed as ghosts, won't leave. Dispatcher calm. Officers en route. Stay inside, lock secure. Minutes dragged like hours. Whispers grew louder, layered. We used to live here. Before the fire, play with us. Claire's blood ran cold. She'd researched the house built 1928, no record of fire. But Salem's history, burnings, accusations. Scratching intensified nails on glass, on siding. Then banging back door now. The fog machine, though off, suddenly hissed to life outside. Thick mist pouring across the porch, obscuring everything in gray. Shadows moved within it, more figures. Doorknobs rattled. Claire huddled in the hallway, flashlight on phone, when the front window shattered inward glass spraying the floor. A sheeted arm reached through, groping for the lock. Screaming, Claire ran upstairs, barricaded in the bedroom, pushing a dresser against the door. Footsteps bellows low, deliberate, creaking floorboards. Multiple sets. Whispers everywhere now, inside the house. Found you. Trick or treat. Smell the fear, the bedroom door rattled. Cold descended, unnaturally, breath visible, frost crawling across the window pane from inside. Claire sobbed. 911 still on. They're inside. Hurry! Sirens finally wailed, distant, growing closer. The rattling stopped abruptly. Silence. Police arrived minutes later, 3 cruisers, lights flashing red and blue through the fog. They searched. Broken window, glass inside. Muddy footprints on the porch, child-sized, barefoot, leading away into the woods behind the neighborhood. No intruders found. House empty. But in the living room, the candy bowl overturned, wrappers torn open, candy uneaten but crushed as if stomped. On the shards of glass, smeared words and mud. We'll be back next year. Officers took the report vandalism, possible prank by teens. But Claire knew better. She stayed with friends for weeks. Sold the house at a loss the next spring. Research later uncovered a forgotten tragedy. In 1927, before the house was built, 4 children died in a Halloween bonfire accident on that exact lot, orphans from a local home. Costumes catching flame, their bodies buried hastily, records lost. Locals whisper on October 31st, the faceless ones return, seeking entry, warmth, company. Claire never celebrates Halloween again. Porch light off, blinds drawn, she leaves town every October. She still hears whispers in wind sometimes. Trick or treat. The terrifying true school bus horror story of the vanishing Route 17, where children disappeared one by one on a foggy morning. Disturbing real driver nightmare. This bone-chilling true school bus horror story unfolds in a remote rural county in upstate New York, USA, during the foggy fall of 2019. The events were experienced firsthand by a 52-year-old veteran school bus driver named Tom Riley, a quiet, no-nonsense guy who had been driving the same routes for over 25 years. Tom knew every twist of those narrow back roads like the back of his hand. The potholed asphalt flanked by dense pine forests, old stone walls crumbling under moss, and scattered farmhouses set far back from the road. Route 17 was his least favorite. A 45-minute loop through isolated hollows to pick up kids from families who lived miles from anywhere, ending at the small elementary school in Millbrook. The route had a dark history. Back in 1963, a bus had skidded off an icy bridge into a ravine during a storm, killing the driver and 7 children. The wreckage was never fully recovered, locals said, because the ravine flooded every spring. Kids on the route grew up hearing ghost stories about the lost bus. But Tom dismissed it as superstition. He was practical. Early mornings, coffee thermos, radio tuned to classic rock, checklist of stops. That October morning started like any other. Tom pulled the big yellow Bluebird bus out of the depot at 6:15 a.m., headlights cutting through thick fog that clung low to the ground like a living thing. Visibility was maybe 50 feet. He drove slow, high beams on, wipers swiping intermittently at the mist on the windshield. The bus smelled like the usual mix. Vinyl seats, faint diesel, and the lingering scent of kids' lunches from the day before. He hit the first stop at 6:30. Little Emma, 8 years old, pigtails and pink backpack, waiting with her mom under a flickering porch light. She climbed aboard quietly, took her usual seat third row back, and stared out the fogged window. Next stop, twins Jacob and Riley, 10-year-olds, rowdy but good kids, wrestling over who got the window as they boarded. Then shy Michael, 7, always last to speak, clutching a worn stuffed dinosaur. By 6:50, Tom had 9 kids total, his full roster for Route 17. He radioed base. All aboard? On schedule. The fog thickened as he turned onto the old county road paralleling the ravine, trees looming like skeletons on both sides. That's when the unease began. Tom glanced in the wide rearview mirror, standard procedure every few minutes, and counted heads. 10. He frowned. 9 kids on the list. He counted again. Emma, the twins, Michael, Sarah, Liam, Olivia, Noah, little Ava. And one more silhouette in the very back row, small and still, hooed up despite no one wearing hoodies that morning. "Hey, who's back there?" Tom called, voice steady but firm. No answer. Kids turned, whispered. Emma piped up. "That's creepy, Mr. Tom. No one's supposed to be there." He slowed, pulled to the shoulder gravel, crunching under tires, and walked the aisle. Back row empty. Seat cold. He shook it off, fog playing tricks on tired eyes. 5 a.m. wake up catching up. All right, settle down. Eyes forward. But the hairs on his neck stayed raised. The bus rolled on, radio crackling with static as signal dropped in the hollow. Next stretch. The bridge over the ravine. Fog so dense now it swallowed the guardrails. Tom crept at 15 miles per hour, heart thudding a little harder than usual. In the mirror, 10 heads again. The extra one back. Clearer this time. Pale face, dark eyes staring straight ahead, hands folded neatly. Tom slammed brakes gently, bus lurching. Kids yelped. He stormed back, nothing. Seat empty, but now damp, like someone wet had sat there. A faint smell, muddy water, rot. "Cut the games," he barked, though no kid looked guilty. They seemed scared too. Little Ava started crying. "I saw her, Mr. Tom. A girl in old clothes." Tom radioed base again. No response. Static. He drove on, faster now, eager to reach school. Stops weren't over. 3 more pickups deeper in the route. At the old Miller farm, abandoned since the 80s, barn sagging, weeds choking the drive, Tom pulled up to the stop sign. No kid waiting. The family had moved last year. He skipped it usually, but the door hissed open on its own. Hydraulic failure? Tom hit the override door, closed. Then open again. Kids whispering frantically now. In the mirror, 11 silhouettes. The extra one moved forward a row. Tom floored it, skipping the empty stop. "Hang on, we're running late." The fog turned unnatural gray-green, swirling against windows like fingers. Temperature dropped inside the bus. Breath visible. Kids huddled together, some praying softly. Tom cranked heat, nothing. At the next real stop, deep in the woods. Dirt pull-off for the Harlan boy, little Ben wasn't there. His mom usually waited, but no sign through the fog. Tom idled, flashing lights on. Then a small figure emerged from the tree line. Ben? But wrong clothes, outdated, overalls like from old photos, face pale. The boy climbed aboard silently, sat in back. Tom counted. 10 again? No, Ben made 10, but the extra was still there. Confusion mounting. "Ben, you okay?" No answer. The new boy stared forward, water dripping from his cuffs onto the floor, though it wasn't raining inside. Panic crept in. Tom radioed desperately, finally breakthrough static. Base Route 17, emergency, kids acting strange. Possible intruder, garbled response. Repeat, fog, delay. Then silence. The bus lights flickered. Engine sputtered but kept running. In the mirror, children changing. Faces paler, eyes darker. The extra ones multiplying subtly, 1 row forward, each glance. Whispers now, not from his kids. Faint child voices. "Join us, down below." Cold water. The ravine loomed again on the return loop, bridge ahead. Tom gunned it toward school, 10 miles away. But the road twisted, wrong familiar turns, leading deeper into fog. Trees closing in. GPS on his phone, spinning, no signal. Kids crying openly now. Emma screamed, "They're not us anymore!" Tom looked back. Half the seats held translucent figures, 1960s clothes, faces bruised, eyes pleading. His real kids shrinking in terror. The damp seats spreading, puddles forming, smelling of river mud. Windows frosting from inside, handprints small and desperate smearing across. The bridge appeared suddenly, too sudden. Tom braked hard, tires screeching, bus skidding toward the edge. In the mirror, all seats filled with ghostly children smiling sadly. The extra ones reaching forward, cold hands brushing his real kid's shoulders. One whispered in his ear, breath icy, "We waited so long." For a new driver. The bus teetered, fog swallowing the ravine below. Tom jerked the wheel, veering back onto road miraculously straight. Lights ahead, school at last, fog thinning. He burst into the lot at 8:45 a.m., 2 hours late. Doors opened, real kids stumbled out, sobbing to waiting teachers. Count 9. All safe, but traumatized, babbling about ghost kids taking seats one by one. Tom collapsed, shaking. Inspection. Bus soaked inside, muddy footprints, child-sized, leading nowhere. Seats iced over. No mechanical failure. Route 17 was discontinued that week. Tom retired early. PTSD therapy for years. Kids remember glimpses, pale faces, pleased to come play in the water. Locals say on foggy mornings, a yellow bus still drives the old route empty, lights flashing, vanishing into mist near the bridge. Drivers avoid that road now. Some tragedies don't let go. They wait for the next ride. The very disturbing true Christmas Eve when a silent figure in a tattered red coat stood outside our windows all night in the blizzard. Real holiday paranormal horror story. This profoundly disturbing true Christmas Eve horror story takes place on December 24, 2022, in a remote farmhouse deep in rural Minnesota, USA, part of the state where winters are brutal, snowdrifts pile higher than cars, and the nearest neighbor is miles away across endless frozen fields. The account comes from a 44-year-old father named David, a third-generation farmer who lived in the old family homestead with his wife, Lavra, 42, and their 2 children, 14-year-old son, Ethan, and 10-year-old daughter, Sophie. The house was a classic 2-story Victorian built in 1898 wraparound porch now buried under snow. Tall gabled windows frosted at the edges. A massive stone fireplace in the living room that was the heart of their holiday traditions. The property sat at the end of a long, unplowed county road, surrounded by barren cornfields that turned into a white expanse under moonlight, with a dense pine windbreak on one side that creaked and groaned in high winds. David's family cherished their isolated Christmases, no city lights, no traffic, just the 4 of them. A towering real pine tree cut from their own woods, homemade cookies, and the warm glow of string lights against the endless dark outside. That year, a historic blizzard was forecast, whiteout conditions starting mid-afternoon. Winds up to 50 miles per hour, temperatures plunging to -20 with wind chill. David had prepared meticulously. Generator fueled, woodpile stacked high on the porch, pantry stocked for weeks, snowblower ready, though it would be useless in the worst of it. The day began joyfully, Laura baking cinnamon rolls for breakfast, kids wrapping last-minute gifts, carols playing softly on the old record player. By noon, snow fell thick and heavy, blanketing everything in silence broken only by the wind's rising howl. They trimmed the tree together, multicolored lights twinkling, handmade ornaments from generations past, tinsel shimmering in the firelight. Stockings hung on the mantel, red felt, with names embroidered by David's late mother. Presents piled high underneath, wrapped in plaid paper. Dinner was prime rib roasting slowly, mashed potatoes, green beans from the summer garden, and Laura's famous apple pie cooling on the windowsill. The family gathered in the living room as dusk fell early around 4 p.m. The world outside already a swirling white void, visibility down to a few feet. They exchanged a few early gifts, books for Ethan, art supplies for Sophie, cozy flannel shirts for David and Laura, laughing, sipping hot cocoa spiked with peppermint schnapps for the adults. The fireplace crackled merrily, casting dancing shadows on the wallpapered walls adorned with family photos. Snow battered the windows like insistent fingers, but inside it was warm, safe, magical. Around 7 p.m., as they settled in for It's a Wonderful Life on the TV, Sophie glanced out the big bay window toward the front yard. "Dad, there's someone out there," David chuckled, pausing the movie. "Probably just a deer, sweetie, or the wind blowing branches." But he humored her, peering through the frosted glass, wiping a clear spot with his sleeve. Nothing but swirling snow, the porch light illuminating falling flakes like a snow globe. Yet, a tall shadow seemed to flicker at the edge of the light's reach, near the old oak tree. He blinked, gone. "See? Nothing. Santa checking his list early," he joked. The kids giggled. But Laura shot him a look uneasy, though she said nothing. By 8:30 p.m., the power flickered once, twice generator kicking in seamlessly with a low hum. They lit extra candles just in case, their flames reflecting in the ornaments. Ethan suggested telling ghost stories for fun, but Sophie vetoed too scary on Christmas Eve. Instead, they read The Night Before Christmas, voices warm, the wind howling louder outside like a chorus. Then a soft thump on the roof. David froze mid-sentence. Probably ice sliding off the gutters, Laura said quickly. Another thump heavier. Then scraping, slow and deliberate, like boots dragging across shingles. The kid's eyes widened. David grabbed a flashlight, stepped onto the enclosed back porch, cold air seeping in despite the door, and shone the beam upward. Roof blanketed thick in snow, no tracks visible, no branches close enough. But the scraping stopped the instant the light hit. He came back in, snow on his boots, forcing a smile. All clear. Just the storm. Midnight approached their tradition, opening one special gift each at the stroke of 12. They gathered around the tree, fire popping, cocoa refilled. Sophie chose a small box from Santa, a silver locket with a family photo inside. Tears in her eyes as she hugged her parents. Ethan got new gaming headphones. Adults exchanged meaningful glances over meaningful gifts. Joy pure, untainted. But as the clock chimed midnight on the old grandfather in the hall, a knock came, 3 slow, heavy raps on the front door. The family froze. No one visited in this weather. Roads impassable for hours. David approached cautiously, Laura herding kids back. Through the peephole, nothing but snow piling against the door. He cracked it open, chain-latched, icy wind rushing in, carrying the scent of pine and something metallic. Empty porch, snowdrifts halfway up the steps. No footprints leading a way or two. He closed it fast, heart pounding. Wind slamming a branch or something. But the knocks returned now at the side window, then the back door. Circling the house deliberate. The family huddled in the living room, lights dimmed low. Sophie whimpered, "It's Krampus, isn't it?" "For bad kids." Ethan tried to laugh it off, but his voice cracked. David loaded his hunting rifle from the cabinet, just in case. Laura called 911 lines down, cell signals dead in the storm. Isolated completely. Then silence outside eerie after the constant wind. They dared to relax slightly, thinking it over. At 1 a.m., Sophie screamed. Pointing at the bay window, a tall figure standing motionless in the snow. Just beyond the porch light's glow. Over 7 feet, gaunt, wearing a tattered red coat, once velvet, now ragged and stained dark, hood up, face obscured in shadow. No features visible, just blackness where a face should be. It stood perfectly still, head tilted slightly, as if watching them through the glass. David yelled, banging on the window. "Get out of here!" The figure didn't move. He fired a warning shot into the air outside the back door, boom echoing muffled in the snow. Still unmoving. Laura pulled curtains closed, but in every window they checked. The same figure, repositioned, always facing the house. Silent, patient. Dread deepened as hours crawled. The figure never approached closer than 20 feet, always at the edge of light, visible in glimpses through curtain gaps. But its presence was oppressive, a weight on the chest. Candles flickered, though no draft. The fire dimmed unnaturally, logs turning ashen fast. Whispers began, faint, childlike voices from outside. "Let us in, it's cold." "We brought gifts," multiple voices pleading. Sophie recognized one, sounding like her grandmother who passed years ago. "Open the door, darling. I miss you." Tears streamed down her face. Ethan saw breath-fogging windows from outside, handprints, small and large, smearing across, slow and deliberate. The door handles rattled gently, testing. By 3 a.m., exhaustion and terror mixed. David barricaded doors with furniture. The family camped in the living room, rifle ready, flashlights on. The figure multiplied in their minds, seen at multiple windows simultaneously. Scraping returned on the roof again, then down the chimney. Soot trickled into the fireplace, black flakes swirling. A low humming like distorted carols filtered through walls. The tree lights flickered, ornaments swaying without touch. One fell shattering, revealing inside a small old photo. 4 children in antique clothing, faces scratched out. Dawn crept gray around 7 a.m., storm easing slightly. Silence outside. David ventured out with rifle, snow deep, drifts to his waist. No footprints anywhere around the house. porch undisturbed except wind-blown snow. But etched deep into the frozen wood of the front door, words clawed in, "Naughty ones stay forever." The family left that day, plowing out with the tractor to a hotel in town. They never returned, sold the farm remotely. Research later revealed the land's dark past. In 1897, a family of travelers, itinerant performers dressed as Santa and helpers, froze to death in a Christmas Eve blizzard, seeking shelter refused by the original homesteaders. Bodies found spring thaw, buried unmarked. Locals whisper on stormy Christmas Eves they return seeking warmth, company, revenge on those safe inside. David's family spends holidays in warm climates now. Lights always blazing, doors triple locked. They still hear whispers in wind sometimes. Let us in. The disturbing true summer camp horror story of the whispering lake that called children its names at night, until one camper vanished forever. Real overnight camp paranormal nightmare. This deeply unsettling true summer camp horror story takes place in the summer of 2018 at Camp Blackwood, a remote overnight camp tucked deep in the dense pine forests of northern Maine, USA, a place where the nearest town is 40 miles away down winding dirt logging roads. Cell service is non-existent, and the centerpiece is a large glassy lake surrounded by towering evergreens that block out most sunlight even on clear days. The camp had been running since the 1950s, with weathered wooden cabins in a semicircle around a central mess hall, a rickety dock, extending into the murky water archery ranges, craft sheds, and hiking trails that disappeared into thick underbrush. The account comes from a then 21-year-old counselor named Megan, a college junior studying education who had returned for her third summer as a junior counselor in Cabin 7, home to 8, 11, and 12-year-old girls. Megan loved the job, the campfires, s'mores, capture the flag games under starry skies, teaching swimming lessons, but Camp Blackwood had whispers among staff. An old legend about the lady in the lake, a counselor from the 1960s who drowned trying to save a camper during a midnight swim prank. Her body never recovered. Kids were told ghost stories about her calling names from the water on quiet nights, luring bad campers in. Most laughed it off as tradition to scare newbies. Megan did too until that summer. The session started normally on a humid July morning. Buses rolled in crunching gravel, unloading excited kids with duffels and sleeping bags, parents waving goodbye from the parking loop. Megan greeted her girls. Bubbly Madison from Boston, shy Lily who clutched a stuffed rabbit, athletic twins Ava and Zoe, bookish Harper, prankster Isabella, quiet Emma, and energetic Sophia. They claimed bunks in the musty cabin wooden walls scarred with decades of carved initials. Creaky screen doors slamming constantly, the faint smell of mildew and pine cleaner. Days blurred into classic camp routine. Wake up bugle at 7 a.m. Flag raising, breakfast of pancakes and bug juice in the echoing mess hall. Morning activities like canoeing on the lake, water so dark it looked inky, bottom unseen even in shallows. Arts and crafts painting birdhouses. Afternoon free swims supervised closely after a near-drowning years back. Evenings. Dinner songs, skits in the amphitheater, then cabin time for flashlight stories before lights out at 9:30. The lake lapped gently against the shore all day. Loons calling mournfully at dusk, a peaceful soundtrack. The first hint of something wrong came on the third night. After a raucous campfire with ghost stories, counselors in sheets, pretending to be the Lady Megan tucked her girls in, the cabin filling with giggles fading to snores. Around 1 a.m., she woke to a sound. Soft whispering from outside, drifting across the lake. Not wind through trees, words. Indistinct, like a woman's voice murmuring. She sat up on her bunk near the door, listening. It stopped when she moved. Probably senior counselors pranking, she thought. Checking the screen, nothing, but moonlight silvering the grass down to the water's edge. She went back to sleep, uneasy. By the end of week 1, more oddities. Girls complained of bad dreams. Hearing their names called from the lake. Waking to wet footprints on the cabin floor that dried before morning. Megan found damp handprints on the outside walls, once small, like a child's, but too high for campers. During swim lessons, Sophia swore something brushed her leg underwater, cold fingers, though the lake was warm from the sun. Lily refused to swim after that, clinging to the dock. Night hikes were canceled early one evening, when counselors heard splashing far out on the lake, no boats allowed after dark. No one missing. The head counselor, veteran Mark, brushed it off. Loons echo weird. Kids imagine things. Keep 'em busy. Week 2 escalated slowly. Building dread. Whispers became clearer on still nights, no wind, air thick with humidity, crickets loud. Megan heard full names. Sophia, drawn out, melodic, coming from the water. Girls woke crying, saying the voice promised, "Come play." "It's fun down here," Isabella the prankster tried recording on her smuggled phone no signal, but audio captured faint murmurs that chilled Megan when played back in daylight. Footprints appeared more often, leading from the lake up the path to cabins, barefoot, small, stopping abruptly as if vanishing. One morning, Emma's pillow was soaked, smelling of lake algae, though windows screened tight. Campers grew jumpy clinging during activities, begging not to go near the water alone. Megan reported to Mark. "Something's off. Kids are scared," he sighed. "Old camp, old stories. Distract them." The tension peaked during Spirit Week themed days, leading to the big overnight campout on the far shore. That Thursday night, after a talent show with skits and songs under string lights, cabins retired early for the next day's hike. Storm clouds gathered distant, air heavy, lake unnaturally still, no ripples, reflecting stars like black glass. Megan did head count. All 8 girls accounted, asleep by 10 p.m. She read by headlamp a bit, then dozed. At 2:17 a.m., she checked her watch. She woke to silence. Crickets stopped. Then the whispers, multiple voices now, layered, calling every girl's name in turn. Madison, Lily, Ava, Zoe. Sweet, inviting. The cabin door creaked open slightly, though latched. Megan bolted up, slamming it shut. Girls stirred, whimpering in sleep. She radioed the main lodge, no answer, static. Flashlight outside. Mist rising off the lake, thick and glowing faintly in moonlight. Shapes moved in it, tall, slender, humanoid, but wrong, gliding over water without splashing. One turned, pale face, long wet hair, eyes black voids. Megan retreated, barricading the door with a trunk. Whispers inside, now under bunks, from walls. "Join us. Forever friends." "No more homesick," Sophia sat up screaming. "She's at the window." Megan shone light handprints pressing from outside, glass bowing inward slightly. Cold seeped in, breath visible though July. Girls huddled on Megan's bunk, sobbing. The calling intensified. Individual temptations. "Emma, your bunny's here." "Lily, come swim with me." Hours of terror. Megan sang camp songs loudly to drown it, prayed silently. Shapes circled the cabin, shadows under door crack. What dragging sounds on wood. One girl, quiet Emma, stood suddenly, eyes glazed, walking toward the door, murmuring, "Coming?" Megan tackled her, holding tight as she thrashed unnaturally strong. Dawn finally grayed the sky around 5 a.m., whispers fading, mist dissipating. Exhausted, Megan herded girls to the mess hall early. Head count. 7. Emma missing. Panic erupted. Search party scoured trails, lake shore, woods. Her bunk empty, sheets damp, footprints leading straight to the water. Then nothing. Divers called lake bottom muddy, visibility 0. Old wreckage from 60s, but no body. Camp closed early. Parents notified. Tragic accidental drowning. But staff knew. No splash heard, door never fully opened. Emma's stuffed bunny found floating far out, bone dry. Megan quit forever. Therapy for survivor's guilt. Girls from Cabin 7 still connect yearly nightmares shared. Whispers heard in rain sometimes. Camp Blackwood shut permanently. Buildings rotting. Locals say on quiet summer nights, voices call from the lake children's names, waiting for new campers. The lady wasn't alone. She collects company. The terrifying true night cleaning crew horror in a cursed high-rise office building where something mimicked our voices and movements in the empty floors. True scary stories of cleaning crews. This chilling true scary cleaning crew horror story takes place in a towering 40-story office building in downtown Chicago, Illinois, USA, one of those gleaming glass and steel skyscrapers built in the late 1980s, now half empty after the pandemic shifted most companies to remote work. By 2023, only a few floors were still leased, a law firm on 12, a tech startup on 25, and some scattered holdings companies here and there. The rest dark, vacant offices with stripped cubicles, dusty conference rooms, flickering emergency lights, and hallways stretching endlessly under buzzing fluorescents that never quite warmed up. The building had a grim reputation among night staff. Multiple suicides over the years, stressed executives jumping from upper floors during the 2008 crash, and again in 2020 plus whispers of a maintenance worker who vanished in the service elevator back in the 90s. Body never found. Security cameras glitched often on empty floors, and janitors reported hearing office phones ringing in deserted suites. Most cleaning companies avoided the contract, but Apex Night Services took it for the steady pay-for-person crews working 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. Vacuuming, mopping, emptying trash in the occupied areas, and doing deep cleans on the vacant ones when scheduled. The story comes from a 38-year-old crew supervisor named Carlos, a hardworking father of 3 who'd been in commercial cleaning for 15 years. His team that summer was tight-knit. Maria, 45, no-nonsense veteran who handled restrooms like a pro. Young Jamal, 22, college kid saving for tuition, always cracking jokes with his AirPods in, and quiet Alina, 29, recent immigrant who preferred headphones off to stay alert. They clocked in at the loading dock around 9:45 p.m., badged through security with the sleepy guard who barely looked up from his phone-loaded carts with supplies, mops, industrial vacuums, trash liners, industrial cleaners that smelled sharply of pine and ammonia, and took the freight elevator up. The building felt different at night. Air conditioning humming too loud, echoes amplifying every wheel squeak. The city lights twinkling far below through massive windows, but no life inside except them. Carlos always started on the occupied floors first, quick and routine, saving the empty ones for last when energy was low. But the building felt heavier. That particular Tuesday night in August 2023 was sweltering outside, humid. Midwest heat lingering even after sunset, but inside the AC blasted cold, making breath visible on the upper vacant floors. They began on 12, law firm tidy as always, lawyers trash full of coffee cups and redacted documents. Maria blasted salsa music low on her phone while scrubbing sinks. Jamal vacuumed carpets in rhythmic patterns. Elena dusted desks silently. Carlos emptied bins and checked supply closets. By midnight, they moved up floors 30 through 35 vacant, scheduled for quarterly deep clean. Elevators dinged emptily, doors opening to pitch-black lobbies. They propped doors with wedges, flicked on lights row by row, fluorescence stuttering to life, revealing endless rows of abandoned cubicles, chairs pushed in haphazardly, dead monitors coated in dust. Personal items left behind like ghost offices, family photos faded, wilted plants, a forgotten birthday balloon deflated in one corner. Small things felt off from the start. On 32, Jamal swore his vacuum cord tugged backward when unplugged like someone pulled it playfully. He laughed. Building pranking me already. Maria found a restroom mirror fogged with handprints that weren't theirs, small, deliberate swipes. Carlos chalked it up to condensation from the AC. But the air grew colder floor by floor, unnatural even for the system. By 2 a.m. on 34, a floor notorious for a 2019 jumper who landed on the plaza below. They split up to cover ground faster. Carlos and Elena on the east wing, Maria and Jamal west. Hallways long and dim, emergency exits glowing red at ends. Carlos mopped methodically, the wet slap echoing, while Elena wiped windows overlooking the glittering City Lake, Michigan black in the distance. That's when the mimicking began. Carlos heard his own voice from down the hall. Elena, check the conference room trash. Exact tone, his slight accent. He froze Elena right beside him, headphones off, eyes wide. You said that? She whispered. He hadn't. They crept toward the sound-empty cubicles. Nothing. Then laughter, Jamal's distinctive chuckle echoing from the west wing. Maria radioed, crackling. Jamal's with me, boss. That wasn't him. Static heavy. The team regrouped in the central lobby, uneasy but rationalizing. Echoes and vents. Old intercoms glitching. They pushed on, but the imitations escalated. Footsteps paralleling theirs, squeaky shoes on tile stopping when they stopped. Vacuum hums starting in distant rooms, though theirs were off. Maria's voice calling, Cuidado! From a dark office, her warning for spills, though she stood silent. By 3:30 a.m. on 35, the top vacant floor, sight of multiple jumps terror gripped fully. Lights flickered unpredictably, plunging sections into darkness. Shadows moved in peripherals. Tall figures in suits, standing motionless at cubicle edges, vanishing when spotlighted. The mimicking turned personal. Elena heard her mother's voice in Spanish. Mia, ven aquí, pleading from a corner office. She dropped her rag, tears starting her mom back in Mexico. Voice perfect. Jamal heard his girlfriend. Babe, why you working so late? Seductive, then angry. Carlos heard his kids. Daddy, come home! Giggling then crying. Maria clutched her rosary as saints' prayers whispered back in her own voice from ceilings. They barricaded in the main conference room, glass walls overlooking the city, table dusty, chairs askew. Radio's dead now, phones no signal this high. Outside the glass, shadows pacing, mimicking their huddled postures, exactly 4 figures sitting around an invisible table, heads turning in sync. One stood, dragging a mop that wasn't their, wet streaks appearing on the dry carpet inside their room. Cold, intensified frost forming on windows from inside. Breath plumes thick. Whispers layered. Past voices from the building suicide notes recited. Final phone calls reenacted. The vanished workers' screams echoing in vents. Climax at 4:45 a.m. lights out. Completely emergency reds bathing everything bloody. Door handles rattled from outside. Glass walls vibrated as fists pounded silently, handprints blooming across, matching theirs exactly. A figure appeared pressed against the glass. Featureless shadow wearing a cleaning uniform, face a void, mimicking Carlos's stance perfectly. It raised a hand, his hand raised involuntarily. The team screamed, breaking the spell. Jamal smashed a chair through a side window, alarm blaring finally. They fled down emergency stairs, 40 flights, legs burning, echoes chasing. Footsteps above and below, voices calling names in their own tones. Dawn security found them collapsed in the lobby, shaking frostbitten fingers, though summer. Footage reviewed. Glitches everywhere, shadows moving independently, no intruders, crew quit en masse. Building condemned months, later too many incidents. Carlos drives days now, avoids high-rises. Teams scattered, but connected, yearly nightmares shared. Voices mimicking loved ones, shadows wearing their faces. The building didn't want cleaning. It wanted company, echoing the lonely ends of those who jumped, trapping night workers to join the mimicry forever. This was one of the most disturbing, true, scary stories of cleaning crews ever shared. Real night shift team. As paranormal nightmare proving some empty offices aren't empty at all, just waiting to imitate you until you're part of them. If this creepy janitor horror left you terrified of overtime, checking reflections in dark windows, or rethinking night jobs forever, smash that like button. Share with friends who dare listen to true scary stories, and subscribe for more true scary stories of cleaning crews, disturbing real workplace horrors, and chilling paranormal employee encounters every week. Comment below. What's your creepiest cleaning or night shift experience? What country are you watching from? And what true horror theme next? More job-related terrors. Stay safe after dark, watch the shadows behind you, and I'll see you in the next one. The terrifying true after-hours school horror where a lone teacher heard former students reciting lessons in the darkened hallways until they started calling her name. True scary stories of teachers after hours. This haunting true scary teacher after hours story takes place in a crumbling old elementary school in a small, forgotten town in rural Pennsylvania, U.S. One of those aging brick buildings constructed in the 1940s with narrow hallways lined by faded lockers painted institutional green. Creaky wooden floors polished to a dull shine by decades of footsteps, tall windows that rattled in the wind, and classrooms still equipped with chalkboards, pull-down maps, and heavy oak desks bolted to the floor. Jefferson Elementary had a dark history whispered among locals. In 1957, a boiler explosion during a winter storm trapped 12 third graders and their teacher in the basement assembly room when the exits collapsed under snow and debris. Rescue came too late. Hypothermia and smoke claimed them all. The school rebuilt over the site, basement sealed, but staff over the years reported oddities. Children's laughter echoing after dismissal. Chalk writing lessons on boards overnight. Footsteps running in empty halls. Most dismissed it as settling pipes or overactive imaginations. By 2024, enrollment dwindled to under 200 kids. Many classrooms sat unused, furniture shrouded in dust sheets, lights kept off to save power. Budget cuts meant no janitors after 6 p.m. Teachers cleaned their own rooms. The events unfolded over a single late evening in November 2024. Recounted by 35-year-old third-grade teacher Emily Harper, a dedicated educator in her 8th year at Jefferson. Emily stayed late, often grading stacks of papers, prepping lessons, decorating bulletin boards with seasonal cutouts. She loved the quiet after buses left. No bells ringing, no chatter, just the hum of the ancient furnace and distant traffic on the county road. That Thursday, parent-teacher conferences ran long. By 7 p.m., The building emptied, principal locking the front doors, waving goodbye. Emily waved back from her second-floor classroom, room 212, overlooking the darkened playground with its rusted swings creaking in the wind. Outside, early dusk fell heavy under overcast skies, streetlights buzzing on one by one. Inside, her room glowed warm under a single desk lamp, construction paper turkeys taped to windows, student artwork pinned to corkboards, the faint scent of crayons, glue sticks, and dry erase markers lingering. She brewed coffee in the staff lounge microwave, bitter from sitting all day, then settled at her desk with a towering pile of math quizzes. Red pen ready, soft classical music playing low from her phone to fill the silence. The first hour passed productively. Emily graded steadily, sipping coffee, occasionally stretching to erase the whiteboard or straighten crooked name tags on cubbies. The building settled around her, pops from radiators cooling, wind whistling through old window frames. Around 8:15 p.m., she heard it faintly. Children's voices. Not loud, muffled, like from down the hall. Reciting something in unison, rhythmic. The Pledge of Allegiance? She paused her music. Silence. Shrugging, probably echo from a passing car radio or her imagination, she resumed. But 10 minutes later, clearer. 2 plus 2 is 4, 3 plus 3 is 6. The multiplication tables her class practiced daily. Exact cadence, young voices overlapping slightly like in group recitation. Coming from the first-floor hallway, near the sealed basement door, Emily's skin prickled. No after-school programs tonight. Building empty. She stepped to her door, peering into the dim hallway, emergency lights casting long red glows along the scuffed floor, lockers shadowed. "Hello?" she called softly. Echo returned, but no answer. Voices stopped. Uneasy but rational old building, acoustics weird. She closed the door, locked it out of habit though unnecessary, and texted the principal. Hearing weird echoes, probably nothing, lol. No reply, likely asleep. She pushed on grading, but focus wavered. 9 p.m. Voices again, louder, moving upstairs. The capital of Pennsylvania is Harrisburg. The Delaware River. Her own social studies lesson from last week, word for word. Footsteps accompanied, small shoes pattering on stairs, dozens, giggling interspersed. Heart racing now, Emily grabbed her flashlight app, crept to the hall. Lights off completely on her floor, motion sensors should activate, but didn't. Beam sweeping, empty, dust motes dancing, classroom doors closed. But chalk dust on the floor, fresh footprints, child-sized, leading from the stairwell toward her room, smelling faintly of smoke. She followed backward downstairs to the basement door. Padlocked since she started. Sign reading, storage authorized only. But voices emanated from behind. Recitation continuing, now the teacher's part, very good class. Now, who can tell me? A woman's voice, older, kind but strained. Panic rising, Emily backed away, radioing the custodial emergency line, no answer. Phone signal weak inside thick walls. She retreated to her classroom, barricading the door with a bookshelf just in case, ridiculous, but instinct. Sat at her desk, lamp the only light, trying to grade but hands shaking. 9:45, knocking on her door, small fists, rapid. Miss Harper? We have a question. Children's voices using her name. Exact students' tones, timid ones bold now, rowdy ones polite. About the test, can you help? She froze, tears welling. No, we kids gone home hours ago. The knocking spread classroom windows from outside, second floor, door rattling gently. Whispers through vents. We stayed late too. Waiting for you. Lights flickered. Her phone died despite full battery. Cold descended breath visible, frost creeping across windows from inside. Chalkboards in the room, activated dust rising as invisible hands wrote. Lessons from 1957 curriculum. Names of the lost children appearing one by one. Emily's desk drawer opened slowly, inside old yellowed class photo from 57. Faces scratched out except eyes staring. She never had that photo. Climax around 10:30. Door handle turned slowly despite barricade. Children's voices layered, pleading then angry. Let us in, teacher. It's cold down there. You left us. Shadows under the door, small feet shuffling. The bookshelf scraped forward, inch by inch, unnatural strength. Emily screamed, dialing 911, finally connecting. Intruders in school. Jefferson Elementary. Operator calm. Units en route. But whispers in her ear, now close, breath icy. Join the class. Forever recess. She hid in the supply closet, crayons crunching underfoot. Paint smell overpowering, huddled among construction paper stacks. Recitation continued outside. Full lesson, her own voice mimicked perfectly correcting answers. Hours felt eternal, cold, numbing, sobs muffled. Sirens finally distant around midnight. Police burst in flashlights sweeping, finding her hypothermic, babbling. Building empty, but evidence. Chalkboards filled with perfect 1957 handwriting. Child footprints in dust leading to basement padlocks snapped, door ajar for first time in decades. Inside, old assembly room untouched, small handprints frozen on walls. Emily took medical leave, never returned. Therapy for PTSD. School closed permanently that year, demolished finally. She hears recitation sometimes in quiet moments. Multiplication tables, her name called softly. The children weren't angry, they were waiting for a teacher who stayed late, to complete the class forever. The disturbing true story of the completely silent neighbors who lived next door for years, but were never actually seen by anyone. True scary stories of silent neighbors. This deeply unnerving true scary story of silent neighbors takes place in a quiet, older apartment building in a mid-sized city in Oregon. USAA 3-story brick complex built in the 1970s. With thin walls that carried every footstep, door slam, and muffled conversation, surrounded by overgrown laurel hedges, a cracked parking lot lit by flickering sodium lamps, and a constant damp Pacific Northwest mist that clung to everything year-round. The building had 12 units, mostly long-term renters who kept to themselves. Young professionals, retirees, a few families. Maintenance was minimal. The landlord lived hours away, responding only to emergencies, so leaks when unfixed hallways smelled faintly of mildew and old carpet, and the basement laundry room with its coin-operated machines hummed late into the night, under a single buzzing bulb. Everyone knew everyone by sound if not by sight. The couple in 2B arguing at 2 a.m. The dog in 3A barking at squirrels. The heavy footsteps of the guy in 1C coming home from night shifts. Except for apartment 2A. No one ever heard a thing from 2A. No footsteps, no TV, no voices, no doors opening or closing. For years. The story comes from a 31-year-old woman named Sarah, a remote software developer who moved into 2C in early 2021, right after the lockdowns eased. Sarah chose the building for the cheap rent, and the quiet vibe perfect for focus calls and late-night coding. Her unit was a mirror layout of 2A living rooms sharing a wall with their living room, bedroom wall against theirs, even the bathrooms back-to-back with plumbing that usually transmitted flushes and showers. She met most neighbors in passing, friendly nods with the elderly widow in 1A, who baked banana bread for new tenants, waves to the college students in 3B, blasting music on weekends, chats in the laundry room with the single dad in 1B about the unreliable dryers. But 2A? The name on the mailbox read J and M Harlow, handwritten in faded ink that never changed. No one remembered seeing them move in. Records showed they been there since 2015. The landlord confirmed rent always arrived on time, cash in the Dropbox, no late fees ever. Quietest tenants I've got, he said when Sarah asked casually during her lease signing. Never a complaint. At first, the silence was a relief. No noisy neighbors banging around while Sarah worked. She'd press her ear to the shared wall, sometimes during breaks, nothing. Dead quiet, like the unit was empty. But small things accumulated slowly, building a creeping unease over months. In spring 2021, Sarah noticed the peephole in her door had a tiny scratch on the lens, like someone had rubbed it clean repeatedly from the hallway side. She thought nothing of it. Then lights. Late at night, around 2 or 3 a.m., when she couldn't sleep and paced her living room, she'd see a faint glow under 2A's door, dim, bluish like a screen, but no sound, no movement. It would vanish if she stared too long. Once, doing laundry at midnight, she found a single sock on the dryer, not hers, plain gray, damp as if recently worn, but no one else in the basement. She tossed it in the lost and found bin. Days later, it was gone. By summer, watching feeling began. Sarah would be at her desk facing the window overlooking the parking lot and sense eyes on her back from the shared wall. Impossible, but the prickling was constant. She'd spin around nothing. Curtains in 2A's windows always drawn tight, no gaps, no silhouettes. But packages started appearing. Amazon boxes at her door that she hadn't ordered, small things like her favorite brand of coffee pods, the exact yoga mat she'd wish-listed, a book she'd mentioned in a Zoom call. Always unsigned, return labels blank. She reported to the carrier misdeliveries, they said. But the addresses were hers. Security cams in the hall? The building didn't have any too old, too cheap. Fall brought escalation. Sarah dated briefly a guy from an app who came over twice. Both times, the next morning, she found notes slipped under her door. Plain white paper, typed in generic font. He seems nice. The second. He talks too loud. No threats, just observations. She changed locks anyway, landlord grumbled, but approved. Installed a Ring camera inside facing her door. Footage showed nothing, no one approaching. Yet notes kept coming. You left the stove on last night. She had. Briefly. Beautiful dress for the interview. Zoom interview, curtains closed. Her sleep suffered. She jumped at every creak. Convinced sounds came through walls that shouldn't, faint breathing synchronized with hers. Soft footsteps mirroring her pacing but delayed by seconds. Winter 2021 to 2022 isolated her further. Snow blanketed the lot, muffling the world. Sarah worked from home, rarely leaving. The silence from 2A became oppressive, unnatural in a building where everyone else's lives leaked through walls. One storm night, power flickered. Her Wi-Fi died. Bored, she pressed her ear to the wall. For the first time, sound. Scratching, slow, deliberate, like nails tracing her movements on the other side. She jerked back. Then tapping, exact rhythm of her typing from earlier, mimicking. Heart slamming, she banged on the wall. Who's there? Dead silence returned. But her doorbell cam caught it. Hallway empty. But 2A's door cracked open, 6 inches darkness inside. No face visible. Then closed slowly. Paranoia peaked in 2022. Sarah confided in the widow in 1A over tea. Ever see anyone from 2A? The old woman paled. No, dear. Not once. But years ago, before you, the previous tenant in your unit swore the same, watching notes. Moved out suddenly. Police reports filed. Stalking, possible squatting. Officers knocked on 2, a no answer. Landlord forced entry days later. Unit empty, dust thick. Furniture minimal and old. Fridge bare but power on. No personal items. Vacant, they said. But rent still paid monthly. Cash appearing magically. Sarah moved out spring 2023, breaking lease, losing deposit. But the horror followed. New apartment across town, notes resumed under door. Miss your wall. New place is nicer. She changed cities entirely. New name considerations. Years later, 2025, she learned from old neighbors. 2 is still rented to Harlow. No one ever seen entering or leaving. Mailbox overflows sometimes, but rent arrives. Cameras finally installed, building-wide footage glitches only on 2A's door. Static when it opens alone at night. Shadows moving inside vacant rooms. Were they ever there? Ghosts? Something watching without form? Or people so silent, so patient, they became part of the walls, observing lives next door, collecting details, waiting for... what? Sarah avoids shared walls, now detached house only, lights blazing, noise machines drowning silence. She still checks peepholes obsessively, convinced faint scratching follows in quiet moments. Some neighbors aren't loud because they're rude. They're silent because they're listening always. The Very Scary True Music Festival horror story, where masked figures in the crowd started copying attendees, every move until they replaced them one by one. Very Scary True Festival horror stories. This profoundly disturbing true festival horror story unfolds over the 3 nights of the Eclipse Sound Festival in the summer of 2024, held on a vast remote private ranch in the high desert of Nevada. U.S. afar beyond the famous Burning Man grounds, in a place where cell service fades to nothing. The nearest highway is an hour's bumpy dirt road away, and the landscape stretches out as endless sagebrush. Red rock formations and jagged mountains silhouetted against star-filled skies that feel oppressively close. The festival drew about 8,000 attendees, mostly 20 and 30-somethings chasing that. Perfect mix of electronic music, art installations, and communal vibes, with multiple stages scattered across the dusty terrain. The massive main Eclipse stage, with its towering LED screens and thumping bass that vibrated in your chest, the intimate. Desert Bloom tent for chill sets the psychedelic. Mirage Dome glowing with projections, and roving art cars blaring tunes as they crawled through campsites. Tickets sold out fast, promising total immersion, with themed dress masks. Glow paint, elaborate costumes encouraged, and no re-entry once gates closed Thursday night. The event was independently run, low-key security, mostly volunteer rangers in neon vests patrolling on golf carts. Attendees camped in tents, RVs, or elaborate theme camps with shaded structures, string lights, and communal kitchens. The air smelled constantly of dust, sunscreen, weed smoke, and grilled food from vendor booths slinging overpriced tacos and acai bowls. The account comes from a 28-year-old woman named Ava, a graphic designer from Seattle, who attended with her tight-knit group of 5 friends. Her best friend, Mia, 27, the planner who scored VIP wristbands. Adventurous couple Ryan and Jess, both 29, and quiet photographer Alex, 30. They'd gone to festivals before Coachella, Bonnaroo, but Eclipse Sound promised something raw, more transformative. They arrived Thursday afternoon in Ryan's decked-out van, dust clouds billowing as they parked in the sprawling camping grid. Setup took hours, erecting their shaded hexagon tent cluster, stringing fairy lights, inflating air mattresses, stocking coolers with ice that would melt fast in 100-degree days. By dusk, the festival pulsed a live bass rumbling from distant stages, attendees in glittering costumes. Streaming toward the gate's art installations lighting up, massive metal sculptures breathing fire-mirrored obelisks reflecting infinite crowds, a giant glowing lotus structure pulsing with the music. Ava felt that electric anticipation, phone already filling with photos. Group selfies in neon face paint, Mia's elaborate butterfly mask, the sunset bleeding orange over the desert. Friday kicked off perfectly. Day sets under brutal sun, dancing in the main stage dust clouds, chugging water to stay hydrated, laughing as glow sticks flew during builds and drops. They explored, climbing a sculpture for panoramic views, chilling in the Mirage Dome's trippy visuals, sharing joints in shaded hammocks. Night fell cooler, stars exploding overhead without light pollution. Headliners hit, thumping EDM, lasers slicing the sky, crowd surging as one. Ava lost herself in the music, sweat slick, arms raised, friends nearby marked by their glow accessories, Mia's liddy butterfly wings, Alex's flashing camera strap. Around 2 a.m., winding down at a smaller stage, Ava noticed the first oddity. A figure in the crowd edge, wearing an identical outfit to hers, black crop top, holographic skirt, even the same neon face paint dots. Masked full-face LED that shifted colors. She laughed, doppelganger alert. Snapped a pic with Mia. The figure stood motionless, head tilted, mirroring her pose exactly when she waved. Creepy but festival vibes. People loved themes. They wandered back to camp, exhausted, collapsing into tents as distant bass faded. Saturday built hotter, dustier. Hangovers nursed with mimosas from a neighboring camp's bar setup. More exploring. Yoga in a dome at noon, art car parades with flamethrowers, silent disco and headphones that made the crowd look possessed, everyone dancing to different beats. Ava felt watched, intermittently spotting her doppelganger again near food vendors, standing still amid the flow, head following her movements precisely. Closer look. Mask blank now, no LEDs, just smooth white with faint eye slits. Unnerving, but crowds huge, easy to lose track. Friends teased. Your twins obsessed. Evening brought peak energy sunset sets painting the sky blood red, main stage packed shoulder to shoulder. During a massive drop, Ava glanced sideways. The figure inches away, copying her exact dance moves, arms whipping in sync, feet stepping identical. She stopped. The figure stopped a beat later. Heart skipping, she pushed through the crowd to Mia. That person's freaking me out, following me. Mia scanned. Nothing. Festival weirdos, babe? Stay close. Night deepened. Temperature plunging to chilly. Bonfires dotted campsites, people bundling in blankets. The group split briefly, Ava and Alex hitting a late-night techno tent while others chilled at camp. Inside the tent, strobe lights disorienting. Bass visceral Ava danced hard, losing time. But the mirroring returned. In flashes, figures around her copying movements perfectly, delayed by seconds. Not one multiple. She spotted Ryan's exact outfit on a still figure outside the flap, Jess's flower crown on another lurking near the bar. Panic rising, she grabbed Alex. Something's wrong, people imitating us. He looked, saw nothing unusual in the sea of masks. But his camera captured anomalies later. Photos with extra figures and backgrounds, faces blank under masks, poses frozen mid-mimic. Back at camp around 3 a.m., reunion tense. Mia laughed off Ava's paranoia. Dehydration Molly flashbacks? But Ryan admitted seeing his double staring from across a fire pit earlier, unmoving. Jess felt watched all day. They huddled around their propane heater, sharing stories to calm nerves. Then silence fell unnatural. No distant music, no chatter from neighboring camps. Just wind whispering through sagebrush. Flashlights sweeping. Shadows moved between tense, tall figures in attendees' exact outfits. Masks featureless now, standing at camp perimeters. Copying the group's huddled posture exactly. One stepped forward when Ryan did, mirroring perfectly. Screams erupted, neighbors poking heads out, confused. The figures didn't react, just heads tilting in sync. Panic spread through nearby camps, others noticing their own twins lurking. Rangers called on radios, no response, signals jammed somehow. The group barricaded in their main tent, zippers tied, furniture piled. Outside. Footsteps circling, soft but deliberate. Whispers not wind, mimicking their earlier conversation word for word, voices identical but flat. Mali flashbacks. Repeated back. Tents shook gently as figures pressed against fabric, outlines visible, faces pressing close, masks smooth and eyeless. Cold seeped in unnaturally. Breath fogging inside, though heater running. Phones died one by one despite charges. Hours of terror mirroring every movement inside. When Ava shifted, a shadow outside shifted identically. Scratching on nylon, slow, testing. Dawn Sunday gray and dusty, figures gone. Exhausted attendees emerged, many reporting the same. Doppelgangers copying moves. Replacing friends briefly in crowds. Someone turning to talk, face wrong under mask. Dozens missing by roll call, never found, assumed, wandered into desert, dehydrated. Festival shut down early, buses evacuating in chaos. Ava's group left traumatized, therapy for months, friendships strained by paranoia. Investigation later. Ranch had history, native land with legends of skinwalkers mimicking to replace. Plus a 1980s festival on the site where a cult vanished overnight, leaving identical masked effigies. Attendees missing persons cases unsolved, some reports sightings years later. Familiar faces in crowds at other festivals, silent, watching, waiting to copy again. The masks weren't costumes. They were becoming the crowd, one imitation at a time. The terrifying true Home Alone horror story where every mirror in the house started showing a shadowy figure, standing behind me when I was completely alone. True scary stories from Home Alone experiences. This chilling true Home Alone horror story takes place over a single stormy weekend in October 2025 in a spacious but aging two-story suburban house on a quiet cul-de-sac in a small town outside Columbus, Ohio, U.S., a neighborhood of similar 1980s colonials with manicured lawns. Basketball hoops over garage doors and mature oak trees that cast long shadows across driveways in the fall. The house belonged to 29-year-old marketing coordinator named Rachel, who had bought it 2 years earlier as her first home after a promotion allowed her to escape apartment living. It was perfect for one person. Open concept kitchen flowing into a cozy living room with a brick fireplace. 3 bedrooms upstairs, master with ensuite 1 converted to a home office, the third a guest room barely used, a finished basement rec room with an old pool table from the previous owners, and plenty of windows letting in natural light. Though Rachel had noticed the glass always seemed to reflect oddly, especially at night. The walls were thin enough to hear the occasional neighbor's dog barking or car doors slamming. But the street was safe, low crime, the kind where people left garage doors open by accident. Rachel's family lived 3 hours away. Her boyfriend traveled frequently for work. And that weekend he was in Chicago for a conference, leaving her blissfully alone for the first time in months. Planning a relaxing self-care retreat. Takeout. Binge-watching true crime docs, ironically, face masks, and early bedtimes. Friday evening started ideally. Rachel arrived home around 6 p.m., after a half-day at the office. Rain already pattering on the roof as a cold front moved in. She kicked off her heels in the foyer-tiled entry with a large antique mirror she thrifted full length and ornate. Reflecting the staircase behind her, changed into comfy leggings and an oversized hoodie, ordered Thai food and poured a glass of wine. The house smelled like her usual vanilla candle burning on the coffee table, mixed with the faint mustiness of the basement after recent rains. She curled up on the plush sectional, TV glowing with a documentary about unsolved disappearances, rain intensifying to a steady drum against the windows. All mirrors and reflective surfaces caught the flicker kitchen backsplash tiles. The black TV screen went off, bathroom medicine cabinet, the hallway one upstairs. Nothing unusual. She'd glance and see only herself, wine glass in hand, hair messy from the humidity. By 9 p.m., full and tipsy, Rachel headed upstairs for a long bath. Master bathroom, spacious clawfoot tub, double vanity with huge mirrors spanning the wall, soft lighting from sconces. She filled the tub with bubbles, foam playing a podcast, steam fogging the glass. Wiping a clear spot to check a text froze. In the reflection, behind her shoulder, a shadowy figure. Tall, indistinct, darker than the steam, standing motionless in the doorway. She spun empty bathroom, door still closed as she'd left it. Heart stuttering, she laughed nervously trick of the light, shadow from the hallway sconce. She locked the door anyway, sank into the water, trying to relax. But every glance at the mirror showed nothing now. Just her. Bedtime around 11. Upstairs hallway mirror at the landing, another thrift find, oval and gilded, reflected her in pajamas, towel turbaned hair. She paused to remove makeup, peering close. The shadow again fainter, but there directly behind her, head tilted as if examining. She whipped around empty hall, bedroom doors closed, guest room dark. Hello? Voice echoed slightly in the quiet house. Rain lashed windows harder, wind howling through eaves. Downstairs lights off, everything secure. She checked locks twice, habit from watching too many horror movies. The shadow vanished when she turned back. Exhaustion, she told herself. Wine and steam playing games. She crawled into bed, leaving the bathroom light on for comfort, fan whirring to drown the storm. Sleep came fitful. Around 2 a.m., Rachel woke to silence. The rain paused, house creaking in the lull. Thirsty, she padded to the bathroom for water. Vanity mirror. Shadow clearer now, standing right behind where she stood at the sink, elongated, features blurred but humanoid arms at sides, head cocked. She screamed, dropping the glass shattering on tile. Spun no one. But the mirror showed it still there, unmoving, as if waiting. She fled to the bedroom, slamming the door, heart pounding so hard it hurt. Texted her boyfriend. Weird shadows in mirrors. Scaring myself lol. He replied grudgingly from Chicago. Old house reflections. Call if real issue. She turned on every light upstairs, checked closets, under beds, nothing. Even peeked out windows. Street deserted, neighbors' houses dark, rain starting again in sheets. Saturday morning gray and soggy. Rachel brewed strong coffee, trying to shake the night. Downstairs kitchen backsplash mirrors reflecting the island. Shadow in the corner reflection, lurking near the pantry. She avoided looking, ate cereal standing at the counter facing away. Day dragged. Worked on laptop in living room, back to the fireplace wall, no mirrors there. But the big foyer one caught her eye passing. Shadow visible behind her reflection on the stairs, closer. She covered it with a throw blanket. Called a friend for a chat, laughed it off as haunted house vibes, but voice shook. Friend suggested. Burn sage or something, girl? Rachel ordered delivery groceries instead, avoiding leaving. Afternoon storm returned, fiercer thunder rumbling, power flickering twice. Basement flooded slightly in one corner, usual after heavy rain. She mopped anxiously, avoiding the small mirror down there on the rec room wall. Upstairs office work desk facing window, but the computer screen black reflected the room. Shadow standing in the doorway behind her. She unplugged the monitor. Dread built every reflective surface tainted now. Phone screen went off, showed faint outlines. Microwave door, even the toaster's chrome. She covered what she could with towels, taped paper over the bathroom vanity. Evening isolation crushed. Takeout pizza arrived, delivery guy chatty about the storm. No odd vibes. Rachel ate in the living room, TV loud for company. But passing the covered foyer, mirror blanket shifted slightly, as if moved. She fixed it, hands trembling. 10 p.m. Decided on early shower to calm nerves. Bathroom mirror uncovered for practicality, steam rising. She stepped in. Through the fog glass shower door, reflective when wet. Shadow pressed close outside the curtain, waiting. She yanked it open empty. Rinsed fast, wrapped in towel, fled. Midnight. Power out completely, storm peak, thunder crashing, wind screaming. House plunged to dark except phone flashlight. Rachel huddled downstairs on the couch, candles lit, every mirror covered or avoided. But reflections in windows now storm dark, outside. Inside glow showing the rooms. Shadow in every pane, standing behind where she sat, multiplying as she moved rooms. Closer in some, reaching almost. Whispers started faint, through the howl. Her own voice recorded from calls? I'm alone. So alone, repeated back. Footsteps upstairs slow, deliberate, creaking floorboards she knew intimately. Panic full, Rachel barricaded in the pantry shelves of cans. No Windows Phone 911 on speaker. Something in my house. Shadows following. Operator, stay calm. Officers en route storm slowing response. Minutes eternal scratching on doors, whispers circling. Look at me. See me, cold spots moving, breath visible. Candle flames bending toward cracks. Sirens finally through rain around 1 a.m. Police searched house empty. No break-in, mirrors normal under covers. Stress power outage hallucinations, they said kindly. Waiting till power restored at 2. Rachel stayed with a friend that night, returned Sunday warily. But mirrors stayed wrong weeks after. Shadow lingering in glimpses, closer when alone. She sold the house spring 2026. New owners reported nothing, but Rachel avoids reflections now, covers them all in her new apartment. Some presences, once seen, wait behind the glass for you to be truly alone, patient, watching, ready to step through when you finally look again. The terrifying true doorbell camera footage that captured a faceless figure ringing the bell at exactly 3:33 a.m. every night until it finally spoke my name. True scary stories involving doorbell cameras. This deeply disturbing true scary doorbell camera story takes place over the span of 3 harrowing weeks in November 2025, in a newly built but isolated single-family home on the outskirts of a growing suburb in northern Texas, USA. A neighborhood still half under construction, with empty lots overgrown with weeds. Streetlights spaced far apart, casting pools of orange glow on fresh asphalt. And distant highway hummed the only constant sound after dark. The house was a modern 3-bedroom ranch style with smart features everywhere. Automated lights, voice-controlled thermostat, and most importantly for the owner, a top-of-the-line Ring doorbell camera with 4K night vision, motion alerts, two-way audio, and cloud storage that notified her phone instantly. The homeowner was 32-year-old nurse practitioner named Kayla, a night shift worker at a local hospital who had moved in 6 months earlier after a divorce, seeking a fresh start in a quiet area away from her ex's city apartment. She lived alone, no pets, allergies, no roommates, preferred solitude after the marriage, with a routine that revolved around 12-hour shifts, home by 8 a.m., sleep till 4 p.m., gym or errands, then work again at 7 p.m. The house felt safe. Double deadbolts. Alarm system. The doorbell cam, her peace of mind purchase after hearing too many break-in stories from patients. Front porch, simple welcome mat, potted mums for fall, motion floodlight above the door. Backyard fenced, but overlooked empty fields where coyotes howled sometimes. The trouble started subtly on November 3rd, a chilly Tuesday. Kayla got home from her shift around 7:45 a.m. Exhausted, scrubs still on, grabbing mail from the box. Her phone buzzed mid-yawn. Ring alert. Motion detected at your front door. Timestamp 3:33 a.m. hours before she arrived. She opened the app in the kitchen, brewing coffee, expecting a raccoon or stray cat, common in the developing area. Footage loaded, crystal clear night vision, porch empty at first. Then a figure stepped into frame, tall, over 6 feet, dressed in a long dark coat, despite mild weather, hood up. Face completely obscured in shadow, no features visible, just blackness where a face should be. It stood motionless for 30 seconds, head tilted toward the camera as if staring directly into the lens. Then reached out slowly, gloved hand, and pressed the doorbell. Ding-dong echoed in the silent clip. Figure didn't move after, just stood another full minute before stepping back out of frame smoothly. No hurry. No car in driveway, no footsteps audible. Kayla's stomach twisted. Prank? She checked live view, empty. Posted the clip anonymously on a neighborhood Facebook group. Anyone else getting weird visitors? Crickets, no responses, just views. She brushed it off as a one-off, teenagers testing new houses maybe. Changed the chime sound for fun, enabled person detection alerts only. Slept uneasy that day, waking to check the app obsessively. Nothing. Work that night, normal, busy, or home by dawn again. But November 5th, 3:33 a.m. Alert. Same figure. Exact time. Same approach, slow, deliberate steps into frame from the side. No approach visible from street. Stand. Stare at camera. Ring bell. Wait, leave. Night vision perfect, no face, just void under hood. Coat same. Gloves same. Kayla watched live this time from bed, heart pounding, but by the time she opened the app, it was backing away. She spoke through the two-way. "Who are you? Get off my property." Figure paused mid-step, head snapping back to camera, then continued off-frame. Police non-emergency call. Prowler on camera. Officer came next day, reviewed footage. Shrugged. No crime yet, no face for ID. Could be kids in a mask. Call if they return or threaten. Installed extra floodlights, motion sprinklers for deterrence. But it returned. Every night Kayla worked 3:33 a.m. Precisely like clockwork. Off nights? Nothing. Figure knew her schedule. November 7 clip. After ringing, it leaned close to the lens, black void filling the screen. Faint breathing audible through the mic, raspy and deliberate. Kayla screamed watching playback, dropping her phone. Started varying routine, calling in sick once, staying awake. That night, no alert. Relief short-lived. Back to shifts. Alerts resumed. Escalation November 10th. Figure brought something, a small white envelope, placed carefully on the mat after ringing. Kayla retrieved at dawn inside, typed note. "You work hard. Be safe driving home." Exact phrase she texted her mom nightly. No prints, generic paper. Panicful, how did it know? Changed all passwords, checked for hacked phone clean. Told close friend over video call, crying, "It's watching me somehow." Week 2. Psychological torment deepened. Figure varied slightly, sometimes holding flowers, dead roses left on mat. Once a coffee cup from her hospital's cafeteria, logo visible. Notes personal. "Love your blue scrubs. Long shift tonight?" Kayla stopped sleeping, napped at work in break room. Installed second camera inside foyer. Facing door, no alerts there. Ever. Police again stack out one night. Nothing happened. Figure knows, officer joked uneasily. Kayla took leave, stayed with sister 30 minutes away, alerts stopped. Returned after a week. First night back, 3:33 a.m. Figure waiting, holding sign. "Missed you." Then rang. Climax November 17th. Storm, night, thunder, power flickers. Kayla home alone, every light on, shotgun from her dad's old collection loaded, Texas. 3:33 alert, figure in pouring rain, coat soaked but unmoving. Rang once. Then spoke, voice through speaker, distorted, genderless whisper. "Kay. Ah," her name. Drawn out. She screamed back through app, "Leave me alone." Figure tilted head, then opened the door. "I'm cold." Repeated her exact words from a phone call she'd had inside the house days earlier, arguing with her ex. It knew inside conversations. Backdoor camera, newly installed. Same figure there, simultaneously impossible. Splitting, or more than one. Kayla called 911 live dispatcher, hearing the whispers through her phone as she played footage. Figure at front, pressed face, the lens void cracking slightly, revealing pale skin but no features, like a mask slipping. Then, "Let me in. I know you're alone." Power cut, house dark, cameras offline, temporarily on battery. Pounding started, fists on door, windows. Kayla barricaded in upstairs closet, gun ready, sobbing on phone with police. Sirens approached after agonizing minutes. Lights returned. Figure gone. No footprints in mud, no evidence except footage. Police escalated, FBI consulted for stalking. Kayla moved permanently, sold house remotely. Buyer reported nothing, but Kayla's cloud account still gets alerts sometimes. Old footage re-uploaded at 3:33 a.m. Figure staring, whispering her name, though address changed. Was it human? Stalker with inside knowledge? Or something using the camera, watching through it? Learning, waiting for the perfect alone moment to cross over. Smart homes see everything. But something see back. The very scary true subscriber story of the hidden room behind my closet that contained perfect replicas of my entire life. Very scary true subscriber stories. This incredibly disturbing true subscriber story was sent in by a viewer who wishes to remain anonymous for their own safety. We'll call them Alex, a 34-year-old software engineer living alone in a modest 2-story rental house in a quiet, older residential neighborhood in Portland, Oregon, USA. The events unfolded gradually over the course of several months in late 2024 into early 2025, turning what started as mild curiosity about an odd house feature into a full-blown psychological nightmare that forced Alex to abandon the home they had lived in comfortably for 5 years. The house itself was unremarkable from the outside. A 1940s craftsman with peeling sage green paint, a small front porch cluttered with potted herbs. A detached garage out back overgrown with blackberry bushes and neighbors far enough away that you rarely heard more than the occasional lawnmower or dog bark. Inside, it was cozy hardwood floors that creaked in familiar patterns, a kitchen with vintage tile counters, 2 bedrooms upstairs, and a walk-in closet in the master that Alex had always thought was unusually deep, with a false back wall they assumed was just poor design from a previous renovation. Alex first noticed something strange in September 2024, during a routine fall cleaning spree. They were reorganizing the master closet, pushing aside hanging clothes, vacuuming dust bunnies from corners, sorting old shoeboxes of cables and memorabilia when their hand brushed the back wall panel. It felt loose, hollow, not like the solid drywall elsewhere. Curiosity piqued. Alex tapped along it. A distinct thunk-thunk hollow pattern. No big deal, old houses have quirks. They grabbed a flashlight and pushed gently. The panel, about 3 feet wide by 6 tall, swung inward on hidden hinges like a secret door, revealing a narrow, pitch-black space beyond. The air that rushed out was stale, cold, carrying a faint, musty scent like damp paper and old fabric. Alex's heart skipped childhood adventure fantasies flashing, but they shone the light incautiously. The beam revealed a small hidden room, roughly 8 by 10 feet, completely finished. Painted walls the exact shade of beige as their bedroom, carpet matching the hallway runner, even recessed lighting with a pull-chain switch. But what froze Alex in place wasn't the room itself, it was the contents. Perfect replicas of their life. On a small desk against one wall, an exact duplicate of their work laptop, same stickers, same scuffs. Beside it, a stack of notebooks filled with handwriting that matched theirs perfectly, entries mirroring journal pages Alex had written weeks earlier. Shelves lined the walls, clothes identical to theirs hanging neatly, favorite hoodies, jeans, even underwear folded precisely. Shoes arranged below, same brands, same wear patterns on the solace. A small dresser held jewelry, replicas, rings, watches, the necklace from their late grandmother. On a corkboard, printed photos of Alex's friends, family, vacations, exact copies of ones on their phone and framed in the real house. In the corner, a twin bed made up with the same bedding set, pillows fluffed identically. And most chilling, a full-length mirror reflecting the empty room, but when Alex stepped closer, the reflection showed them standing there, flashlight in hand, expression of shock mirrored perfectly. Alex stumbled back, slamming the panel shut, heart hammering. They didn't sleep that night, barricaded the closet door with a dresser, searched online for hidden rooms in houses, mostly murder caches or prohibition speakeasies, told no one yet, rationalizing. Previous tenant obsessed? Stalker who broke in years ago. The house had been rented before, maybe a crazy ex of the landlord. Alex installed a cheap keypad lock on the bedroom door, avoided the closet, tried to forget. But curiosity and unease gnawed. October brought subtle escalations. Alex started noticing small displacements in the real house. A coffee mug moved an inch on the counter, a book on the nightstand opened to a different page. Nothing stolen, just touched. One rainy evening, working late in the home office downstairs, Alex heard faint rustling upstairs like fabric brushing, drawers opening softly. They froze, listening, exact sounds of someone organizing a closet. Grabbed a baseball bat, crept up, bedroom empty, closet panel closed. But the air smelled faintly of their own cologne. That night, nightmares. Dreaming of standing in the hidden room, watching themselves sleep in the real bed through a peephole that didn't exist. By November, the intrusions felt deliberate. Alex came home from grocery shopping to find their real closet, rearranged clothes sorted by color, something they never did. Shoes aligned perfectly. And a new addition, a small notebook on the shelf, open to a fresh page with handwriting matching theirs. Noticed the room yet? Good. Alex burned it in the fireplace, shaking. Installed hidden nanny cams in the bedroom, one facing the closet, one the bed. Footage that night, nothing at first. Then at 2:47 a.m., the panel creaked open slowly. No one visible entering, but items moved on their own. Clothes shifting as if browsed, the duplicate laptop opening, screen glowing faintly. Then the panel closed. Alex watched the clip 100 times, no figure, just poltergeist-like activity. Reported to police, an officer came, searched the hidden room, now empty of replicas, vanished. Shrugged, squatter may be cleared out. Change locks, get an alarm. But the replicas returned slowly, insidiously. First, one shirt reappeared in the hidden closet. Then the laptop, screen now showing Alex's real desktop background. Notes escalated. Pages in the duplicate notebooks detailing Alex's daily routines. Coffee at 8:12. Call with mom at noon. Gym skipped again. Exact. Private. Alex stopped journaling, varied routines, took time off work. Friends noticed weight loss. Paranoia Alex confided in one close friend over encrypted chat, who urged moving out. But rent was cheap, job remote Alex stayed, obsessed with figuring it out. Added motion lights in the hidden room, tripwire alarms. December's cold snap brought isolation holidays alone, rain turning to sleet tapping windows like fingers. The mimicking intensified. Alex would cook dinner here, faint clinking in the hidden room, exact sounds of chopping, stirring. Watch TV volume low in the duplicate space, same show sensed. One night, showering, water running in the hidden ensuite, plumbing mirrored. Stepping out, fogged mirror in real bathroom wiped clean with words. You look tired. Sleep well. Handprint fresh, larger than theirs. Climax hit New Year's Eve 2024 to 2025. Alex, determined to confront, set up camp in the bedroom, cameras rolling, bat ready, energy drinks to stay awake. Midnight fireworks distant in the city. At 3:17 a.m. panel opened. This time, a figure emerged, exact replica of Alex. Same height, build, clothes from that day, face identical down to stubble and tired eyes. It moved fluidly, mirroring Alex's shocked stance perfectly but delayed by seconds. Replica smiled, Alex hadn't. It walked to the real bed, sat, stared. Alex screamed, swung the bat passed through like air, but solid enough to rustle sheets. Replica whispered in Alex's voice, I've been here longer. This is my life now. Then returned to the hidden room. Panel closing. Alex fled that night, drove to a hotel. Never returned. Landlord found the house empty. Hidden room stripped again, but replicas of Alex's abandoned items appeared over time for the next tenant, who moved out faster. Alex lives in a high-rise apartment now, no closets deeper than standard, everything minimal. Therapy helps, but mirrors avoided. Reflections distrusted. The replica? Still there, perhaps living the life perfectly, waiting for the next curious tenant to discover the room and become the copy. The shadow in the mirror. A true disturbing bar horror story. This happened to me personally in the winter of 2022. When I was 28 and working night shifts at a quiet neighborhood bar called The Lantern in a small coastal town in Northern California. The bar was tucked away on a foggy street near the dock's old brick walls covered in faded nautical posters, a long mahogany counter scarred from decades of glasses and knives, low-hanging, lamps that cast warm but dim amber light, and big mirrors behind the shelves that made the place feel bigger than it really was. On weeknights, especially in the off-season, it was dead quiet. Fishermen came early and left by 10. Tourists avoided the fog, and only a few locals lingered. I liked it that way, peaceful, good tips from regulars, and time to study for my online classes between pours. That night, December 14th, the fog was so thick you couldn't see across the street. It rolled in off the ocean like smoke, muffling every sound. No cars passed. No voices outside. Just the occasional creak of the old building settling and the low hum of the refrigerator. I remember checking my phone at 11:45 p.m. battery at 40%. One missed text from my mom, asking if I was okay working alone again. I was used to it. The owner trusted me to close. There was a panic button under the register, a landline, and my car parked right out front. By midnight, the last two customers had left. Tommy, a retired crab fisherman, who always tipped in crumpled fives, and Jenna, a nurse who came in twice a week for one gin and tonic before heading home. I locked the front door behind them out of habit, flipped the sign to closed, and started my routine, wiping down the bar, restocking bottles, counting the till. The jukebox had shut off hours ago, so the only sounds were my footsteps, the clink of glass, and the distant, rhythmic crash of waves against the pier. That's when I first noticed something off in the mirror. I was polishing a pint glass, looking down at my hands, when I glanced up into the big mirror behind the liquor shelves. For a split second, I saw someone standing at the far end of the bar, tall, in a dark hoodie, face hidden in shadow. I froze. My heart slammed against my ribs. But when I whipped around, the bar was empty. Completely empty. No one there. Just the stools lined up neatly, the faint smell of Tommy's cigarette lingering in the air. I laughed it off at first. You're tired, girl, I told myself. Long shifts do that, play tricks on your eyes. Reflections, shadows from the lamps, fog pressing against the windows. I shook it off and kept cleaning. But then it happened again. I was reaching up to grab a bottle of Jameson from the top shelf. standing on my tiptoes when I saw it in the mirror. The same figure, closer this time, right behind me, like 3 stools down. The hood was up, face completely black, no features, just void. I felt the hairs on my neck stand up. I spun around fast, dropping the rag in my hand. Nothing, no one. The bar was still empty, dead silent. I backed up against the shelves, breathing hard, scanning every corner. The bathrooms were down a short hallway. I hadn't heard the door open or close. The back exit was bolted from the inside, front door still locked. I grabbed my phone to check the time, 12:27 a.m. Then I opened the camera and switched to selfie mode, aiming it around the room like a makeshift security check. Clear. I told myself it was exhaustion. I'd been pulling double shifts all week. Maybe low blood sugar? I poured myself a quick splash of soda water, hands shaking slightly, and tried to focus on closing up. But I couldn't shake the feeling I was being watched. Every time I turned my back to the mirror stacking chairs, mopping the floor, I felt eyes on me, cold, patient, waiting. At 12:45, I was behind the bar counting tips when I looked up again. This time, the figure was sitting on a stool. Directly in front of me, hood up, head slightly tilted. No face, just darkness where a face should be. I screamed. Dropped the entire tip jar. Coins scattered everywhere. I stumbled backward, knocking over a bar stool, and grabbed the old wooden baseball bat we kept under the register for drunks who got rowdy. I held it up with both hands, shaking. "Who the hell are you?" "Get out. I'm calling the cops right now." Silence. The figure didn't move, didn't speak, just sat there. I looked away for 1 second, reaching for the landline phone on the wall, and when I looked back at the mirror, it was gone. But when I turned around to face the actual bar, it was still there. Sitting on the stool, in real life, not in the mirror. My knees almost gave out. I couldn't breathe. This wasn't a reflection. This was a person, or something shaped like one, but there was no face. Just black, like a hole. I raised the bat higher. I said, "Get out." It tilted its head again, slowly, unnaturally slow, and then it stood up. No sound, no footstep, just rose silently. I backed toward the front door, fumbling for my keys in my apron. The thing started walking toward me, not fast, not slow, just steady, gliding almost, arms hanging limp at its sides. I screamed again, raw, terrified, and bolted for the door. My hands were slick with sweat, keys slipping, but I got it open. Burst out into the fog. Ran to my car, locked myself in, and called 911 with trembling fingers. The police came within 10 minutes. 2 officers searched the entire bar front to back, bathrooms, storage room, even the basement. Nothing. No sign of forced entry. No footprints in the wet entrance. No one hiding. They checked the foggy street empty. They even reviewed the very old, grainy security footage from the one camera over the register. It showed me screaming, swinging the bat at nothing, running out alone. No figure. No intruder. Nothing on the tape. The officers were kind but skeptical. Suggested maybe a hallucination from carbon monoxide or exhaustion. They even checked the building, no leak. I went home that night and stayed with a friend for a week. I never went back to work at the Lantern alone. But here's what still keeps me up at night. 3 months later, I was scrolling through old local news articles, trying to find any similar stories. I found one from 1998, almost 25 years earlier. A female bartender at the same bar, same location, had reported seeing a shadow person in the mirror late at night. She described it exactly like I did. Hooded, no face, appearing first in reflection, then in person. She quit the next day. 2 weeks after her report, she disappeared. Never found. The bar owner back then said she left her keys and phone on the counter, one closing shift, and just vanished into the fog. They renamed the bar a few years later, but it's the same building, same mirrors. I still drive past it sometimes. The lights are on, new staff, new name on the sign, but I never stop. And I never ever look in the windows, because sometimes in the corner of my eye, when fog rolls in thick off the ocean, I swear I see that hooded shape standing behind the bar, waiting for the next person who closes alone. Terrifying true Uber horror story. The passenger who vanished into the night. A solo late-night ride that still haunts me years later. This happened to me in October 2022 in Chicago. I'm sharing every detail I can remember because I still can't fully shake it. And writing it all out is the only way I've found to keep the memories from eating me alive. Names are changed, but everything else is exactly as it happened. This is my story. The one ride that made me delete Uber from my phone for good. It was a Thursday night, just past 2:15 a.m. I'd been at a friend's birthday party in Wicker Park. Nothing wild, just drinks, music, catching up. I'd had 2 glasses of wine over 4 hours, so I was fine, just tired. The trains had stopped running. Lyft surge pricing was insane. So I opened Uber. The closest car was 3 minutes away. A black 2014 Honda Accord. Driver named Victor M. Rating 4.89 stars. Over 3,000 rides. Solid. I booked it. I stood under a streetlight on North Avenue, scrolling my phone, cold wind cutting through my jacket. The Accord pulled up quietly, almost too quietly. The window rolled down and the driver leaned over. Mid-50s, graying hair slicked back, thick glasses, small neat mustache. He wore a dark button-up shirt. He smiled politely and said, "Sarah?" I nodded, opened the back door, and slid in. The car smelled strongly of pine air freshener mixed with something metallic underneath. The seats were spotless, almost surgically clean. Child lock indicators were off. Heat was on low. He confirmed the destination, my apartment in Logan Square, about 25 minutes away, and pulled away from the curb. For the first 5 minutes, everything was normal. Light small talk. "You have a good night?" he asked, eyes on the road. "Yeah, birthday thing. Long week, glad it's almost Friday." He chuckled softly. "I hear that. I drive nights because days are too crazy. People are nicer after midnight, mostly." I smiled, put my phone down, looked out the window. We were on the usual route, heading toward the Kennedy Expressway. Then he asked, "You live alone, Sarah?" I froze for half a second. I hadn't told him my name beyond the app confirmation. The app shows first name only, but maybe he'd glanced at the pickup info. Still, something about the way he said it, casual, but too familiar, made my stomach tighten. Yeah, I said, keeping my voice light. "Just me and a very fat cat." He laughed again. "Cats are good company, quiet. Don't ask questions." Silence for a minute. Then, "You work downtown? That building on Wacker, the tall glass one?" My blood went cold. "I do work downtown in a glass tower on Wacker Drive." I had never mentioned my job, my building, anything. Not in the app notes, not in conversation. I laughed nervously. "What makes you say that?" He shrugged, eyes still on the road. "Lucky guess. Lots of young professionals going to Logan Square live around there." I didn't answer. I picked up my phone, opened the rideshare in the app. Everything looked normal. Route was correct. ETA 22 minutes. But we weren't on the expressway yet. He'd taken a turn I didn't recognize, heading west instead of north. Hey, this isn't the fastest route," I said, trying to sound casual. "Little construction on the Kennedy," he replied smoothly. "This saves 10 minutes, trust me. I drive this city every night." I checked Google Maps. No construction alerts. My heart started beating faster. I texted my roommate Jen. Weird Uber driver took a different route, feeling off. "Sharing location," she replied instantly. "Call me if anything feels wrong." Victor spoke again. "You're very pretty, Sarah. You look just like my daughter. Same hair, same eyes." I forced a smile I didn't feel. "Thanks. She doesn't visit anymore," he continued, voice softer. "Moved to California, said Chicago was too cold. Too dark." Another silence. The streetlights were getting farther apart. We were in an industrial stretch near the river. Warehouses, empty lots, almost no cars. I quietly opened the Uber help menu, finger hovering over emergency. He glanced in the rearview mirror, eyes meeting mine for the first time. "Don't do that." My breath caught. "Don't call anyone," he said calmly. "I'm not going to hurt you. I just want to talk." I tried the door handle. Child locks engaged. Window button did nothing. "Victor, please take me home." "I'm really tired." He shook his head slowly. "We're not done yet. You need to understand something." He pulled into a deserted parking lot behind a closed factory, killed the engine, and turned around in his seat to face me. The overhead light didn't come on. Only the green glow from the dashboard lit his face. "I've been driving you for months," he said. I stared. "Not in this car," he continued. "But I've watched you. I know your routine. Monday mornings you get coffee at Intelligentsia at 7:45. Wednesdays you stay late at the office, leave around 9:30. You always take the stairs to the 3rd floor of your building because the elevator smells like cigarettes." My entire body went numb. "I know you order Thai on Fridays from the place on Milwaukee. Pad Ki Mao extra spicy. I know your ex's name was Brian, and he cheated with that girl from accounting. You cried in the stairwell for 20 minutes on August 12th. Tears started rolling down my face. I couldn't stop them. How do you know all this? He smiled sadly. Because I care, Sarah. Someone has to. You're alone too much. It's not safe. He reached into the passenger seat and picked up a small photo album, opened it and held it up so I could see. Pictures of me, dozens, me leaving work, me at the grocery store. Me on my balcony smoking a cigarette I thought no one could see. All taken from a distance, but clear. I just want you to be careful, he whispered. This city eats pretty girls like you. I was sobbing now, trying to scream, but only whimpers came out. He started the car again. See? Now you understand. I'll take you home now. But you'll think about what I said. He drove the rest of the way in silence. No wrong turns this time. Pulled up right in front of my building. Unlocked the doors. 5 stars? He asked quietly. I stumbled out, ran inside without looking back. Called the police from the lobby. They investigated. Found the car registered to a Victor Morales address in Cicero. When they went to the house, it was empty. For sale sign in the yard. Neighbors said he'd moved out weeks earlier. No forwarding address. Uber deactivated the account immediately, but the profile had been created with a stolen identity and prepaid card. They never found him. I moved 3 months later, changed jobs, deleted every rideshare app. I still check my locks 3 times every night. I still flinch when a black Accord drives past. Some nights I wake up convinced I smell pine air freshener. And sometimes when I'm walking home alone, I swear I see the same car idling half a block behind, headlights off, just waiting. Be careful out there. These rides aren't always what they seem. If you've ever had a creepy Uber or Lyft experience, share it in the comments. I know I'm not the only one. Stay safe, everyone. The last receipt printed my name. A true scary retail night shift story. I used to think retail horror stories were exaggerated. Creepy customers, weird coworkers, late night shifts that mess with your head. I laughed at those stories online, reading them during slow hours behind the register. Convinced nothing truly terrifying could happen in a fluorescent lit store surrounded by clearance racks and barcode scanners. That changed on my last night working at Holloway's Market. The store doesn't exist anymore. It was shut down quietly, without explanation. The building still stands at the edge of town, lights off, windows dusty, the automatic doors permanently sealed like a mouth that finally learned how to stay shut. But I still dream about the receipts. The store that never fully closed Holloway's Market was a 24-hour retail store, the kind that sold everything and nothing at the same time. Groceries, home supplies, cheap electronics, seasonal junk that rotated faster than employees did. I worked the overnight shift, 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. Night shifts change how a place feels. During the day, the store was noisy, alive. At night, it felt hollow, every sound stretched too long. The hum of the refrigerators, the soft click of security cameras rotating, the distant beep of a scanner echoing down empty aisles. Management warned us about one thing during training. If the receipt printer starts printing by itself, unplug it and call a supervisor. They said it like a joke. I should have asked why. The customer who didn't blink, it was around 2:17 a.m. when I first noticed him. I was restocking gum behind the counter when the automatic doors slid open. That sound always startled me at night. No footsteps, no warning, just the sudden mechanical sigh of the doors parting. The man walked in slowly. He wore a dark jacket, zipped all the way up despite the store being warm. His shoes made no sound. Not on tile, not even a scuff. What stood out most was his face. He didn't blink. Not once. He stood near the end of aisle 4, staring at the shelves like he was waiting for something to move. I watched him on the security monitor, my skin prickling for no logical reason. After a few minutes, he approached the register. He placed one item on the counter. A receipt, not blank, not crumpled, a printed receipt. I picked it up, confused. The date was wrong. It read March 14th, 1999. The store didn't open until 2004. I'm just returning this, the man said. His voice was flat, emotionless, like he was reading from memory. You need the item, I replied automatically. And a valid receipt. He tilted his head slightly. This is the item. He tapped the receipt. My register screen flickered. For a second, instead of the normal interface, I saw a list of transactions scrolling rapidly, names, dates, totals, all moving too fast to read. Then it stopped, on one line. Employee name, my full name. I hadn't entered anything. My hands started shaking. I can't process this. I said. You'll have to come back during the day. The man smiled. That's when he blinked. Once. The receipt printer turned on, he left without another word. The automatic doors closed behind him. Silence returned. Then, BZZT chunk. The receipt printer activated. Paper began pouring out rapidly, spilling onto the counter, onto the floor. I froze, watching line after line print itself. Every receipt showed the same thing. My name, the store address, different timestamps. Different totals. Some were dated years into the future. One showed a transaction time of 6:03 a.m. My shift ended at 6 o'clock. At the bottom of that receipt was a message. Thank you for your final purchase. I unplugged the printer with shaking hands. The lights flickered. That's when the intercom crackled. The announcement no one made, cleanup needed. Aisle 6. The voice was mine. Same tone, same inflection. I hadn't touched the intercom. I slowly walked toward aisle 6, every instinct screaming not to. The aisle lights flickered on and off as I approached, revealing spilled merchandise scattered across the floor. And footprints, bare footprints, leading toward the back storage room. I knew with terrifying certainty that they were mine. The employee who never clocked out in the storage room. The air was cold. Too cold. Shelves loomed high above. Boxes stacked like tombstones. At the far end of the room was the old-time clock, the one management claimed didn't work anymore. The screen was on, glowing. It displayed a list of employee names. Most were marked. Clocked out, mine wasn't. Under my name. Status. Pending below it, a timestamp blinked slowly. 6:03 a.m. behind me, I heard breathing, slow, familiar. I turned. The man from earlier stood in the doorway. Except now he was wearing my uniform. Name tag included. The final transaction. You've been here a long time, he said. Everyone checks out eventually? He stepped forward. The lights went out. When they came back on, I was alone. The time clock screen was blank. The footprints were gone. I ran. I didn't stop until I was outside, gasping for air, the automatic doors slamming shut behind me. They never opened again. Aftermath. Holloway's Market closed 3 days later. No explanation. No news coverage. My manager never returned my calls. Years later, I found something strange in an old jacket pocket. A receipt, dated today. Total, $0 at the bottom. Thank you for your continued employment. Sometimes when I'm in a store late at night, I hear a receipt printer start up behind me. And I don't turn around. The last stop wasn't on the map. Disturbing true subway horror story. I've taken the subway thousands of times. Rush hour crowds, late night drunks, performers with broken speakers, sleeping commuters rocking gently as the train rattles through darkness. You learn to ignore almost everything underground. That's the rule of survival. What no one tells you is that sometimes the subway doesn't ignore you. This happened during my second year working night shifts downtown. I got off work at 12:41 a.m., exhausted, half asleep, and craving nothing but my bed. The subway station near my job was one of those stations that still smelled like damp concrete and electricity, where the tiles were permanently stained, and the lights buzzed like insects trapped behind glass. I remember checking the digital sign. Next train, 12:46 a.m., downtown line, normal. Routine. I didn't know that was the last normal thing I'd see that night. The platform that felt wrong, the platform was nearly empty. Just me, a man standing too close to the edge, and a woman sitting on a bench with her head down. No phones, no headphones, no movement. That alone was strange. In New York or any big city, people cling to their phones like lifelines. Silence down there feels unnatural, like the station itself is holding its breath. The lights flickered. Once. Twice. The air shifted cooler, heavier. I noticed the tunnel looked darker than usual. As if the darkness wasn't just absence of light, but something thick, layered. That's when the man at the edge turned his head. He looked straight at me and smiled. Not a friendly smile. Not even a creepy grin. It was the kind of smile you give when you recognize someone who doesn't to recognize you back. The train that shouldn't exist, the train arrived early. Too early. There was no roar from the tunnel, no wind rush. It just appeared, sliding into the station as silently as a thought. The digital sign above us glitched. Letters scrambled, then went blank. The train doors opened with a dull hiss. Inside, the lights were dimmer than normal, yellowed old, like bulbs that hadn't been changed in decades. The seats were empty. Completely empty. No ads, no maps, Just metal walls and silence. I hesitated. The woman on the bench stood up slowly and stepped inside. The man followed. Against every instinct I had, I boarded too. The doors closed behind us. No announcements, no map. As soon as the train started moving, I realized something was wrong. There was no conductor announcement. No recorded voice listing stops. I looked for the subway map above the doors. It wasn't there. In its place was a blank metal panel, scratched and dented, with something carved into it. Names. Dozens of names. Some crossed out, some not. I felt my stomach tighten. The woman across from me finally lifted her head. Her eyes were red, not bloodshot raw, like she'd been crying for days. "What stop are you getting off at?" I asked, trying to sound casual. She stared at me for a long moment. "I missed mine," she said quietly. The man laughed, a short, sharp sound. "No one gets off where they plan to," he said. "Stations that don't exist." The train slowed. We pulled into a station I had never seen before. The platform was narrow, unfinished, bare concrete. No signage. No benches. Just a single flickering light and a staircase leading upward into pitch blackness. The doors didn't open. The train moved again. Another stop. Another unfamiliar platform. This one had tiled walls, but the tiles were cracked, yellowed, ancient. Old posters peeled from the walls, advertising events from decades ago. Dates long past. The woman began to shake. "I don't recognize any of this," she whispered. "Neither did I." I pulled out my phone. No signal. No GPS, not even the time. The screen was black. That's when I noticed something else. We were going down. The pressure in my ears increased with every passing second. The passenger who knew my name, the man stood up and walked toward me, gripping the overhead rail as the train swayed. "You don't remember getting on before," he said. I frowned. "Before what?" "Before you decided to stay this time." My mouth went dry. "I've never been on this train," I said. He tilted his head. "That's what everyone says the first few times." The lights flickered violently. For a split second, the windows reflected something behind us. More passengers. Standing, watching. Then the lights steadied and the car was empty again. Except for the three of us. The last stop, the train slowed one final time. The station we arrived at had a sign. The letters were chipped and uneven. Terminus. The doors opened. Cold air rushed in, carrying the smell of damp earth and rust. Beyond the platform was not a staircase, but a long hallway carved into stone, lined with old subway tokens embedded in the walls like fossils. The woman stood up. "This is where I got off last time," she said. "What happened?" I asked. She looked at me, tears streaming down her face. "I woke up on the platform this morning. I thought it was a dream." She stepped out. The doors closed behind her. The train didn't move. The man turned to me. "You still have a choice," he said. "What happens if I stay?" He smiled again. "You learn all the stops." The lights went out. Waking up above ground, I woke up on a subway platform at 6:12 a.m. Morning commuters stepped over me, annoyed, distracted. Someone nudged my foot with their shoe. "Rough night?" a stranger muttered. The digital sign worked. The map was normal. The train that arrived was loud, crowded, alive. I went home. I never took the subway past midnight again. The thing that still follows me: last week, waiting for a late train, I noticed something carved into the metal panel above the seats. A name, mine, not crossed out. And when the lights flickered, just once, I saw a man smiling at me from the window reflection, waiting for me to remember the rest of the route. True disturbing elevator entity story, the last floor that was never built. I never believed elevator stories. I worked security for 15 years in downtown Chicago. Mostly overnight shifts in office buildings that emptied after 7 p.m. Elevators were just machines to me. Steel boxes. Cables, counterweights, predictable, logical, dead things. Until the elevator in the Harrington building started stopping at a floor that did not exist. The building had 12 floors. That was it. No 13 skipped for superstition. The control panel went from 12 straight to P. I knew every inch of that place because my job depended on routine. Cameras, patrols, logs. So when the elevator doors opened one night onto a dim hallway labeled 14, I knew something was wrong, very wrong. The first stop, it was 2:17 a.m. I was alone in the building, sipping burnt coffee, watching the security monitors. Elevator B had been acting strange all week. Slow doors, delayed stops, the occasional flicker on the floor indicator. Then I saw it. The digital display changed from 12 to something I had never seen before. Not a number, not a letter. Just a long horizontal dash. The elevator chimed. The doors opened. The camera feed cut to static. I stared at the screen, heart pounding. Camera failures happened, but never like that, never all at once, never synchronized with an elevator stop. I grabbed my flashlight and radio and headed to the elevator lobby. The doors were still open when I arrived. Inside, the air felt wrong, thick, cold, like the inside of a freezer that had been left open too long. The floor panel flickered. The dash was gone. In its place, 14, I pressed door close. Nothing happened. The doors stayed open. Beyond them wasn't the 12th floor hallway. It was something else. The floor that shouldn't exist, the hallway beyond the elevator, was longer than it should have been. The carpet was outdated, stained with dark patterns that looked like water damage or something older. The lights flickered, buzzing softly. At the far end of the hallway stood an elevator call button, glowing faintly. There were no offices, no windows, no emergency exit signs, just doors. Dozens of them, each one identical, and each one slightly ajar. I didn't step out. I couldn't. My body refused, like some instinct buried deep in my brain was screaming, don't. Then I noticed the smell. Old metal, dust, and something else like damp paper and ozone. Behind me, the elevator doors began to close on their own. I hit the open button repeatedly. The doors stopped inches apart. From somewhere down the hallway, I heard movement. Not footsteps. Dragging. Slow. Deliberate. I backed into the elevator, my heart hammering so hard I thought I might pass out. The doors slid shut. The elevator dropped, not fast, not slow, just wrong, like gravity itself was confused. When the doors opened again, I was back on the 12th floor. The cameras worked. The floor panel read 12, and the log showed nothing unusual. I told myself it was stress, a hallucination. I didn't report it. That was my mistake. The entity in the elevator, over the next few weeks, things escalated. Tenants complained about elevators stopping too long between floors. One woman swore she saw someone standing in the corner, reflected in the mirrored wall. Someone who wasn't there when she turned around. Another man reported hearing whispering through the emergency intercom, even though it wasn't activated. Then people started disappearing. Not officially, not reported. But I noticed. Names that vanished from the access logs. Key cards that stopped scanning. Offices left untouched. Coffee cups still on desks. Chairs pulled out like someone had just stood up and never returned. The elevator logs showed repeated stops at the dash. Always between floors. Always at night. One night, during my shift, elevator B opened in the lobby. No one was inside. But the weight sensor registered someone standing there. The lights flickered, and the doors refused to close. I looked into the mirrored wall and saw a shape that did not belong to me. Tall. Too tall. Its reflection lagged behind mine, moving a half-second slower, like it was learning how to imitate human motion. It had no clear face, just the suggestion of one. The doors slammed shut on their own. The elevator began to rise. The floor display flickered. Dash trapped on the last floor. When the doors opened, I was no longer alone. The hallway was darker now. The doors were wider open. Inside some of them, I could see rooms that didn't make sense, office spaces twisted into impossible angles, desks merged with walls, ceilings that sloped downward like they were sagging under invisible weight. And from behind me, breathing slow, mechanical, the entity stepped out of the elevator. It didn't walk. It glided as if friction didn't apply to it. I understood something then, not through logic, but certainty. The elevator wasn't malfunctioning. It was feeding. The building was a trap. And the entity used the elevator to collect people who wouldn't be missed quickly. Night workers, overtime employees, security guards, people like me. The entity didn't chase, it waited. Because eventually, everyone steps into an elevator. Escape I ran. The hallway stretched, folding in on itself. Doors slammed shut as I passed. Lights shattered overhead. The call button at the end of the hall blinked urgently. I smashed it. The elevator arrived instantly. Inside, the mirrors were gone. The walls were matte black. The entity paused at the threshold, as if bound by some rule. The doors closed. The elevator dropped, hard. When it stopped, the doors opened onto the parking garage. Normal. Silent. Real. I never went back. The building was sold 6 months later after multiple infrastructure issues. The elevators were replaced. The floor plans were revised. Officially, the Harrington building has 12 floors. But sometimes late at night, if you watch the elevator display closely, you'll see it. Not 13, not 14. Just a long horizontal dash. And if the doors open, don't step out. END, the midnight shift that never ended. A true terrifying convenience store. Horror story from the graveyard hours. I never believed in the supernatural. Not really. I grew up in a small town in rural Ohio, where the biggest scares were drunk drivers on back roads, or the occasional coyote howling too close to the house. But after what happened during my time working the graveyard shift at a 24-hour convenience store called Quick Stop Mart, just off Highway 71, surrounded by endless cornfields and foggy nights, I can't deny it anymore. This is my story, the one I've kept buried for years because no one would believe me. But if you're reading this, maybe you'll understand why I still can't drive past a lit-up gas station after dark without my heart racing. It started innocently enough. I was 22, fresh out of community college with a useless associate's degree in business, drowning in student loans and living in my parents' basement. The job paid $12 an hour, decent for night shift in 2018, and the manager, an older guy named Rick, who always smelled like stale cigarettes, hired me on the spot. Quiet nights mostly, he said with a wink. Just stock shelves, mop up spills, and deal with the weirdos who come in for beer and lottery tickets at 3 a.m. The store was your typical setup. Fluorescent lights buzzing overhead like angry hornets, rows of dusty snacks. A cooler full of energy drinks and cheap beer in the back, a coffee station that always smelled burnt, and those slushy machines that whirred constantly. There was a small counter with a register protected by bulletproof glass. Rick said it was from a robbery attempt years ago, lottery machines, and a microwave for hot dogs that no one ever bought. Outside, 4 gas pumps under a flickering canopy, and beyond that, nothing but darkness stretching for miles. My first few shifts were boring. I'd listen to podcasts, restock the cigarette wall, and chat with the occasional trucker grabbing coffee. But around the 3rd week, things started feeling off. It was subtle at first. The fluorescent lights would flicker more than usual, even though Rick swore they were new. I'd hear footsteps in the aisles when the security cameras showed no one there. I'd chalk it up to tiredness, graveyard shift messes with your sleep cycle, right? Then came the regulars. Every convenience store has them, but ours seemed to attract the creepiest. There was Whispering Wally, an old man in a tattered trench coat who'd come in every Tuesday at exactly 2:17 a.m., buy a single pack of menthols, and mutter things like they're watching from the coolers before shuffling out. Or the woman in the red hoodie who never spoke, just stared at the energy drinks for 20 minutes before leaving without buying anything. Rick laughed it off. Night shift brings out the crazies. Just don't engage. But the real horror began on a foggy October night in 2019. It was a slow shift, rain pounding the roof like fingers drumming impatiently. Around midnight, the power flickered, and the security system beeped a warning. I checked the cameras. Everything normal. Then a man walked in. Tall, skinny, wearing a soaked hoodie pulled low over his face. He didn't speak, just wandered the aisles slowly, picking up items and putting them back. I watched him on the monitor, feeling that prickling sensation on the back of my neck. "Sir, can I help you with anything?" I called over the intercom. No response. He just stood there, facing the chip aisle, unmoving. After 10 minutes, I got nervous. I hit the button to lock the doors remotely. Standard procedure for suspicious customers. But when I looked back at the camera, he was gone. Vanished. No exit bell, no footage of him leaving. I searched the store, heart pounding, flashlight in hand, empty. Just the hum of the lights and the rain outside. I told myself it was a glitch. Cameras miss things sometimes. The next night it escalated. Same fog, same rain. Around 1 a.m., a family pulled up, Mom, Dad, 2 kids in the back of an old minivan. They needed gas and snacks for a road trip. Nice people, chatty. The dad paid for pump 3 while the mom browsed inside with the kids. I rang them up. Chips, sodas, candy for the little ones. They left laughing, waving as they drove off into the night. An hour later, the phone rang. The store line, which almost never rings. "Hello, Quick Stop Mart," I answered. Static at first, then a whisper. "They're not gone." Click. I froze. Wrong number? Prank? But when I checked the cameras, there, in the parking lot footage from earlier, the minivan was still there, empty, doors open. No one had driven away. I rewound. They pumped gas, Mom and kids came inside, Dad paid, then nothing. The van just sat there, lights off in the replay. My stomach dropped. I grabbed my phone to call Rick, but no signal. The landline was dead now too. That's when the lights started flickering wildly. The slushy machines groaned to a stop, and I heard it scratching. From the stockroom in the back. The stockroom was small, cramped with boxes of beer and snacks, a mop bucket in the corner, and a back door that led to the dumpster. I never went in there alone after dark, but I had to check. Armed with a box cutter, I crept toward the door. Scratch. Scratch. Like nails on wood, slow and deliberate. I pushed the door open slowly. Darkness inside. The light switch didn't work. Flashlight beam sweeping. Boxes stacked high. Shadows dancing. Then, in the corner, something moved. A figure. Small, child-sized, crouched, facing away. "Hey, kid, you okay?" It turned. Pale face, eyes wide and black like voids, mouth stretched in an unnatural grin. Not one of the kids from earlier. This thing was wrong. Skin too gray, limbs too long. It whispered, in a voice like dry leaves. "We never left." I slammed the door, barricaded it with a shelf, and ran to the front. Heart slamming against my ribs. Called 911 on my cell. Signal back now, but the operator said units were 30 minutes out due to the storm. Then the whispers started everywhere. From the coolers, "Play with us." From the coffee machine, "Hungry." The lights dimmed to almost nothing. I huddled behind the counter, watching the cameras. Figures now, the family from earlier, but wrong. The dad standing at pump 3, unmoving, head tilted at an impossible angle. The mom in the snack aisle, staring directly at the camera, smiling with too many teeth. The kids, crawling on all fours in the parking lot, circling the store. Hours passed like that. Me, alone, whispering prayers I hadn't said since childhood, scratching at the stockroom door, growing frantic. Whispers turning to giggles, then screams that echoed inside my skull. Dawn finally broke around 6 a.m. The fog lifted. Police arrived, searched the store. Nothing. No family, no van, no scratches on the door. Cameras? Glitched out all night, they said, just static. Rick fired me a week later, said I was unreliable after calling in sick too many times. I moved away, got a day job in the city. But I know what happened. That store, it's built on old ground. Rick mentioned once, offhand, about a tragedy in the 80s. A family van hydroplaned in a storm, crashed right where the pumps are now. All died on impact. Locals say on foggy nights they relive it, looking for company. I drive past sometimes, late at night, unable to resist. The lights are always on, and sometimes I see them, waiting. If you're ever on Highway 71 in Ohio and you see Quick Stop Mart glowing in the fog, keep driving, don't stop for gas. Don't go inside, they're still there. And they're always hungry for new friends. The Whispering Stacks, a true terrifying old library horror story from the forgotten basement archives. I've always loved books. The smell of old paper, the weight of history in your hands, the quiet that feels like the whole world is holding its breath. That's why, in the fall of 2021, I jumped at the chance to work the closing shift at the Carnegie Public Library in a small, crumbling mill town in western Pennsylvania. Built in 1908 with steel baron money, it was one of those grand old buildings. Marble floors, oak-paneled walls, towering shelves, stained glass skylights, and a massive basement archive that hadn't been fully cataloged since the 1970s. Most people avoided the basement. The lights were dim, the air was thick with mold, and the stacks went on forever in narrow, twisting aisles. But I didn't mind. I liked the solitude. My name is Claire. I was 26 at the time, and I needed the job. The head librarian, Mrs. Eleanor Graves, a severe woman in her late 60s with iron gray hair and half-moon glasses, hired me because I had a master's in library science and no one else wanted the evening hours. "You'll be alone after 8 p.m., she warned on my first day. "The building is old. It creaks. It settles. Ignore the noises. And whatever you do, don't go into the closed-off section of the basement after midnight. The floor isn't safe." I nodded, thinking she was just being dramatic. Old buildings make sounds, that's all. The first few weeks were peaceful. I'd shelve returned books, help the last stragglers find what they needed, turn off the main floor lights at 9 sharp, and then retreat to the circulation desk with a cup of tea to do cataloging work on the computer until midnight. After that, I'd lock up and leave through the side staff door. The routine was comforting, but the basement started calling to me. It began with small things. A book I'd just shelved on the third floor would be waiting for me on the reshelving cart. The next night, a 19th century volume on local folklore titled * Whispers of the Valley *. I'd never checked it out to anyone. Then I started hearing faint whispers when I was down in the archives reorganizing the Pennsylvania history collection. Not words at first, just soft exhales, like someone breathing right behind me. I'd spin around, nothing. Just rows of dusty leather spines and the low hum of the ancient furnace. One night in early November, the power flickered during a thunderstorm. The emergency lights kicked on, bathing everything in sickly red. I was in the basement pulling outdated reference books when I heard it clearly for the first time. A woman's voice, low and melodic, reading aloud in what sounded like Latin. I followed the sound down an aisle I didn't remember being there before. A narrow gap between two massive shelving units that led to a chained-off section. The chain was old, rusted, with a faded "Do Not Enter" structural damage sign. But the gate was slightly ajar. I should have turned back. Instead, I pushed it open. The air changed immediately, colder, heavier, like stepping into a tomb. My flashlight beam caught rows of shelves packed with books that looked wrong. Bindings made of dark, uneven leather. Handwritten titles in languages I couldn't read. Some had metal clasps, others had locks. In the center of the room was a large oak reading table covered in a thick layer of dust, and on it, a single open book. The pages were yellowed, brittle, illustrated with intricate woodcuts of people in old-fashioned clothes gathered around a bonfire. Faces distorted in agony or ecstasy, I couldn't tell which. The whispering stopped the moment I stepped inside. I don't know how long I stood there. Minutes? An hour? But when I finally backed out and rechained the gate, it was 2:17 a.m. I'd lost time. My phone had no signal. The library was silent again. I locked up that night shaking, telling myself I'd imagined it. But I went back the next night. And the night after that. I became obsessed with that hidden room. I started sneaking down after midnight with a notebook, photographing the strange books, trying to translate the titles. One was called * Liber Susuri *, the Book of Whispers. Another * Custodes Silentium *, Guardians of Silence. I found a journal tucked behind a row of atlases, written in faded ink by a librarian named Margaret Holloway, dated 1934. She described hearing voices in the basement too. Voices that knew her name. That told her secrets about patrons who had died years before she was born. She wrote that the collection had been donated anonymously in 1912, a private library belonging to a local occult society that disbanded after a fire claimed several members. The Carnegie Board accepted it on the condition it be kept sealed. Margaret claimed the books weren't just books. They were recordings, memories, souls maybe trapped between pages. And the more you read them, the more they read you. I laughed it off at first. But then the whispers started saying my name. Claire. Come closer. We've been waiting. They knew things. Private things. That my mother had died of cancer when I was 12. That I'd had an abortion at 19 and never told anyone. That I sometimes stood on the roof of my apartment building at 3 a.m., wondering if anyone would notice if I jumped. I stopped sleeping. I'd sit in the hidden room for hours, tracing the strange symbols, feeling watched. The temperature would drop suddenly. Books would fall from shelves behind me. Once, I found fresh fingerprints in the dust on the table. Small ones, like a child's. Then came the night everything broke. It was late December, a freezing night with snow piling against the windows. No patrons after 7 p.m. I locked the front doors at 9. Went through my routine, and by 11:30 I was in the basement, drawn like always to the sealed section. The chain was undone again. I hadn't touched it. Inside, the open book on the table had changed. The page now showed a woodcut of a woman who looked exactly like me. Same long dark hair, same glasses, same scared expression, standing in that very room, surrounded by shadowy figures reaching for her. The whispers erupted all at once, dozens of voices overlapping. Men, women, children, old and young, all speaking at once. Join us. You belong here. Read us. Stay. The lights went out completely, not flickered, dead. My flashlight died too. In the pitch black I felt hands. Cold fingers brushing my arms, my neck, tugging at my sweater. I screamed and ran, crashing into shelves, books raining down around me. I found the gate by memory, stumbled through the main basement, up the stairs, slamming the door behind me. But they followed. Footsteps echoed on the marble floors above, soft, bare feet padding in patterns. Books slid off shelves in the main reading room with heavy thuds. I hid behind the circulation desk, phone in hand, trying 911 over and over. No signal. The grandfather clock in the lobby struck midnight, but it kept striking 13, 15 times. Then silence. I waited until dawn, crying quietly, too terrified to move. When the morning staff arrived at 8 a.m., everything was normal. Books back in place. No footprints in the dust. No sign anything had happened. Mrs. Graves took one look at my face and said, "You went into the closed section, didn't you?" I nodded, barely able to speak. She sighed, removed her glasses, and rubbed her eyes. My grandmother was Margaret Holloway. She never left this building. None of them did. They're bound to the books. And once they know your name, they don't let go. I quit that day. Packed my apartment and moved 3 states away. But sometimes, in quiet moments, in bookstores, in new libraries, even in my own home when I'm reading alone at night, I hear it. A soft exhale, a page turning by itself. A whisper, faint but clear. We're still waiting. The story isn't finished. If you ever visit an old library after closing, and you feel the air grow heavier in a certain corner, or you hear someone reading softly when no one is there, walk away. Some books don't want to be checked out. They want to check you in. Permanently. The Faceless Man in the Fog. A true Slenderman-inspired horror story from the deep woods that still haunts me. I never thought I'd be the kind of person to share something like this online. I've always been rational, a software engineer from Seattle, 32 years old now with a steady job, a girlfriend, and a gym routine to keep the anxiety at bay. But what happened to me back in the summer of 2022, during a solo hiking trip in the Olympic National Forest in Washington State, shattered everything I thought I knew about reality. People call it Slenderman, that faceless internet myth born from creepypasta forums and Photoshop contests. But what I saw wasn't a meme. It wasn't a hoax. It was real. Tall, impossibly thin, suited in black with no face. Just a blank expanse where features should be. And it watched me, stalked me, for days. This is my story, the one I've only told a therapist and a couple of close friends who think I'm traumatized from isolation, but I know better. If you're into true scary stories, real paranormal encounters, or Slenderman sightings that feel too vivid to be fake, keep reading. But be warned. Once you start noticing the signs, it might notice you. It started as a much-needed escape. Work had been brutal, endless deadlines, burnout creeping in like fog off the Puget Sound. I booked a week off, packed my backpack with essentials. Tent, sleeping bag, bear spray, portable charger, GoPro camera for footage. I was planning to make a vlog about solo backpacking and enough freeze-dried meals to last. The whole rainforest trail was my destination. One of the most pristine, ancient temperate rainforests in the world. Moss-draped big-leaf maples, towering Sitka spruces hundreds of feet tall, ferns carpeting the forest floor like a green sea. It's remote, but popular enough that I figured I'd see other hikers. I got my backcountry permit, parked at the trailhead, and set off on a July morning with clear skies and that fresh pine scent in the air. Day 1 was perfect. I hiked about 12 miles in, following the Hoh River Trail, the water rushing turquoise beside me. Birds chirping, occasional elk sightings in the distance. I set up camp at a designated site near a meadow, cooked ramen over my stove, and filmed some footage of the sunset filtering through the canopy. That night, as I lay in my tent listening to the river, I heard something odd, a low static hum, like interference on a radio. My phone had no signal anyway, deep in the wilderness, but the GoPro's battery drained faster than it should have. I chalked it up to the humidity. Slept fine. Day 2, deeper into the forest. The trail narrowed. The trees grew denser, blocking out more light. Everything was shrouded in that ethereal green glow from the moss. I veered off the main path a bit. Nothing dangerous. Just exploring a side loop toward an old-growth grove marked on my map. That's when I felt it for the first time. The sensation of being watched. You know that prickling on the back of your neck? Like eyes boring into you. I stopped, spun around. Nothing but trees, ferns swaying gently, mist starting to roll in from the river. I laughed it off, classic paranoia from being alone, but then I saw it. Far off, between the trunks. A figure. Tall, way too tall, at least 8 or 9 feet, standing perfectly still. Dressed in a black suit that looked outdated, like something from the 1940s, fabric unnaturally crisp against the wild backdrop. Arms too long, hanging limp at its sides. And the head. No face. Just smooth, pale skin stretching over where eyes, nose, mouth should be, blank. I blinked, heart slamming. It was probably a tree stump or a trick of the light, right? Fog playing games. I raised my GoPro, zoomed in. Static filled the screen, white noise snow, and when it cleared, the figure was gone. I hiked faster after that, sticking to the trail. Told myself it was nothing. But that night, at camp, the static hum returned, louder. My phone, even powered off, vibrated once. I unzipped the tent flap, fog thick as soup, visibility down to 20 feet. And in the distance, a silhouette. Same height. Same posture. Just standing at the edge of the trees, watching my tent. I didn't sleep. I sat with my bear spray in hand, knife out, whispering, "Go away like an idiot." By dawn, the fog lifted and it was gone. No footprints, the ground was soft moss, it should have left marks. Day 3, I decided to cut the trip short. Packed up early, headed back toward the trailhead. But the forest felt wrong. Trails I'd passed yesterday looked unfamiliar. My map app glitched when I got brief signal GPS spinning in circles. I rationed water, pushed hard, but by afternoon, exhaustion hit. Found a clearing to rest. Ate a protein bar. That's when the headaches started. Sharp, pulsing behind my eyes. Like migraines, but with visual static, black spots dancing, lines fracturing my vision, and the sightings escalated. It appeared closer now. Not just at the periphery, right off the trail, 50 yards away, partially obscured by ferns. Always still, always facing me. I'd film it, but every time the GoPro feed turned to static audio warping into high-pitched whines. Once I yelled at it, "What do you want?" No response. Just that blank head tilting slightly, as if curious. That evening, I found an established campsite with signs of recent use. A fire ring, trash from other hikers. Felt safer. Started a small fire. Boiled water. But as dusk fell, the temperature plummeted unnaturally. Breath visible in July. The fire flickered oddly, shadows stretching too far. I heard branches snapping, deliberate, rhythmic, circling the camp. Then, tentacles, I swear it. From behind the figure, as it emerged from the tree line, long black tendrils unfurling from its back, writhing like smoke made solid. They reached toward the firelight, probing. I bolted into my tent, zipped it shut, hyperventilating. Outside. Footsteps. Soft, but heavy. Circling. Closer. The tent fabric dimpled inward, as if pressed by invisible fingers. I blacked out eventually. Not sleep, just lost time. Woke at 2 a.m. to silence. Peeked out. Nothing. But my GoPro, left recording on a tripod, had captured something. I played it back in the morning light, hands shaking. Mostly static, but frames. The figure inches from the lens. Blank face filling the screen, tendrils coiling. Then distortion, and a child's voice whispering through the noise. "Come play. I don't have kids." No one was around. Day 4, full panic mode. I abandoned non-essentials. Ditched the stove, extra clothes. To move faster, the stalking intensified. It appeared ahead on the trail now, blocking paths, forcing detours deeper into unmarked woods. I'd double back, but it'd be there again. Teleporting? Or just knowing? My skin crawled constantly. Nosebleeds started, random, dripping onto my shirt. Memories fuzzing, couldn't recall my girlfriend's face clearly, or my apartment layout. I rationed out screams in my head, conserving energy. Found a river crossing, waded through icy water up to my waist. Thought I'd lost it. But on the other bank, there it was. Waiting, arms extended now, suit sleeves empty, like inviting a hug. That night, no tent, I kept moving under moonlight. Collapsed eventually against a fallen log. Dreamed of static-filled voids, children's laughter echoing in white noise. Woke to it standing over me. So close I could see the fabric of the suit, immaculate, no dirt, no wrinkles. The blank head inches away. No breath, no scent. Just presence. Overwhelming dread, like my soul was being scanned. I ran, blindly. Branches whipping my face, drawing blood. Hours blurred. Finally, dawn broke, and I stumbled onto the main trailhead parking lot. My car was there. 4 days turned into 6 somehow. Lost time again. Rangers found me dehydrated, scratched up, babbling. They said I looked like I'd seen a ghost. Hospital checked me out. Exhaustion, minor hypothermia, unexplained anemia. Therapist diagnosed acute stress disorder, maybe hallucinations from isolation and dehydration, but the footage. Fragments survived on the corrupted SD card. Blurry stills of the tall figure. Experts I showed it to online called it pareidolia or edits. But I know. It's been 3 years. I don't hike anymore. Avoid forests. Tall shadows make me freeze. Sometimes in crowded cities I feel watched. Glance up at skyscrapers, a silhouette in a window too thin. Static on TVs when no one's around. Nosebleeds return on foggy days. And last month, my girlfriend found an old drawing in my sketchbook from childhood. I don't remember making it. A tall man in a suit, no face, in woods. Stick figure me running. It knew me before I knew it. If you've ever felt watched in the woods, seen a tall shadow that vanishes when you look directly, experienced static interference near trees, you're not crazy. He's real. Or something like him. And he doesn't forget. Stay out of the deep woods alone, especially in the fog. He might be waiting for you. Disturbing true orchard horror stories. Chilling real encounters in America's forgotten apple orchards, the endless rows. In the fall of 2018, I took a seasonal job at Harrow's Reach, a 500-acre apple orchard in central Washington state. I was 24, broke, and running from a bad breakup in Seattle. The Craigslist ad promised good pay, free housing, and no experience needed. I figured a few months of picking apples would clear my head. I arrived in late September. The orchard stretched for miles, row after perfect row of trees heavy with fruit. The older sections, especially section 7, where I was assigned, had gnarled. Ancient trees with thick, scarred trunks and branches that sagged almost to the ground. Fallen apples carpeted the earth, soft and rotting, the air thick with their sweet, fermenting smell and the constant buzz of wasps. The work was brutal, dawn to dusk on ladders, filling canvas bags, dumping bins. The crew was a mix of migrant workers, college kids, and drifters like me. The foreman, Carl, was a weathered man in his 60s who gave short instructions and shorter warnings. Stay in your section. Don't go into the back 40 after dark. Wind plays tricks out there. The first strange thing was the whispering. It started on my 4th night. I stepped outside the bunkhouse around 2 a.m. because I couldn't sleep. The orchard was dead silent except for a low murmur, like distant voices overlapping. No words I could make out, just a soft, continuous susurrus threading through the rows. I chalked it up to the creek or other workers talking far off. By the end of the first week, I heard it during the day too, faint beneath the rustle of leaves. Fragments drifted in, a woman's name, Elena, or pleas like, "Donna, leave us, and come back." I asked Luis, one of the older Mexican workers, about it. He just gave me a long look and said the old trees remember things, then changed the subject. Then came the apples. Most were perfect, crisp, shiny red, delicious, and golden, but every so often I'd pull one that was wrong. One side flawless, the other half collapsed inward, black and mold-veined. The rot-forming patterns that looked disturbingly like outstretched fingers. I found dozens over the days, always in the oldest rows. When I showed one to my crew leader, he shrugged. Old trees do strange things. Throw it in the coal bin. One evening after work, Carl got drunk enough around the fire pit to talk. He told us the orchard had been in the Harrow family since the early 1900s. During the Depression, the owner at the time hired desperate migrant families, cheap promised steady wages and housing. When money ran dry in 1934, he stopped paying altogether. Some workers tried to leave. Most never made it out. Bodies are still out there, Carl muttered, staring into the flames. Under the roots. Trees took what was owed. I laughed it off as an old ghost story meant to scare seasonal workers, but that night the whispering was louder, closer. I lay in my bunk listening to it seep through the thin walls. A week later, 2 workers quit without notice. Their bunks were empty in the morning, belongings gone. No one talked about it. I'd started finding things among the trees. A rusted child's shoe half buried in the dirt. A faded photograph of a family from the 1930s wedged in a fork of branches. A woman's worn silver locket tangled in roots. Each discovery left me colder than the last. One afternoon in mid-October, fog rolled in thick and sudden. Visibility dropped to a few yards. I was finishing my row when I heard footsteps behind me, soft, deliberate crunches on fallen leaves. I turned. Nothing. Just gray mist and endless trunks. The footsteps kept pace, always just out of sight. When I stopped, they stopped. When I hurried, they hurried. The whispering rose to a chorus. Dozens of voices now, pleading and angry at once. I dropped my ladder and ran. Branches clawed my face and arms as I crashed through the rows. The footsteps stayed right behind me until I burst into the clearing near the equipment sheds. The fog thinned there, and the sounds cut off abruptly. That night I packed my bag, ready to leave at dawn. But around 3 a.m., I woke to scratching at the bunkhouse door slow, deliberate scrapes, like fingernails dragging down wood. Then a soft knock. 3 times. No one else stirred. The other bunks were silent, breathing steady. I lay frozen until sunrise. The next day I told Carl I was quitting. He didn't argue, just handed me my final check, and said, "Some folks hear the call stronger than others. Best you go before it takes hold." I left that afternoon. As I drove out along the dirt track, I glanced in the rearview mirror. In the farthest rows, half hidden by leaves, I saw figures standing motionless between the trees' pale shapes and old-fashioned clothes, watching me go. Dozens of them, maybe more. I haven't eaten an apple since. Disturbing true babysitting horror stories. Terrifying real-life encounters that haunted American babysitters forever. The house on Maple Lane. In the summer of 2017, I was 19 and needed extra cash for community college tuition. I'd been babysitting since I was 14, mostly neighbors' kids, family friends, nothing dramatic. I lived in a quiet suburb outside Portland, Oregon, the kind of place where everyone knows everyone and nothing bad ever happens. That's what I told myself when I answered the ad on a local Facebook group. The posting was simple. Responsible babysitter needed for 2 well-behaved children, ages 6 and 8. Friday and Saturday nights, occasional weekdays. Generous pay. Quiet neighborhood. The parents were Lauren and Mark Everett, both in their late 30s, professionals who worked long hours. They lived in a beautiful 2-story colonial on Maple Lane, one of those streets lined with mature oaks and perfectly manicured lawns. The house was gorgeous white siding, black shutters, wraparound porch, the whole American dream package. They offered $20 an hour, which was way above the usual rate. I jumped at it. My first night was a Friday in early July. Lauren greeted me at the door, perfectly put together in a tailored blazer, even though she was heading to a dinner event. Mark was behind her, checking his phone. Their kids were Emma, 8, with long auburn hair and serious green eyes, and little Owen, 6, a blonde bundle of energy who clutched a stuffed dinosaur. The kids seemed normal enough polite, a little shy. Lauren walked me through the routine. Dinner already eaten, bath time at 7:30, bedtime stories at 8 o'clock, lights out by 8:30, emergency numbers on the fridge, alarm code by the door. "We'll be home by midnight," she said with a warm smile. Help yourself to anything in the kitchen. The house felt huge once they left. High ceilings, hardwood floors, family photos everywhere, vacations in Hawaii, Christmas mornings, the kids as babies. Everything looked perfect. Too perfect, almost. The living room had floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the backyard. A big fenced yard with a swing set and a small garden shed in the far corner. I remember the sunset pouring in, turning everything golden. I got the kids through bath time without issue. Owen splashed like crazy. Emma read a chapter book in the tub. We did pajamas, brushed teeth, then stories in Owen's room. His had dinosaur posters everywhere. Emma's across the hall was all unicorns and pastel colors. They both fell asleep quickly. By 8:45, the house was silent, except for the hum of the AC and the occasional creak of old wood settling. I settled on the couch with my phone, scrolling Netflix but not really watching. Around 9:30, I got up to get a soda from the kitchen. That's when I first noticed how quiet it was. Not normal quiet, oppressive quiet, like the house was holding its breath. I shook it off. At 10:15, I heard a soft thump from upstairs. I froze, listening. Another thump, then the faint sound of footsteps, small ones, padding across the hall. I figured Owen had gotten up for water or the bathroom. I went upstairs, checked his room. He was sound asleep, curled around his dinosaur. Emma's door was closed. I cracked it open. She was on her side, breathing evenly. I shrugged and went back downstairs. 10 minutes later, the footsteps again. This time slower, deliberate, dragged step, like someone limping. I told myself it was the house settling, old pipes, anything rational, but my heart was starting to pound. By 11 o'clock I was on edge. I turned on more lights. I checked all the doors and windows, everything locked. Then I heard whispering, very faint, coming from the baby monitor on the kitchen counter. I hadn't noticed it before. It must have been for when Owen was younger. Static crackled. Then a child's voice, soft, sing-song. Come play. Come play with me, ... It wasn't Emma or Owen's voice. It was higher, younger, almost genderless. I picked up the monitor. The screen showed Owen's empty room. No, wait. There was a shape in the corner, small and dark, crouched by the closet. I blinked. When I looked again, it was gone. I ran upstairs. Owen was still asleep. No shape, no nothing. Just shadows from the nightlight. I stood there for a long minute, breathing hard, then went to check Emma. She was awake, sitting up in bed, staring at the door. "Hey, sweetie," I whispered. "Everything okay?" She nodded slowly. "Did you hear her too?" "Hear who?" "The little girl. She wants to play." My stomach dropped. "There's no little girl here, Emma. Just you and Owen." Emma pulled the covers up to her chin. "She used to live here. Before us. Mommy said she went away, but she didn't. She's still in the walls." I forced a laugh. "That's just a story, honey. Go back to sleep." But Emma's eyes were wide. "She doesn't like babysitters. She scratches them." I tucked her in tighter and practically ran downstairs. I texted my boyfriend. "This house is creepy AF." He replied with laughing emojis. Told me I was imagining things. At 11:40, the power flickered. Once, twice, then out completely. The whole house plunged into darkness. I grabbed my phone flashlight, hard hammering. The silence was absolute. Now no AC, no fridge hum, nothing. Then I heard it, scratching. Slow, deliberate scratches coming from inside the walls near the staircase, like fingernails dragging down drywall. I stood frozen in the living room. The scratching moved up the stairs, along the hallway ceiling, then stopped right above me. Something heavy thumped overhead, like a body dropping. I shone my light up at the ceiling. Nothing. I called Lauren. No answer. Called again straight to voicemail. I was about to call 911 when the front door rattled. Someone turned the handle slowly, then harder. Locked. Thank God I backed away, phone ready to dial. The rattling stopped. Then a child's giggle, right outside the window beside me. I swung the flashlight. Nothing but the dark yard and swaying trees. I grabbed a knife from the kitchen, stupid I know, and waited on the couch. Every light I could find turned on with my phone battery. At 12:05 the power snapped back. Everything hummed to life like nothing happened. Lauren and Mark got home at 12:20. They looked tipsy, happy. I tried to play it cool, told them the kids were great. Power had gone out briefly. Lauren paid me in cash $200 for 5 hours and thanked me profusely. I practically sprinted to my car. I told myself it was all in my head. Old house, kids' imaginations, power surge. I needed the money, so I went back the next weekend. Second night started normal. Kids in bed by 8:30, but Emma pulled me aside before lights out. "If she talks to you, don't answer," she whispered. "She gets mad if you ignore her, but she gets madder if you talk back." I asked what she meant. Emma just shook her head and closed her eyes. At 9:45, the baby monitor crackled again. This time the voice was clearer. "Why won't you play with me?" A pause. "I'm so lonely." I unplugged the monitor. At 10:30, I heard crying, soft, muffled sobbing coming from the basement door off the kitchen. The basement was finished. Lauren had said playroom and storage. I didn't go down. The crying stopped. Then footsteps descended the stairs, bare feet on wood, slow and heavy for a child. They stopped at the bottom. I waited. Nothing. Then the doorknob turned slowly from the inside. I jammed a chair under the handle. At 11:15, every closet door in the house slammed open at once. I heard them bang, bang down the hall, upstairs, everywhere. I ran through the house closing them, hands shaking. In the upstairs hall closet, I found an old shoebox tucked behind coats. Inside were newspaper clippings from 1998. Local girl, 5, missing after babysitter reports intruder. The girl's name was Chloe Harper. The photo showed a tiny girl with dark curls and big eyes. The house address was listed as Maple Lane. The babysitter had claimed someone broke in and took Chloe while she was asleep on the couch. No forced entry. Case unsolved. I stared at the photo. Chloe looked familiar. I shoved the box back and went downstairs. The basement door was rattling now, like someone small was pushing against it. The chair held. At midnight, the landline rang. I answered. Static, then a child's voice. "You found my box. Good. Now we can play forever." I dropped the phone. Lauren and Mark got home at 12:45. I didn't say a word, just took my money and left. I blocked their numbers. 2 weeks later, I drove past the house. "For sale sign in the yard?" The Everetts had moved overnight. I looked up the old case. Chloe Harper was never found. The babysitter from 1998 quit childcare forever and moved out of state. She told police she heard scratching in the walls and a little girl calling her name all night. I haven't babysat since. I can't walk past the house with a swing set without feeling watched. And sometimes late at night I swear I hear faint scratching inside my own walls. Horrifying true movie theater horror stories. Terrifying real-life encounters in America's haunted cinemas. The last screening at the Majestic. In the fall of 2019, I was 22 and desperately needed a job after dropping out of college. I grew up in a small town in central Pennsylvania coal country, rusty and forgotten, where the biggest excitement was high school football. The Majestic Theater sat on the main drag downtown, a 1930s Art Deco relic with a faded maroon marquee and a cracked neon sign that only half lit at night. It had been there since the golden age of Hollywood, one of those single-screen palaces with velvet seats, ornate plasterwork, and a massive chandelier in the lobby that hadn't worked in decades. The place showed second-run movies for $5 a ticket, mostly to old folks and families who couldn't afford the multiplex 30 miles away. I answered an ad in the local paper. Night shift usher, projectionist needed. Flexible hours. Experience preferred but not required. The pay was minimum wage plus free popcorn, but I didn't care. The owner, Mr. Harlan, was a stooped man in his late 70s with thick glasses and a voice like gravel. He hired me on the spot during a slow Tuesday afternoon when the lobby smelled of stale carpet and butter flavoring. "You'll mostly be alone after 10 p.m., he said. "Clean up, run the projector for the late show. If anyone shows, lock up at midnight. Just don't go in the basement. Old pipes down there unsafe." He handed me a ring of keys and a faded employee manual from 1987. My first few weeks were boring in the best way. I'd tier tickets, sweep popcorn between showings, restock the concession stand with its ancient popcorn machine that hissed like it was alive. The theater had 400 seats, balcony included, all original red velvet that was threadbare in places and smelled faintly of mildew. The screen was huge, slightly warped at the edges, and the sound system crackled during quiet scenes. Late shows, usually horror flicks, or old classics, drew maybe 10 people on weekends, fewer on weeknights. I'd sit in the projection booth, a cramped room upstairs with two massive 35mm projectors that clacked and whirred like mechanical hearts, threading film through gates and watching the beam of light shoot down to the screen. The weirdness started small. One Thursday night in October, we were showing The Exorcist for a Halloween revival. Only 6 people in the audience, mostly teenagers sneaking beers. Around 11:30, during the crucifix scene, I heard laughter from the auditorium. Not the nervous kind you expect, full, deep belly laughs. Like someone was losing it. I peeked through the booth window. The 6 patrons were silent, frozen. The laughter kept going, echoing off the high ceiling, then cut off abruptly when the scene ended. I figured it was feedback from the speakers. Old wiring. A week later, during a late showing of Psycho, I was cleaning the lobby when I noticed wet footprints on the carpet, leading from the restroom hallway toward the auditorium doors. Small prints, bare feet, maybe a child's. The floor was dry everywhere else. I followed them. They stopped at the swinging doors, then nothing. No one had come out. The movie had 20 minutes left, and there were only 4 people inside. I checked the bathrooms empty, told myself it was spilled soda. By November, I was working most closing shifts alone. Mr. Harlan trusted me with the keys. The routine was always the same. Wait for the credits. Turn up the house lights, sweep aisles, count the till, shut everything down. One cold Tuesday night we showed Casablanca. Nobody came. I ran it anyway because Mr. Harlan insisted on honoring the schedule. I sat in the back row watching Bogart and Bergman, the only living soul in the building. Halfway through, I felt the air change thicker, colder, like someone opened a freezer door. Then I heard whispering, soft at first, from the balcony. Dozens of voices, overlapping murmuring lines from the movie a split second before the actors said them. "Here's looking at you, kid ... whispered from above. Then Bogart said it on screen. Every line echoed faintly by invisible mouths. I looked up. The balcony was dark, empty. I grabbed my flashlight and climbed the side stairs. Dust floated in the beam, seats all vacant, but the whispering continued until I reached the top. Then silence. I went back down, heart racing, and finished the film. The next night I asked Mr. Harlan about the theater's history. He got quiet, lit a cigarette despite the no-smoking signs. "Built in 1938, he said. "Big fire in 1954. projection booth caught night rate film, burns hot. 3 people died. The projectionist, his assistant, and a little girl who'd snuck in to watch from the balcony. Bodies burned beyond recognition. They rebuilt, but some say the place never really recovered. He stubbed out the cigarette. Old buildings hold echoes. Ignore it. I tried. But the incidents piled up. Seats that were up when I closed would be down the next day, arranged in perfect rows as if an audience had just left. Popcorn kernels scattered in aisles I'd swept clean hours before. Once, during a late Jaws screening, the emergency exit door in auditorium left banged open by itself. I ran to check windlass night door heavy on its hinges. When I closed it, I noticed child-sized handprints on the push bar, greasy and smeared. In early December, we had a rare sold-out late show. The Shining, midnight screening for horror fans. About 200 people packed in, biggest crowd in years. I ran projection, sweating in the hot booth. During the hedge maze chase, the film stuttered, froze on Jack's frozen face, then skipped ahead. The audience groaned. I checked the gate, nothing wrong. Rewound, restarted. 10 minutes later, it happened again, but this time the audio warped. Jack's "Here's Johnny" line stretched, deepened, multiplied into dozens of voices shouting it at once. The screen flickered with shadows that weren't in the film, tall figures moving behind Jack, reaching. The audience got restless. Someone yelled, "Fix it!" I killed the reel, flipped on house lights. People filed out grumbling, demanding refunds. I comped everyone at the door, apologizing. When the last person left at 1 a.m., I started cleanup. That's when I found the photographs. They were scattered in aisle 12, Polaroids, old ones, edges yellowed. Dozens of them. Images of audiences from decades past. 1940s couples in suits and dresses, 1960s families with kids in Sunday best, all watching the screen with blank, staring eyes. In every photo, the seats were full, but the people looked wrong. Faces too pale, smiles too wide. And in the background of each shot, near the emergency exits, the same little girl in a red dress, dark hair and pigtails, staring directly at the camera. I gathered them up, hands shaking. One photo showed the projection booth window, my window, with a man's silhouette inside, arms raised. The time stamp on the back, March 1954. I stuffed them in my pocket and started shutting down faster than ever. Lights off, registers locked, alarm set. As I reached for the lobby's chandelier switch, every bulb flared bright, blinding, then popped in sequence, glass raining down. I ducked, covered my head. When it stopped, the lobby was pitch black except for the exit sign's red glow. Then I heard it, applause. Slow, deliberate clapping from the auditorium. Hundreds of hands. I froze. The swinging doors creaked open by themselves. More applause, louder, accompanied by murmurs. Bravo, encore. I ran to the front doors, locked from inside, needed the key. My hands fumbled. Behind me, footsteps, dozens, hundreds shuffling down the aisles toward the lobby. The temperature plummeted. My breath fogged. I got the door open, burst outside into freezing air, slammed it shut, locked it from outside. I didn't go back for my jacket or final paycheck. Drove straight home, didn't sleep. The next week, the Majestic closed permanently. Mr. Harlan had a stroke, sold the building to developers. They gutted it for condos. But before demolition, workers reported strange things. Tools moving, whispers in the walls, child laughter from empty rooms. One found a scorched film canister in the old booth labeled 1954, final reel. I still can't watch movies in theaters. The dark, the rows of seats, the flicker of light, it all feels watched. And sometimes, driving past old cinemas at night, I swear I see silhouettes in the windows, waiting for the next show to start. Very disturbing true Home Alone horror stories. Terrifying real-life nightmares when left alone in America's creepiest houses, asterisk, asterisk. The thing that moved in the walls in the summer of 2021. I was 17 and my parents decided to take a long overdue anniversary trip to Europe, 10 full days, just the two of them. It was the first time they'd ever left me completely alone in our house. We lived in a quiet suburban neighborhood outside Columbus, Ohio, in a 2-story Craftsman built in 1923. Big wraparound porch, original hardwood floors that groaned under every step, tall windows with old wavy glass, and a basement that always smelled like damp stone no matter how much we ran the dehumidifier. The house had character, my mom always said. I thought it just felt old. I was excited at first, total freedom. No curfew, order pizza whenever, blast music, stay up all night gaming. My parents left on a Friday morning in early August. I waved from the porch as their Uber pulled away, then went inside and cranked the AC. The house felt huge without them. Echoey. Every little sound bounced around, the fridge compressor kicking on. The grandfather clock in the living room ticking louder than usual. That first day was fine. I lounged on the couch binge-watching shows, ate cereal for dinner, played Call of Duty until 3 a.m. with the volume up. I crashed in my upstairs bedroom, window open to let in the warm night air and the distant hum of cicadas. I woke up around noon on Saturday to gray skies and distant thunder. The power had flickered sometime in the night my console was off. Clock blinking 12 o'clock. I reset everything, made coffee, and settled in for a lazy day. Around dusk, the storm hit hard torrential rain, wind rattling the windows, lightning flashing white across the walls. I turned on every light downstairs to shake the gloom. That's when I first heard it, a soft thump from upstairs, like something heavy falling on the carpet. I paused my game, listened. Nothing. Probably the house settling in the humidity, I told myself. Old places do that. An hour later, another thump. Then a slow scrape dreck across the floor directly above the living room. My bedroom was up there. I grabbed my baseball bat from the hall closet and crept upstairs, flipping on lights as I went. Every room was empty. Bed still unmade from the morning, closet doors open exactly how I'd left them. Nothing out of place. I checked the attic pull downstairs, till latched. Shrugging, I went back down. The storm knocked out power around 10 p.m. The whole house plunged into darkness except for lightning flashes. I lit candles, found flashlights, and sat on the couch scrolling TikTok on my phone until the battery got low. The rain hammered the roof like fingers drumming. Then I heard it again, thump, drag, thump, drag slowly circling my bedroom overhead. I shone the flashlight up the stairs. Nothing visible. I tried to sleep on the couch that night, every lamp on battery backups glowing dimly. Around 2 a.m., the power came back. Everything hummed to life, fridge, clocks, AC, relief washed over me. I dragged myself upstairs, collapsed into bed. Sunday morning I woke to silence. The storm had passed, leaving everything dripping outside. I made pancakes, blasted music to fill the house with sound. But throughout the day, the thumps returned sporadic, always upstairs when I was down, downstairs when I went up, never when I was in the same room. I started talking to myself out loud just to hear a human voice. By Sunday night I was on edge. I double-checked every door and window locked, alarm set. I decided to sleep in my parents' room on the main floor. Their king bed felt safer somehow. I left the TV on low for background noise. At 1:17 a.m., I woke with a start. The TV was still murmuring, but over it I heard breathing. Not mine. Slow, raspy inhales and exhales coming from the foot of the bed. I froze, eyes adjusting to the glow. Nothing there. The breathing stopped when I sat up. I turned on the lamp, empty room. I checked the ensuite bathroom, closet, hallway. Nothing. I barely slept after that. Monday I called my mom on FaceTime, tried to play it cool. Told her everything was great. She asked if the house felt okay. It's quiet, I said. Too quiet, I didn't add. She laughed and said I'd get used to it. That afternoon I found the first scratch marks. 3 parallel gouges in the hardwood at the top of the stairs deep. Fresh splinters curled up like something with claws had dug in. They hadn't been there before. I took photos, told myself maybe the dog from next door got in somehow. No, windows closed, no mud prints. Monday night I barricaded myself in my room dresser against the door. That beside the bed. I streamed a movie on my laptop with headphones. Around midnight the laptop audio glitched static, then a low whisper mixed in. Let me in. I ripped off the headphones. The room was silent. I checked the file, nothing, just the movie. Then the doorknob rattled. Slowly at first, testing. Then harder, jiggle, 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 like someone trying to turn it quietly. The dresser scraped an inch. I yelled, "Who's there?" Nothing, dead silence. I waited, heart slamming, that raised. After 10 minutes it stopped. I didn't sleep. Tuesday I was a wreck, bags under my eyes, jumping at every creak. I spent the day researching the house online. Found old listings, photos from when my parents bought it in 2005. Same layout. But the basement looked different. There was a bricked-up door in one corner that wasn't there now. County records showed the house had been vacant for years in the 1980s after the previous owner. An elderly widow named Margaret Ellis died inside, alone. Natural causes, they said. Heart failure. Found weeks later. I went down to the basement that afternoon, flashlight in hand. The air was colder, thick with that damp stone smell. I found the spot where the bricked door had been, now just smooth concrete wall, but faint outlines of bricks showed through the paint. I pressed my ear to it. Silence. That night I tried something stupid. I set up my phone to record audio in the upstairs hallway while I stayed downstairs. I turned off all lights, sat in the dark living room with the bat. The house felt alive watching. At 11:43 p.m., the recording picked up footsteps, bare feet padding slowly down the hall, pausing outside my bedroom, then retreating, then scratching fingernails, raking down the wallpaper. My phone battery drained from 80% to dead in minutes, though it was plugged in. Wednesday morning, I almost called my parents to come home early, but I didn't want to ruin their trip. Instead, I invited my friend Jake over to hang out. He stayed until 10 p.m. We played games, ordered wings. He said the house felt normal, maybe a little cold. As soon as he left, the thumps started again, louder, angry, like something stomping in circles upstairs. I slept with every light on. Thursday, the power went out again, no storm this time, just clicked off at 9 p.m. and stayed off. I lit candles all over the main floor. The flickering shadows danced on the walls like figures moving just out of sight. Then I heard humming, a woman's voice, soft and tuneless, coming from the basement stairs. I grabbed the bat and flashlight, crept to the door. The humming stopped. I opened it, pitch black down there, colder air rising. I shone the light, the beam caught something pale at the bottom of the stairs. A shape, crouched. It darted out of sight before I could focus. I slammed the door, wedged a chair under the knob. The humming started again, now upstairs. All night I heard movement. Furniture scraping across floors, doors opening and closing softly, footsteps circling the house outside on the porch. I sat in the living room corner, bat ready, watching windows. At one point, lightning from a distant storm flashed, illuminating a face pressed against the glass. Pale, hollow-eyed, mouth open in a silent scream. Gone when the next flash came. Friday morning the power returned. I was shaking, hadn't eaten in 2 days. I found more scratches now on my bedroom door. Deep claw marks spelling jagged letters. Mine. I searched Margaret Ellis online again. Found an old newspaper scan. Dee lived alone after her husband disappeared in 1978. Police suspected foul play, but no body. She became reclusive. Neighbors reported hearing crying and scratching from inside the house at night. When she died in 1985, they found walls covered in gouges, hundreds of them. She'd been dead 2 weeks, curled up in the basement. Saturday, my parents were due back Sunday night. I couldn't take another night. I packed a bag to stay at Jake's, but when I opened the front door, every interior door in the house slammed shut at once. Bang, 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 like a chain reaction. The temperature plummeted, my breath fogged. Then the whispering started, dozens of voices, overlapping. Stay, don't leave me alone. I dropped the bag and ran upstairs to grab my charger. In the hallway mirror, I saw her, Margaret, or what was left of her. Gray skin hanging loose, eyes black pits, fingers elongated and claw-like. She stood right behind my reflection, head tilted, smiling with too many teeth. I screamed, spun nothing there. But in the mirror, she raised a hand and scratched down the glass from inside. I bolted downstairs, out the front door, didn't stop running until I reached the street. Spent the night in my car 3 blocks away. My parents came home Sunday to find every wall in the house freshly scratched, hundreds of marks, some bleeding sawdust. They thought vandals. Had the place repainted, locks changed. But the scratches came back within weeks, faint at first, then deeper. We moved 6 months later. I still can't be home alone. Even in apartments with neighbors on every side, I hear it sometimes, soft thumps in the walls, raspy breathing, a woman humming tunelessly in the dark. And when I look in mirrors too long, I swear something stands just behind me, waiting for me to be truly alone again. Disturbing true construction site horror stories, terrifying real-life nightmares, unearthed on America's haunted construction sites. The hole that watched back in the spring of 2022. I was 28 and had been working construction for 8 years, mostly residential framing and concrete pours around the Midwest. I grew up in a small town outside Indianapolis, Indiana, and took the trade straight out of high school because it paid better than flipping burgers and kept me outdoors. I'd worked some rough sites, old factories with asbestos, condemned houses full of mold, but nothing prepared me for the job on the old Riverside Industrial Park. The site was a 40-acre plot along the White River, where they were building a new mixed-use development, luxury apartments, retail space, a parking garage. The land had been empty for decades after the original factory. A massive textile mill from the 1890s burned down in 1937. Officially, it was arson for insurance fraud. Unofficially, everyone local knew the stories. Dozens of workers died in that fire, trapped inside when the exits were chained shut. The owner walked free. The ruins sat there until the city condemned them in the 80s, and nature took over overgrown weeds. Rusted machinery half buried, the river slowly eating the bank. I got hired on as a laborer, equipment operator for the groundwork phase. The general contractor was a big national firm out of Chicago, and the pay was solid $32 an hour plus overtime. We started in April, a crew of about 60, excavators, pipe layers, carpenters, surveyors, and a few foremen who'd been in the business forever. The site superintendent, Ray, was a no-nonsense guy in his 50s with a sunburned neck and a voice like gravel. Dig deep, pour strong, stay safe. He'd bark every morning safety meeting. This ground's soft near the river watch for sinkholes. The first couple weeks were normal heavy work. We cleared brush, demolished the few remaining concrete pads, set up silt fencing. The air smelled like wet earth and diesel. I ran a Cat 320 excavator most days, digging test pits for soil samples. The dirt came up dark and rich at first, full of old bricks and broken glass from the mill era. Then we hit deeper layers, charred wood, melted metal, fragments of machinery. Nothing unusual for a burn site. The weirdness started when we began the main excavation for the parking garage foundation, a massive hole. 80 feet deep in places, 300 feet long. We worked in sections, shoring walls with steel plates and hydraulic struts as we went. One afternoon in early May, my bucket snagged something hard about 25 feet down. I thought it was bedrock, but when I swung around and scraped, it was bone. Human bone. A femur, long and yellowed, then a skull half crushed by the teeth. We shut down that section immediately. Called the coroner, state police, archaeologists from the university. Turned out the fire hadn't been the only tragedy. Under the mill's boiler room, they found a mass grave 42 skeletons. Men, women, even a few children. Factory workers who'd disappeared in the 1920s and 30s. Some showed signs of trauma-crushed skulls, broken hyoids. The official story changed overnight. Possible murder victims dumped in a basement pit and covered when the new boiler was installed. The company paused work for 2 weeks while they excavated carefully, removed remains, documented everything. The news ate it up. Gruesome discovery halts riverside development. Work resumed in late May with new restrictions. Any bone or artifact, stop and report. The crew was rattled, but we pushed on. Jobs like this don't wait. I kept digging deeper now, the hole growing into a gaping scar in the earth. The walls wept groundwater. Pumps ran 24/7 to keep it dry. At night, under floodlights, the site looked like a moon crater, piles of spoiled dirt towering. Rebar cages waiting, the river glinting black beyond the fence. That's when the whispers started. Faint at first, only when I was down in the hole alone during breaks. A low murmur, like voices muffled through dirt. I figured it was wind through the shoring or the pumps vibrating. But the words shaped themselves sometimes. Help or out. Or names I didn't know. I asked the other guys. A few admitted hearing it too, especially the older ones. Tommy, a pipe layer from Kentucky, said his grandpa worked the mill back in the day and swore the place was cursed. They worked folks to death, he muttered. Locked them in during shifts. Some never came out. By June, the heat was brutal 90s every day, humidity thick. We wore hard hats soaked in sweat, dust caking our skin. I started noticing shadows in the hole. Not cast shadows, things moving at the edges of vision, down in the freshly dug sections. Tall figures, thin, standing perfectly still until I looked directly. Then nothing. I chalked it up to heat exhaustion, drank more water. One night we pulled overtime to pour a mat slab before rain hit. It was past 10 p.m., floodlights blazing, concrete trucks lined up. I was vibrating rebar when the pump hose burst common enough, but the concrete sprayed across a section we'd just uncovered. Under the gray sludge, faces appeared. Not bones this time, impressions in the clay, like bodies had been pressed into the earth and filled over. Dozens of them, hands reaching up, mouths open. The crew backed away. Ray shut us down, called it in again. Archaeologists came back, said it was likely flash flooding in the 20s washed bodies into a low spot and silt buried them fast. Preserved outlines. After that, guys started quitting. 5 in 1 week. The ones who stayed got quiet, jumpy. Equipment malfunctioned constantly, hydraulics failing, engines dying for no reason. One morning my excavator wouldn't start until I climbed out of the hole. Then it fired right up. In July we hit the deepest part near the old boiler pit. That's when I found the tunnel. My bucket broke through a brick wall hidden under filled dirt, revealing a void. Flashlights showed a brick-lined passage, 6 feet high, running parallel to the river. Ray wanted to seal it, call engineers, but the schedule was tight and the owner was screaming about delays. We shored it temporarily and kept digging around it. I volunteered to go in first, stupid curiosity. Took a headlamp, respirator, radio. The air inside was cold, damp, smelling of rot and coal smoke even after a century. The floor sloped down slightly, bricks slick with algae. Graffiti from the 1930s, names, dates, please scratched in. God help us, March 5th, 10th, 29, and they want to let us leave. 50 feet in, I found chains, rusted manacles bolted to the walls. Big enough for wrists. Dried stains on the floor. Then voices clear this time, echoing from deeper in. Men shouting, women crying, a child screaming. I backed out fast, told Ray. He went pale but said it was echoes from the pumps outside. We sealed the entrance with concrete that day. But the voices didn't stop. They came from the ground itself, now muffled through the soil as we dug. At night, during security rounds, guards reported seeing lights down in the hole, like lanterns moving. Footsteps on the shoring plates when no one was there. One Friday in August, we were pouring the final deep footing. Thunderstorms threatened, so we rushed. I was down spotting rebar when the wall gave a section of shoring collapsed, dirt cascading in. I dove clear, but Miguel, a young laborer from Guatemala, got buried to the waist. We dug him out frantic alive, legs crushed. As we lifted him, his eyes were wide, staring past us. "They're pulling," he gasped in Spanish. "Hands from below." Medics took him away. He never came back to work. After that, half the crew walked off. The company brought in replacements, guys who didn't know the history. But the site felt different now. Heavy. Like the air pressed down. Tools went missing, only to turn up buried in fresh dirt. Radios picked up static voices begging let us out. The worst night was in late August, during a solo overtime shift. Rain had delayed us again, and I stayed to secure equipment. Midnight, alone under floodlights, mist rising from the river. I was chaining down the excavator when I heard digging shovels scraping earth from inside the sealed tunnel section. Rhythmic, steady. I grabbed a flashlight, climbed down the ladder into the hole. The concrete plug was intact, but the sound came from behind it, clear as day, multiple shovels working. Then the ground trembled. Not an earthquake localized, right under my boots. Dirt trickled from the walls. I ran for the ladder, but hands grabbed my ankles cold, bony fingers bursting through the soil. I kicked free, scrambled up as more hands erupted, pale and charred, reaching from the grave we'd disturbed. Dozens, hundreds, clawing up through the foundation. I drove off site that night. Didn't stop until sunrise. Quit over the phone next morning. The project finished, somehow new crew, heavier machines, deeper pores to stabilize the soil. The building opened in 2024. Tenants report cold spots, whispers in the parking garage, shadows moving between cars. Elevators stop at non-existent basement levels. Construction cameras caught figures standing in the hole at night long after we left, tall, thin, watching upward. I haven't been back to Indianapolis since. I work small jobs now, above ground only. But sometimes when I'm digging even a shallow trench, I feel it, the earth watching, waiting for the next hole deep enough to wake what's buried. And I swear, late at night I still hear shovels scraping somewhere below, working their way up. Disturbing true New Year's horror stories. Terrifying real-life nightmares that haunted New Year's Eve celebrations. Across America, the midnight visitor. It was New Year's Eve 2024, and I was completely alone in my family's isolated cabin deep in the Blue Ridge Mountains outside Asheville, North Carolina. I just turned 30 that fall, freshly divorced after a marriage that imploded in spectacular fashion. Laid off from my tech job in the mass layoffs sweeping the industry, and drowning in a depression that made even the thought of human company feel exhausting. Crowded parties, forced smiles, drunken toasts to a better year, none of it appealed. I wanted silence, oblivion. So I drove up to the old family cabin, a place we'd owned since the early 80s, cut off from everything. No reliable cell service, spotty satellite TV, a single landline that crackled like it resented being used. The nearest neighbor was 3 miles down a rutted dirt road that became impassable in snow. perfect isolation. I arrived around noon on the 31st. The mountain air bit sharp, carrying the scent of pine and frozen earth. Fresh snow blanketed everything pristine, untouched, muffling the world. The cabin itself was a classic A-frame. Dark logs weathered gray, steep roof shedding icicles like teeth. A wide stone fireplace dominating the living room. Inside, it smelled of old wood smoke, dust, and faint mildew from months of disuse. I hauled in groceries, frozen pizzas, chips, a case of cheap beer, 2 bottles of whiskey stacked firewood on the hearth, and cranked the baseboard heaters until they groaned. By late afternoon, the sun dipped early behind the ridges, plunging the forest into bruised purple shadows. Wind picked up, rattling bare branches against the roof like skeletal fingers testing the shingles. I built a massive fire, flames roaring up the chimney, casting dancing orange light across the knotty pine walls lined with family photos. Me as a gap-toothed kid grinning by the creek. Parents young and laughing at Christmas is long gone. Faded Polaroids of relatives I'd never met. The TV flickered to life with the Times Square pre-show throngs of people in neon hats. Breath fogging, performers lip-syncing in the cold. I cracked my first whiskey neat, feeling it burn down my throat. Pizza in the oven, volume up to drown the wind's howl. For a while it almost felt peaceful. Around 8 p.m., the temperature plummeted further. Frost feathered the window edges. I poured drink number 3, settling deeper into the sagging leather couch. That's when the first anomaly hit a heavy thud against the front door. Not wind, deliberate, like a fist testing the wood. I paused the TV, listened. Nothing but the fire crackling and wind moaning through the eaves. Probably ice falling from the gutters, I told myself. Refilled my glass. 9:15 p.m. The landline rang shrill, insistent, cutting through the quiet like a scream. That old rotary phone on the kitchen wall hadn't rung in years. I stared at it, hairs rising on my neck. It rang again. 3 times I picked up slowly. Hello? Heavy static. Then slow, wet breathing inhale, exhale. Like someone pressing their mouth too close to the receiver. Who is this? A pause. Then a raspy whisper, male but distorted. 12:11. Prank call. Had to be. Kids from town with nothing better to do. Funny. Real funny. I slammed the receiver down, heart thudding harder than it should. I checked the doors, deadbolts secure, chains latched, windows locked. Poured another drink, turned the TV louder. Performances blurred together. I barely watched. 10 p.m. thumps returned, not just the door now. Back door too. Side windows upstairs. Soft at first, then rhythmic. Knock. 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 3 measured beats, pausing, then repeating from another direction. Circling the cabin. I grabbed the fireplace poker-cold iron, heavy, and crept to the front window. Peeled back the thick curtain. The porch light cast a yellow pool over fresh snow. And there they were. Deep boot prints marching straight up the steps from the tree line. Large, deliberate. Ending right at the door. No returning tracks. Like whoever made them had stepped up and vanished. Wind couldn't do that. Animals couldn't. I backed away, poker grip tight. Hello? I called out stupidly. Anyone there? Only the wind answered, higher now, shrieking through branches. 10:30. The phone rang again. I let it ring 6 times, 8, before snatching it up. 10, 9, 8. Same voice closer now, intimate, like it was inside the line with me. Stop calling here, I shouted, a low chuckle, wet and gurgling. You're almost ready. I yanked the cord from the wall. Unplugged. Dead. But the knocking intensified front, back, sides, even the roof. Branches? No, too patterned. Too patient. I ran upstairs to the loft bedroom overlooking the forest. Blinds cracked. In the tree line, shapes. Dozens of tall, thin silhouettes standing motionless between snow-laden trunks. Hooded or shadowed faces tilted toward the cabin. Watching. Unblinking. I dropped the blinds, breath fogging fast. Barricaded the bedroom door with a dresser. Then raced down to push the couch against the front. Table against the back. Fire still blazed, but the room grew icy heat sucked out like something breathing it in. 11 p.m. scratching began. Slow, deliberate drags down the exterior logs nails on wood, circling endlessly. Pausing under windows, then resuming. I followed the sound room to room, poker raised, shining a flashlight outside. Nothing visible but swirling snow. Until a flash of movement, a pale hand pressing against the glass from outside, fingers splayed, smearing frost in long streaks. gone before I could focus. The TV flickered, signal warping during a commercial. For a split second, the Times Square feed glitched. The crowd's faces turned toward the camera, all of them thousands staring directly at me, mouths open in silent screams. Then back to normal. I changed channels frantically. Same on every station, brief flashes of those staring faces. 11:15. Power dip lights dimming, fire guttering low though, plenty of wood. In the reduced glow, shadows stretched unnaturally long, twisting into reaching arms across the ceiling. Whispering started not from outside, from inside, vents, chimney, walls. My name repeated softly, overlapping. Come out, join us. It's almost time, I yelled back, voice breaking. Leave me alone, get out. The scratching stopped. Silence fell, thick and oppressive. False calm. I sank to the floor, back against the barricaded door, poker across my lap, whiskey bottle empty now. Hands trembling. 11:30. The shapes outside moved closer, emerging fully from trees. Pale figures in ragged old-fashioned clothes. Long coats dusted with snow. Dresses from another era. Faces gaunt, eyes black pits, skin gray and mottled like frostbite victims. Dozens, maybe hundreds, forming a tightening ring around the cabin. Standing ankle-deep in snow that didn't seem to chill them. Heads cocked, listening, waiting. I doused all lights except the dying fire. Curled fetal in the corner, whispering every prayer I half remembered. 11:45. The actual countdown began on TV's coast feed, hitting midnight early. The crowd chanted 10, 9, 8. But outside, the figures echoed it perfectly, hundreds of raspy voices filtering through walls, harmonizing in awful unison. 10, 9, 8. Louder. Closer. 7, 6, 5. Scratching resumed inside, now behind drywall, under floorboards. Nails gouging wood from within. 4, 3, 2. Every door rattled violently, handles twisting, frames shuddering. The chimney flue banged open. Cold air rushed down, embers scattering. 1! Midnight struck. Power died utterly. Fire extinguished with a hiss, like lungs deflating. Pitch black swallowed everything, then the windows illuminated all at once. Faces pressed against every pane. Hollow-eyed, mouths stretched impossibly wide, frost blooming from their breath. Hands pounding silently, smearing bloody prints, dark streaks trailing down glass. The front door exploded inward, wood splintering, chains snapping. Snow and freezing air blasted in. Silhouettes poured through the breach, tall, thin, reaching with elongated arms. I screamed, swung the poker wildly in the dark. Felt it connect, wet thuds, but no resistance. Cold hands brushed my skin, burning like dry ice. Whispers everywhere. Welcome. You're one of us now. The celebration begins. Light returned abruptly, power surging back. TV blaring. Happy New Year! Fireworks exploding on screen, confetti raining. The room was empty. Door intact, though deeply gouged with fresh claw marks. Snow on the floor in perfect bootprint shapes, leading inside, then stopping midway, melting into puddles. No figures, no voices, but the landline, still unplugged, rang once more as I stared. I answered without thinking. Happy New Year, the voice rasped. See you next year. I fled at first light, cars sliding down the icy road. Researched later. The land was site of a 1899 New Year's tragedy, a settlement hall packed for a millennium party, doors barred against blizzard. Fire started at midnight, arson or accident, unknown. Over 100 trapped inside, burned or frozen as the new century dawned. Survivors claimed hearing a countdown in the flames. Voices inviting the dying to join the eternal celebration. Locals avoid the area on New Year's now. Say the lost return annually, seeking one more soul to complete their circle. I haven't celebrated since. No TV, no lights, no company on December 31st. But every year, as midnight nears, the knocking starts. The countdown whispers through walls. And sometimes in the mirror, I see them standing behind me, pale faces smiling, waiting patiently for me to answer the door. True scary stories from old schools. Chilling real life. Ghosts and terrifying encounters in America's haunted abandoned classrooms. The locked-in night in the fall of 2015. I was 26 and working as a substitute janitor at Elmwood High School in a small Rust Belt town in western Pennsylvania. The school had been built in 1928, a massive red brick beast with 4 stories. Narrow hallways lined with chipped green lockers, warped wooden floors that groaned under every step, and tall arched windows that rattled in the wind. It was one of those old institutional buildings that smelled perpetually of floor wax, chalk dust, and something faintly metallic, like old pennies. Enrollment had plummeted over the decades as families moved away for jobs. So half the building was barely used. The top floor sealed off, the basement mostly storage. The auditorium closed since the 90s. Budget cuts meant minimal staff, especially for night shifts. I'd taken the weekend graveyard shift for overtime 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. because rent was due and I was between dead-end jobs. The head custodian, Mr. Greer, a chain-smoking man in his late 60s with yellowed fingers and a perpetual squint, trained me for one evening. "Lock the exterior doors at 9 sharp, he rasped. "Check boilers in the basement, walk the halls every couple hours, mop any messes. Lights off in unused wings to save power. And don't go poking around the old third-floor stairs are rotted, asbestos everywhere." He handed me a massive key ring that jingled like bones, a flashlight with dying batteries, and a walkie-talkie that crackled static more than voices. "Any trouble, call me, but there won't be. Place is empty on weekends." That first Friday night in October, the weather was raw drizzle turning to sleet, wind whipping dead leaves against the windows. I arrived at 6:45, parked in the empty lot under flickering sodium lights. The building loomed dark except for the main entrance glow. Inside, the lobby echoed. Marble floors scarred from generations of shoes, trophy cases coated in dust, a faded mural of the school mascot, a snarling wildcat peeling from the wall. Greer left at 8, keys clanking as he locked the front doors from outside. "You're sealed in till morning," he joked. "No one gets in or out without the master key. Alone." The silence was immediate and heavy, broken only by the hum of fluorescent tubes and distant radiators clanking as they heated. I started my rounds, main floor hallways, gym with its warped basketball court and sagging bleachers, cafeteria smelling of bleach and old grease. Everything normal. I mopped a spilled soda near the vending machines, restocked paper towels in bathrooms where mirrors were cracked and graffiti from decades past still lingered. Class of 85 rules. Jenny, Tommy, forever. By 10 p.m., I settled in the custodian office, a cramped room off the lobby with a desk, ancient radio playing soft, static classic rock, and a security monitor cycling through grainy black and white feeds of empty corridors. I sipped coffee from a thermos, scrolled my phone, spotty service, and tried not to think about how isolated it felt. The building creaked, constantly settling, Greer had said, old pipes expanding. Around 11, during my second walk, I heard the first anomaly. Faint laughter echoing from the second floor. High-pitched, childish, like kids playing in the halls after hours. I froze midway up the main staircase, wide oak steps worn concave. In the center from millions of footsteps. Listened. Nothing. Probably wind through cracked windows, I told myself. But I checked anyway. Second floor was science labs and classrooms, desks pushed together. Periodic tables yellowed on walls, jars of preserved specimens gathering dust. Empty. Silent. Back downstairs, I shook it off. Radio played Hotel California, ironic, I thought. Midnight. Boiler check in the basement. I hated that part. The stairs down were concrete, steep, lit by a single bare bulb. The air grew colder, damper, smelling of mold and coal dust from the old furnaces long converted to gas. The boiler room was a cavern of pipes snaking overhead, gauges ticking softly, shadows deep in corners stacked with forgotten furniture, broken desks, stacked chairs, boxes of yellowed textbooks. I checked pressure readings, everything nominal. As I turned to leave, I heard it. Soft crying. A child's sob, muffled, coming from deeper in behind the stacked crates near the far wall. Hello? My voice echoed. Nothing. I shone the flashlight beam cutting through dust motes. Just storage. I backed out fast, locked the basement door behind me. Upstairs, I told myself it was rats or dripping water echoing weirdly. Old buildings play tricks. 1 a.m., another round. This time, passing the auditorium doors, double oak with frosted glass panels, I heard music. Faint piano, tinny like an old record. A waltz, slow and elegiac. The auditorium had been closed for years after ceiling plaster fell during a play rehearsal in '98, no funds to fix. I pressed my ear to the door. Music swelled, accompanied by muffled voices, dozens, laughing, chatting like a dance in progress. I tried the handle locked, chain inside rattling. Flashlight through the glass. Rows of seats in darkness, stage curtain moth-eaten, empty. Music stopped the second I pulled away. Heart pounding now. I radioed Greer, static, no answer. Phone, no bars. 2 a.m. I retreated to the office, door locked, radio louder. But the sounds followed. Footsteps overhead, slow and deliberate, pacing the length of the main hall. Drag, step, like someone limping. I watched the monitor's second-floor camera showed nothing, but the audio feed picked up faint thumps. I grabbed the master key, forced myself up. Second floor again. Lockers standing sentinel, moonlight striping the floor through high windows. Footsteps stopped when I arrived, but lockers... Several were ajar that I'd swear were closed earlier. Inside one, a child's red mitten, small, knitted, covered in dust. I slammed it shut. 2:30. Back downstairs, passing the principal's office glass door with gold lettering, I saw movement inside. A shadow crossing the window, tall and thin. I unlocked, entered. Desk piled with files. Old typewriter, portraits of past principals staring sternly. Empty. But on the desk, fresh handprints in the dust, small, child-sized. I started researching on my phone when signal flickered in. Quick searches about Elmwood High. Found old articles, 1929 flu epidemic. Dozens of students quarantined in the building, several died in the basement infirmary. 1953, fire in the auditorium, faulty wiring during a winter formal. 3 students trapped behind chained doors, smoke inhalation. 1987, suicide. A janitor hanged himself in the third-floor storage after losing his family. And more recent, budget closures. But whispers on forums of hauntings, lights turning on in empty rooms. Children's laughter, piano music from the sealed auditorium. 3 a.m. The power flickered, lights dimming, monitors glitching. Temperature dropped sharply, breath fogging. Then whispering everywhere. Children's voices overlapping. Play with us, teacher, don't leave. From vents, lockers, under doors. I ran full rounds now. Flashlight beam shaking. Gym. Basketballs bouncing by themselves in the dark rhythmic thud-thud-thud. Cafeteria. Chairs scraping across linoleum, arranging in the perfect rows like assembly. Library. Books falling from shelves in sequences, thump spelling patterns on the floor. 4 I'm exhausted. I barricaded in the office. But the door handle rattled slowly. Testing. Then knocking soft, child-sized fists. Let us in. It's cold. I yelled. Go away. Voice cracking. Knocking spread to windows outside, though second story. Faces. Pale blurs pressing against glass and flashes of lightning from a distant storm. 4:30. The third floor sealed, but I had the master. Curiosity and terror mixed. I climbed the chained stairs, chain snapping easily like it wanted me up. Third floor was a time capsule. Classrooms frozen in the 70s, desks with inkwells, rotary phones on walls, blackboards with faded lessons. 1976 bicentennial project due. Dust thick, air stale, and heavy. In one room, chalk on the board fresh. Welcome back in childish scrawl. Then footsteps, many running down the hall toward me. I fled down, heart bursting. 5 a.m., dawn approaching, sky graying. Sounds crescendoed. Laughter, crying, piano crashing discordant notes, doors slamming in chain reaction throughout the building. I huddled in the lobby, near the front doors, waiting for sunrise unlock. At 6:45, Greer arrived, found me pale, shaking. Rough night? He asked casually. I babbled everything. He lit a cigarette, exhaled slow. Yeah, happens to new guys. The kids, they never really left. Flu took 20 and 29 basement. Fire got 3 more. And old Harlan, the janitor. He still walks the third floor, looking for his keys. He showed me newspaper clippings in his locker, yellowed, tragic. I quit that day. Drove away as sun rose, building looking innocent in daylight. But years later, driving past now fully abandoned, windows boarded, I swear I see lights on upper floors. Children's silhouettes in windows. And sometimes, late at night anywhere, I hear faint piano waltzes or hallway laughter. Old schools don't forget their students. Or the ones who stay too late. Very disturbing true childhood friend horror stories. Terrifying real-life nightmares involving imaginary friends that haunted American kids. Forever Sarah wasn't imaginary. When I was 5 years old, we moved into a big Victorian house on the outskirts of a quiet town in upstate New York. It was 1998, and my parents had just inherited the place from my great-aunt Evelyn. Hudi lived there alone for decades until she passed away at 92. The house was beautiful in a faded way-tall gabled windows, wraparound porch, hardwood floors that creaked like they were telling secrets, and a massive backyard that backed onto dense woods. But it always felt too big, too quiet, like it was waiting for something. My bedroom was on the second floor, at the end of a long hallway lined with faded floral wallpaper and old family portraits whose eyes seemed to follow you as you passed. I started talking about Sarah almost immediately after we moved in. Sarah was my new friend. She was 6, a whole year older than me, which made her infinitely cooler, with long black hair and braids, pale skin, and a blue dress with lace collars. She liked to play hide-and-seek, tea parties with my stuffed animals, and she told the best stories, whispered adventures about hidden rooms in the house and children who lived in the walls. My mom thought it was cute at first. "All kids have imaginary friends," she said, smiling as I set an extra place at the dinner table for Sarah or saved the best cookies for her. My dad just nodded along, too busy renovating the kitchen to pay much attention. But Sarah wasn't like other kids' imaginary friends. She had rules. She only came out when I was alone. She hated when adults were in the room. If my mom walked in during one of our games, Sarah would vanish, and I'd get scolded for talking to myself. She knew things she shouldn't. She told me where my dad hid my Christmas presents in the attic, behind the big trunk with the broken lock. And she described my mom's recurring nightmares about drowning before my mom ever mentioned them to anyone. "Your mommy's scared of water," Sarah whispered one night while we sat cross-legged on my bedroom rug in the dark. "She dreams about the little girl who fell in the well behind the house." We didn't have a well, or so I thought. The first really strange thing happened when I was 6. My baby brother, Ethan, had just been born and the house was chaotic with crying and visitors. I was jealous. Everyone was always fussing over the baby, and Sarah noticed. She sat on the edge of my bed one night while Ethan wailed in the room next door. "He's too loud," she said, her voice soft but sharp. "Babies are annoying. We should make him stop." The next morning, Ethan's crib mobile, the one with the spinning stars, was tangled around his neck. Not tight enough to hurt him, thank God, but enough that my mom found him red-faced and gasping. She screamed, untangled it, and called it an accident. But I saw Sarah later that day, smiling from the hallway corner. "See? He's quieter now." Things escalated slowly. Sarah started asking me to do small favors. "Move Mommy's pills to the top shelf so she can't reach them," she'd say. Or hide Daddy's car keys in the freezer, he drives too fast. I was a kid. I thought it was fun, secret games only we shared, but the consequences piled up. Mom's blood pressure medication went missing for days. She ended up in the ER with a scare. Dad missed an important work meeting because his keys were frozen in an ice block. They fought more, voices echoing up the stairs at night. Sarah always comforted me afterward. "They don't understand us," she'd whisper, stroking my hair with fingers that felt colder than they should. "But I do. We're best friends forever." By age 7, I was terrified of being alone, but more terrified of Sarah leaving. She began appearing in mirrors standing behind my reflection when I brushed my teeth, her pale face pressed close to the glass, mouthing words I couldn't hear. At night, she'd sit at the foot of my bed for hours, just watching me sleep. I'd wake up with bruises on my arms in the shape of small fingerprints. Once I found scratches on my back 3 parallel lines, deep enough to bleed. My parents took me to a doctor who said I must have done it myself in my sleep. But I remembered Sarah's nails digging in when I tried to tell my mom about her. "Don't tell," Sarah had hissed. "They'll take you away from me." The woods behind the house became our secret playground. Sarah showed me paths no one else seemed to know, twisting trails through brambles that led to a clearing with a crumbling stone well, half covered by ivy and moss. "This is where I used to live," she said one afternoon, sitting on the well's edge, legs swinging over the black drop. Before the bad thing happened. She never explained what the bad thing was, but she'd stare down into the darkness for long minutes, humming a lullaby I didn't recognize. I asked once why she didn't go home, her face-changed eyes going flat and dark. "I can't. Not until I have a new friend who stays forever." That summer, neighborhood kids started coming over to play. I was excited, real friends, finally, but Sarah hated them. She'd whisper mean things about them when they weren't looking. "Katie is going to fall and break her neck," or "Timmy lies about everything, he'll get what's coming." A week later, Katie fell off the swing set and fractured her arm. Timmy's house had a small fire in their garage electrical, they said, but his comic book collection burned up. The kids stopped coming over. Parents murmured about our creepy old house and kept their children away. I tried to stop playing with Sarah. I told her I didn't want to be friends anymore. That night was the worst. Every door in the house slammed open and shut for hours. Footsteps pounded up and down the stairs. My parents thought it was a storm wind rattling the old windows, but I saw Sarah in the hallway, face twisted in rage, hair wild like she'd been pulling it. "You can't leave me!" she screamed, voice echoing inside my skull. "No one leaves me!" I hid under the covers until dawn, sobbing. By age 9, my parents were worried. I wasn't sleeping, had dark circles under my eyes, barely ate. I'd started drawing pictures of Sarah always in her blue dress, always smiling too wide. They took me to a child psychologist who diagnosed stress-related imagination and suggested I was acting out because of the move and new sibling. Therapy helped a little. I learned to ignore Sarah, to tell myself she wasn't real, and for a while, she faded. Appearances became rarer. Whispers stopped. I made real friends at school, joined soccer, started sleeping with the light off. We moved when I was 12. Dad got a better job in the city. I was relieved to leave that house behind. Sarah didn't follow. Life normalized. High school, college, first apartment, relationships. I became a graphic designer, moved to Brooklyn. Built a life far from creepy Victorians and childhood ghosts. Then, in 2023, at age 30, I got the call my great-aunt Evelyn hadn't been the last owner. The house had sat empty for years, but now it was being demolished for a new development. Something made me drive up to see it one last time. The place was boarded up, weeds choking the yard, but it looked exactly the same, timeless, waiting. I walked the overgrown backyard alone at dusk, drawn to the woods. The path was still there, faint but unmistakable. The clearing. The well now fully exposed, stones crumbling, a rusted chain across the top with a faded danger sign. I peered over the edge. Darkness swallowed the flashlight beam, but then, a whisper, soft, familiar. I waited. My blood froze. "You came back." A small pale hand reached up from the depths, fingers bony, nails broken, grasping at air inches from my face. "You promised forever." I stumbled backward, ran to my car, drove away shaking. That night in my apartment, the mirror in my bathroom fogged though I hadn't showered. Words appeared, scratched into the condensation. "Best friends don't leave." I've seen her since, reflections in windows, standing behind me in photos I take alone, sitting in the corner of my bedroom at 3 a.m. She looks the same, 6 years old, blue dress, black braids. But her eyes are older now, hungry. Last month, my new girlfriend moved in. She's never met Sarah, but she wakes up with bruises. Small fingerprints. And sometimes, late at night, I hear them playing soft laughter, two voices whispering secrets in the dark. Sarah always gets her forever friend. Eventually. Top scariest true paranormal encounters. Most bone-chilling real ghost stories and terrifying supernatural experiences that haunted Americans forever. The Whispering Presence. In the summer of 2013, I was 24 and had just moved into a cheap one-bedroom apartment on the 3rd floor of an old brick building in a working-class neighborhood of Chicago, Illinois. The place was built in the 1920s, tall, narrow windows. Radiator heat that clanked like bones, hardwood floors scarred from decades of tenants, and walls so thin you could hear neighbors arguing or making love. The rent was suspiciously low for the city, but I was fresh out of college with massive student debt, working a dead-end night shift at a 24-hour pharmacy, and desperate for anything affordable. The landlord, a gruff older guy named Mr. Petrovic, barely showed me around, just handed over the keys with a grunt and said, "No pets, no parties, pay on time." He didn't mention the building's history. I wish he had. The apartment felt lived in from day one, in a way that went beyond the faded beige paint and ancient kitchen fixtures. There was a lingering smell like old lavender mixed with something metallic, almost like blood left too long in the sun. The living room had a single overhead light that buzzed faintly, casting long shadows into the corners. My bedroom was at the back, overlooking an alley where trash bins rattled in the wind and stray cats fought at night. I furnished it sparsely. A thrift store bed, a desk for my laptop, a small TV on a milk crate. I told myself it was temporary. A starter place until I got on my feet. The first night was uneventful, exhausted from moving. I crashed hard. But on the second night, around 3 a.m., I woke up suddenly, heart racing for no reason. The room was pitch black except for the red glow of my alarm clock. I lay there, listening, whispering, soft, indistinct murmurs coming from the corner near the closet. Not words at first, just a low susurrus like someone breathing secrets into the air. I sat up, flipped on the lamp. Nothing. Empty corner, my piled moving boxes casting ordinary shadows. I chalked it up to city sounds filtering through the thin walls, maybe the neighbors watching TV low. Went back to sleep uneasy. Over the next week, the whispering became routine. Always around 3 a.m., the classic witching hour, though I didn't think of it that way then. It grew clearer. A woman's voice, soft and melodic, but the words were garbled, overlapping. Like a radio station not quite tuned. Come closer, listen. I'd been waiting. I turn on lights, check the closet, even press my ear to the walls. Nothing. No neighbors awake, no vents carrying voices. I started sleeping with earplugs and a fan for white noise. It helped a little. Then the shadows started moving. Not dramatically, just subtle shifts at the edges of vision. I'd be at my desk job hunting online, and in the reflection of my dark laptop screen, a darker shape would loom behind me. Turn around, gone. Or in the bathroom mirror while brushing teeth, a tall silhouette in the hallway behind my reflection. Blink empty. I bought brighter bulbs, installed a nightlight like a kid. Told myself it was stress, lack of sleep from night shifts, maybe carbon monoxide. I even bought a detector normal readings. By the end of the first month, physical things happened. I'd wake to find my bedroom door open when I closed it tight. Books on my shelf, rearranged spines facing inward, or stacked in impossible leaning towers that hadn't fallen. Once, my kitchen cabinets were all flung open. Plates teetered on edges but unbroken. I blamed sleepwalking, though I'd never done it before. My friends laughed it off when I mentioned it casually, old building, drafts, rats. But I started feeling watched constantly. That prickling on the back of your neck, like eyes boring into you even in empty rooms. One night in early September, during a thunderstorm that rattled the windows and knocked power out across the block, it escalated. Candles lit, I sat on the couch, scrolling my phone by flashlight. The whispering started early midnight louder than ever, coming from everywhere. Walls, ceiling, under the floorboards. Clear words now. You can hear me, good. Stay with me, a woman's voice pleading, but with an undercurrent of hunger. Cold spots bloomed in the room, breath fogging though it was humid summer. Then footsteps. Soft, bare feet padding across the hardwood from the bedroom toward the living room. Slow. Deliberate. I froze. Candle flames flickering wildly, though no draft. The steps stopped right behind the couch. I felt breath on my neck icy, smelling of earth and decay. I spun around. Nothing. But the couch cushion beside me depressed, like someone sat down heavily. The whispering resumed, intimate now. Don't be afraid. I'm lonely. Touch me ... I bolted to the kitchen, grabbed a knife stupid, shaking, and yelled into the dark. Leave me alone, get out! The power snapped back then, lights blazing, everything normal. But in the bathroom mirror, for a split second, I saw her. A woman in a tattered white nightgown, long dark hair hanging wet over her face, skin gray and bloated, eyes black voids. Gone when I blinked. I didn't sleep that night. At dawn, I researched the building online, old newspaper archives, property records. Found it. In 1947, a young woman named Clara Hensley lived in my exact apartment unit 3B. She drowned in the bathtub. Ruled suicide after a bad breakup, but neighbors reported hearing her whispering to herself for weeks before, pleading with an unseen lover. Police found her submerged, wrists slashed, but the water was ice cold though the taps ran hot. Whispers of murder her ex suspected but never charged. The apartment sat empty for years after, tenants complaining of voices, shadows, cold touches. I tried to move, broke the lease, lost my deposit, crashed on a friend's couch. Thought it was over. But it followed me. At my friend's place, the whispering started again, fainter, but there. Shadows in corners. Then my new apartment a month later, same. Cold spots, footsteps, that lavender decay smell. Objects moving, keys vanishing, reappearing in freezers or toilets. Bruises on my arms at night, fingerprints and purple blooms. Years passed. I moved states, Ohio, then California. Relationships failed. Partners heard the whispers, felt watched, left scared. I saw therapists, diagnosed anxiety, PTSD, even schizophrenia. Meds dulled it but never stopped. The voice grew possessive. You're mine now. No one else. Forever ... In 2022 at 33, I returned to Chicago for a family funeral. Stayed in a hotel. That night, she appeared fully standing at the foot of the bed, dripping water onto the carpet, hair veiling her face but those black eyes visible through strands. Reached out with pruned, bloated fingers. Whispered my name clear, loving, terrifying. I researched deeper. Clara hadn't killed herself. Her ex drowned her, staged it. He confessed on his deathbed in 1989, but evidence gone. Her spirit trapped, seeking company, latching onto solitary tenants, especially young women like her, whispering until they joined her. I've learned to live with her. She's always there now, whispering secrets, stroking my hair in the dark, jealous of any company. I don't date. Don't have friends over. Sleep with lights on, TV blaring. Some nights she sings lullabies, soft, beautiful, chilling. And in mirrors, she stands closer each time, smiling, waiting for me to finally listen all the way. To come closer, forever. True scary stories involving swimming pools, chilling real life, haunted pool encounters, and terrifying drownings that haunted American summers forever. The thing at the bottom of the pool in the summer of 2016. I was 22 and had just taken a job as a nighttime lifeguard and maintenance guy at Willow Creek Community Pool in a sleepy suburb outside Phoenix, Arizona. The pool was part of an old recreational complex built in the late 1960s, a massive, Olympic-sized rectangle with cracked turquoise tiles, rusted diving boards that hadn't been used in years, and a shallow kiddie area separated by a low wall. The whole place was surrounded by chain-link fencing overgrown with desert vines. And beyond that, endless scrubland stretching to the dark silhouettes of mountains. It was open to the public during the day, packed with families escaping the brutal Arizona heat, but after 9 p.m., it was closed. My shift started then, running until dawn. My job was simple. Clean the decks, skim leaves, balance chemicals, vacuum the bottom, and keep an eye out for trespassers or vandalism. The pay was decent for a college kid home for break, and the solitude sounded perfect after a noisy semester. The complex had a small office shack with a desk, ancient radio, and security monitors fed by grainy cameras. One on the gate, one on the deep end, one on the parking lot. The manager, an older woman named Dolores who chain-smoked menthols, trained me for one shift. Mostly quiet, she said, exhaling smoke through her nose. Teens sometimes hop the fence for midnight swims, chase him off. And keep the pump running. It gets funky if it stops. She didn't mention the history. No one did at first. My first few nights were peaceful in that eerie desert way. The air cooled after sunset, cicadas droning like electric wires, stars blazing overhead without city light pollution. The pool water glowed faintly under the floodlights, calm, inviting, reflecting the moon like a mirror. I'd skim debris with the long pole, the net whispering across the surface, then test pH levels with those little drop kits that turn colors like magic. Vacuuming was meditative. Attaching the hose, watching it snake along the bottom, sucking up silt and stray coins. The deep end was 12 feet dark, even under lights, the drain a black circle staring up like an eye. The weirdness started on my fourth night, around 2 a.m. I was vacuuming the deep end when the hose snagged hard, like it caught on rebar. I tugged. It resisted, then jerked back as if something pulled from below. I shut off the pump, peered over the edge. Nothing visible, just rippling water settling. But bubbles rose from the drain, slow and deliberate, not the usual pump fizz. A cluster of them, forming a shape almost like a hand reaching up before popping. I laughed it off, air pocket, algae gas, whatever. Restarted the vacuum. It worked fine after. By the end of the first week, I noticed the water level dropping faster than evaporation explained. Inches overnight, even with no splashes or leaks I could find. Dolores shrugged when I mentioned it. Old liner, cracked somewhere. Just top it off from the hose. But the pool felt heavier. The air around it thicker, humid in a way that clung to your skin even in dry desert nights. One midnight, during a full moon that turned the water silver, I heard splashing. Soft, rhythmic like someone doing slow laps. I grabbed the rescue pole, scanned with the flashlight. Empty deck, empty chairs. But the water rippled in perfect lanes, as if a swimmer had just passed. I checked the camera's static on the deep end feed, though the others were clear. The splashing stopped when I approached the edge. Then a whisper faint carried on the water. "Come in. It's nice." I backed away, heart thudding. Told myself kids with a speaker prank or echo from the highway. But no cars that late. The incidents built gradually, like the heat rising before a monsoon. Footprints appeared on the deck overnight, small, bare, wet, leading from the pool to the fence and vanishing into dirt. Child-sized, I'd mop them up, but they'd return the next shift. The chemical readings went haywire, chlorine spiking, then plummeting, pH swinging acidic enough to sting eyes though no one swam. Algae bloomed in patches overnight, dark green tendrils curling around the drain like fingers. One night in late June, thunderstorm rolling in from the mountains. Power flickered. Lights dimmed, pump groaned. I ran to the shed for the backup generator. When I returned, the pool was different. The water level had risen impossibly over the coping tiles, lapping onto the deck like high tide, but no rain yet. And in the center, a swirl of vortex slow spinning over the deep end, pulling debris inward. I shone the light. At the bottom, a pale shape. Small, humanoid, curled fetal near the drain. Arms outstretched, hair floating like ink in water. I yelled, "Hey!" thinking drunk trespasser. No response. The shape didn't move with currents, it held position, defying physics. I grabbed the pole, tried to hook it. The vortex strengthened. The shape sank deeper into shadow. Then bubbles hundreds rising in a scream shape. Power surged back. Water level dropped instantly to normal, deck dry. No shape. Cameras glitched the whole time. I called Dolores at 3 a.m. She sounded annoyed, said, "Old plumbing tricks. Ignore it." But her voice shook. I researched, then dug through local archives on my phone during breaks. Found it. In 1974, a 7-year-old girl named Lily Ramirez drowned during a crowded 4th of July event. Lifeguard distracted, parents looking away seconds. She wandered to the deep end, slipped in silently. Body found hours later tangled in the drain, great hair caught, suction holding her down. Ruled accidental, but lawsuits closed the pool for a season. Whispers of faulty equipment. Cover-up. Since reopening, reports. Kids feeling pulled underwater. Whispers inviting play. Sightings of a small girl in a red swimsuit at the bottom. More events. Toys appeared floating, deflated beach balls, plastic rings from decades past styles. Wet handprints on the office window from inside when no one there. The radio picking up static voices, childish giggles, then gurgling cries. July heat peaked 110s daytime, still 90s at night. I worked shirtless. Sweat evaporating instantly. One shift, vacuuming again. The hose wrapped around something heavy. I pulled, resisted, then gave. Up came a child's red swimsuit, faded, tangled in the head. Empty, but weighted like a body inside. I dropped it, screaming. It sank slowly, arms. Fabric. Reaching. That night I almost quit. But rent. Bill stuck it out. Climax came August 5th, 10th. New moon, pitch black sky. No lights but floods. Thunderstorm hit, hard rain sheeting, lightning strobing, power out completely. I huddled in the office with flashlight, radio dead, then splashing frantic now, like someone struggling. I ran out into rain. The pool churned violently, waves, though no wind over water. In lightning flashes, a small girl on the surface, arms thrashing, mouth open in silent scream. Then pulled under by pale hands from below, dozens, bloated and pruned, grasping her ankles. I dove in without thinking, rescue instinct. Water ice cold despite summer, shocking breath out. Swam deep, eyes burning from chemicals. Saw her. Lily, face pale and bloated, eyes wide white, hair swirling. But not alone, other shapes around her. Decayed children in old suits, faces melted, reaching for me now. Hands grabbed my legs, cold, strong, suction like the drain alive. Pulled down, lungs burning, vision tunneling. I kicked free somehow, surfaced gasping. Lightning showed the pool calm, suddenly empty. Rain stopping. I climbed out shaking, hypothermic though air warm. Found the red swimsuit draped over my chair, dripping. Quit next morning. Dolores didn't argue, paid me out, said, "Some pools keep their dead." The complex closed permanently 2 years later. More accidents, investigations. Drained now, cracked concrete grave. But I still dream of it. Cold water closing over, whispers inviting, play with us, deeper ... And sometimes showering or bathing I feel tugging at my feet, hands waiting below. I never swim anymore, not even kiddie pools. Water remembers who it took, and wants more. Horrifying true Thanksgiving horror stories. Terrifying real-life nightmares that destroyed American family Thanksgivings forever, the empty chair. Thanksgiving 2019 was supposed to be the big reunion. My family hadn't. We all been together under one roof in 6 years not, since Grandma Ruth passed in 2013. We were scattered. Me in Denver doing marketing for a tech startup. My older sister Claire, a nurse in Boston. Our parents still holding down the old family farmhouse in rural central Michigan. And our cousin Travis bouncing between odd jobs in Detroit. But that year Mom insisted. Ruth would have wanted it, she kept saying on every phone call. One last big Thanksgiving in the house before we sell. The farm had gotten too big for them to manage. 160 acres of cornfields gone fallow. The barn sagging, the long gravel driveway swallowed by weeds. Dad's arthritis was bad, and the realtor had already stuck a sign out front. I flew in the Tuesday before Thanksgiving. The drive from the airport to the farm took me through bare November woods and empty fields under a low gray sky that felt like it was pressing down on the earth. The house came into view exactly as I remembered. A white two-story Victorian with peeling paint, wide front porch lined with rocking chairs, and the big picture window in the living room glowing warm against the dusk. Smoke curled from the chimney. Dad burning brush piles again. Mom met me at the door with a hug that smelled like cinnamon and turkey stock already simmering. Dad waved from the kitchen, apron on, carving knife in hand. Everything felt right for the first time in years. Claire arrived Wednesday morning with her new boyfriend. Mark, a quiet pediatrician who seemed nice enough, if a little stiff. Travis rolled in that afternoon in his beat-up pickup, blasting classic rock, carrying 2 cases of cheap beer and a frozen pie he'd picked up on the way. We fell into old rhythms fast. Football on TV, Mom directing us like a general in the kitchen, Dad telling the same corny jokes. The house smelled incredible sage and onion stuffing, yeast rolls rising on the stove, pumpkin pies cooling on racks. We set the long oak dining table with Grandma Ruth's good china, the silver candlesticks, the lace tablecloth she'd starched every holiday. There were 8 place settings. Mom, Dad, Claire, Mark, Travis, me, and tradition, the empty chair at the foot of the table for Grandma Ruth. Mom always left it open. A plate in front, like she might still walk in late from the kitchen. That first night, we stayed up late drinking wine around the fireplace. Telling stories about past Thanksgivings, Claire's infamous green bean casserole disaster of 2005, Travis sneaking whiskey into the cider when he was 16. The house creaked in the wind, but it felt cozy, safe. I slept in my old childhood bedroom upstairs, same sloped ceiling, same faded spaceship wallpaper, same view over the back fields now silvered with frost under moonlight. The strangeness started small, the way these things always do. Wednesday night around 2 a.m., I woke needing water. The hallway was dark, floorboards cold under bare feet. As I passed the stairs, I heard a soft scrape from the dining room below, like a chair being pulled out from the table. Slow, deliberate. I froze. Listened. Another scrape, then the faint clink of silverware on china. My heart kicked. Burglar? Travis raiding leftovers? I crept downstairs, phone flashlight on low. The dining room was empty, candle stubs burned low from earlier. But Grandma's chair, the empty one, was pulled out 6 inches from the table. Her plate had a single fork laid across it. I pushed the chair back in, told myself wind or the house settling, went back to bed uneasy. Thursday morning, Thanksgiving Day, dawned bitter cold. Frost spider-webbed the windows. We bustled all day, turkey in the oven by 8 a.m., parades on TV, football bets, peeling mountains of potatoes. Travis and I took a walk out to the old barn boards, gray and splintered, roof half-caved, smelling of hay and mouse nests. We joked about childhood forts and ghost stories we used to tell. Back inside, the house warmed with cooking smells, laughter echoing off high ceilings. By late afternoon, the table was laden. Golden turkey, gravy boat steaming, bowls of mashed potatoes, cranberry sauce molded into rings, cornbread stuffing studded with sausage, green beans almondine, sweet potatoes with marshmallows browned perfect. We gathered, held hands for Grace. Dad's voice cracking a little as he thanked God for family and remembered Ruth. We carved, passed plates, clinked glasses. Perfect. Then Mom noticed. We're missing a setting. We counted. 9 plates now. An extra chair had appeared at the table, pulled out slightly between Travis and Mark. An extra plate, fork, knife, wine glass, all matching Grandma's china. Mom laughed nervously. One of you playing a prank? No one owned up. We shrugged, squeezed in tighter, dug in. The food was incredible. Conversation flowed work gripes, Claire's hospital stories, Mark's quiet jokes. But halfway through, the temperature dropped. Noticeably. Breath started fogging faintly. The fireplace was roaring, yet the room chilled like a window left open. Dad got up to check the thermostat fine. We blamed drafty old house. Then the whisper started. Very faint, like someone murmuring from the kitchen. Indistinct at first, then clearer. More, please, more. A woman's voice, old and papery. We paused mid-bite. Did you hear that? Claire asked. Mark looked around, confused. Travis joked. Grandma wants seconds. But Mom went pale. She'd heard it too. We shook it off, kept eating. But the voice returned closer now, from under the table maybe. So hungry, always hungry. Plates shifted slightly on their own. Gravy boat slid an inch toward the empty chair no. The new extra chair. A handprint appeared in the condensation on a water glass small, arthritic fingers. Dessert. Pies sliced, coffee poured. The lights flickered once. Twice. Wind howled outside, branches scraping windows like nails. Then the chair, the extra one, scraped back loudly, all on its own. We stared. Nothing there. But the seat cushion depressed slowly, like someone heavy sat down. Mom whispered, Ruth? The voice answered clear, right at the table. Finally. Family again? Panic hit slow. Travis laughed it off first, but his voice shook. Claire clutched Mark's hand. Dad stood, chair toppling. Who's there? Show yourself. The overhead chandelier swung wildly, though no draft. Candles guttered. Every fork on the table lifted an inch, hovered, clattered down. The turkey carcass on the platter bones picked clean twitched. Meat scraps reformed, knitting together like stop motion, piling back onto bones. We bolted, then scrambling from chairs, backing toward the kitchen. But doors slammed shut on their own. Windows frosted over instantly. The voice rose multiple now, overlapping, grandma's, but others too. Deeper, hungrier, stay, eat, never leave. In the flickering light, shapes appeared around the table, translucent at first, then solidifying. Grandma Ruth in her old floral dress, face gaunt and gray, eyes sunken black. Beside her, figures I didn't recognize. A man in overalls from the 1930s, face skeletal, a woman in pioneer bonnet, skin shriveled. Children in outdated clothes, mouths stretched impossibly wide, all staring at us with ravenous hunger. They reached bony hands across the table, grabbing wrists, cold like grave dirt. Claire screamed as fingers closed around her arm, pulling her toward the extra chair. Mark tried to pull her back, his sleeve tore, skin beneath scratched bloody. Travis swung a candlestick past right through them. Dad yelled for us to run upstairs. We fled, stampeding up the stairs as the figures rose, chairs scraping, footsteps pounding behind us. Slammed my bedroom door, barricaded with dresser. The house shook, walls groaning, pictures crashing. From below, feasting sounds, wet tearing, crunching bones, moans of satisfaction. We huddled all night, whispering plans, phones dead. No signal, batteries drained. Dawn finally crept gray through windows. Sound stopped. We crept down. The dining room. Table cleared bare. Every scrap of food gone, plates licked clean. Turkey skeleton vanished. But the chairs nigh now. And on Grandma's plate, a fresh handprint in congealed gravy. Small, child-sized. We left that morning piled into cars, didn't pack. House sold months later to a developer who raised it. But every Thanksgiving since, wherever I am, I set an extra plate. Just in case. And sometimes late at night, I hear scraping, a chair pulling out. Waiting for me to come home for dinner. Forever. Disturbing true snowstorm horror stories. Terrifying real-life blizzards that trapped Americans in unimaginable nightmares, forever the storm that took everything. In late December 2018, I decided to spend the holidays alone in my family's remote cabin in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan, about 40 miles from the nearest small town. I was 28, recently single after a messy breakup, burned out from my job as a remote software developer, and craving total isolation. No family obligations, no forced cheer, just me, a stack of books, frozen meals, a generator, and enough firewood to last a month. The cabin was old, built by my grandfather in the 1950s. A single-story log structure with a stone fireplace, small kitchen, one bedroom, and a loft for storage. It sat on 10 wooded acres backing onto state forest, with a narrow dirt access road that turned into a snowmobile trail in winter. Cell service was spotty at best, landline long disconnected. I'd stocked up in town. Canned goods, bottled water, batteries, a propane heater as backup. The forecast called for heavy snow, maybe a foot or two, but nothing historic. I figured I'd be snowed in for a few days, cozy by the fire, watching the world turn white. I arrived on December 23rd. The drive up was already treacherous flurries thickening, windshield wipers struggling. By the time I unloaded groceries in the fading daylights, snow was falling hard, wind picking up to a low moan through the pines. Inside, the cabin smelled of old wood and dust. I cranked the thermostat, built a roaring fire, and unpacked. The silence was perfect, muffled by snow, broken only by the crackle of logs and the occasional thump of accumulation sliding off the metal roof. That first night was peaceful. I cooked steak on the cast iron skillet, drank whiskey by the fire, read until my eyes burned. Fell asleep on the couch under a wool blanket, lulled by the wind's howl. December 24th dawned white and windless at first, 2 feet of fresh powder already, drifts against the door. I shoveled a path to the woodpile, boots crunching, breath fogging thick. The forest was buried. Trees sagged under heavy loads. Visibility maybe 50 yards before everything blurred into gray-white. Radio weather reports crackled. Major storm incoming. Lake effect snow off Superior, possible blizzard conditions, travel not advised. I smiled, exactly what I wanted. By afternoon, the storm hit full force. Wind screamed now, gusting 50 to 60 miles per hour, driving snow horizontally. The cabin groaned, windows rattling in frames. Power flickered twice, then died lines down somewhere. I fired up the generator in the shed, ran the extension cord for lights and the small fridge. Fire going strong, candles ready. I made chili, played cards against myself, watched snow pile against windows until only slits of gray daylight remained. That night the knocking started, soft at first around midnight. Tap, tap, tap on the front door. I froze, book in hand. Wind? Branch? I crept to the window, peeled back the curtain. Nothing but swirling white, drifts halfway up the door. Knocking again, 3 measured taps. Deliberate. I grabbed the axe handle I kept by the wood stove more for comfort than use and called out, "Who's there?" Only wind answered, higher now, shrieking like a living thing. I checked locks, deadbolt secure, chain latched. Back to the fire, heart thudding. Told myself animals, deer seeking shelter, maybe a bear roused early. But bears hibernate. And deer don't knock. December 25th, Christmas Day. Woke to absolute whiteout, couldn't see 10 feet outside. Snow plastered every window, turning the cabin into a dim cave lit only by fire and a battery lantern. Generator humming steady, but fuel limited. I rationed it to essentials. Radio. Historic blizzard. 3 feet already. More coming. Roads impassable. Power out across the region. I cooked pancakes. Tried to feel festive. Sang carols to myself, voice echoing oddly. Mid-afternoon. The knocking returned louder. Insistent. Front door again. Bang, bang, bang. Then the back door off the kitchen. Alternating. Like someone circling the cabin, testing entries. I yelled louder this time. "Go away, no one here for you." Silence. Then scraping slow drags down the exterior logs, nails on wood. Circling endlessly. I peered through a small clear patch I scraped on a window. Nothing but snow devils whirling. But tracks fresh, deep boot prints appearing in the drift by the porch. Large, staggered, leading from the tree line, stopping at the door. No returning tracks. Wind couldn't fake that depth. Dusk fell early by 3 p.m. It was twilight inside. I barricaded doors with the table and chairs, kept the axe close. Fire roaring but cold seeped in floors icy, breath visible. The whispering began then. Faint, carried on wind. "Let me in." So cold, please. A man's voice, hoarse, pleading. Then a woman's, "Help us. We're lost." Overlapping, desperate. I turned up the radio static mostly, but occasional emergency broadcasts. No voices there. Night of the 25th was hell. Power to the generator sputtered, fuel running low. I shut it off to conserve, relied on firelight. Shadows danced huge on walls. Knocking became pounding, both doors at once, windows too. Glass bowed inward but held. Scraping intensified under the floorboards now. From the roof, the chimney flue banged open. Snow cascaded down, hissing into flames. I screamed back, Leave me alone. Voice raw. The voices multiplied dozens now. Men, women, children. Just open the door. Share the warmth, a child's sob, heartbreaking. Then laughter low, wet, hungry. Shapes appeared in the whiteout pressed against windows. Tall silhouettes, then small ones. Faces briefly visible in lightning flashes from distant storms. Skin blue-gray, eyes black pits, mouths open in frozen screams. Hands smearing frost inside the glass, though no touch from outside. I huddled by the fire, axe in hand, adding logs frantically. Woodpile inside dwindling. December 26th, no let-up. Snow buried the door completely. I dug a tunnel to the shed for more fuel. Wind nearly knocking me down, visibility zero. Tracks everywhere now, crisscrossing, circling the cabin like a pack. Some barefoot, small, child-sized. Inside, the cold deepened unnaturally. Fire struggled, flames blew low despite dry wood. Frost bloomed inside walls. My water bottles froze solid. Voices inside now, not through wind. From the loft, footsteps overhead. Slow pacing. From the bedroom, bed creaking like someone sitting. We're here, with you. Warm now. I found scratches on interior doors, deep claw marks, fresh splinters. Words gouged into the kitchen table overnight. Let you's in. Radio picked up fragments between static, old distress calls. Mayday, trapped, blizzard, 1959. Then silence. I researched later, that's when I learned. In January 1959, a sudden lake-effect blizzard hit the worst in decades. A family of 5 parents, 3 kids driving home from holiday visiting got stranded on the same back road to my property. Car buried overnight. They tried walking to the then empty cabin for shelter. All froze to death yards from the door. Bodies found in spring thaw, huddled together, fingernails broken from scratching at logs. They never made it inside. The storm raged 4 more days. I rationed food, melted snow for water over the fire, barely slept. Voices constant companions pleading, then angry, then grateful. Thank you for the warmth. Stay with us. On the 5th night, fuel gone, fire dying to embers. Cold absolute fingers numb, teeth chattering uncontrollably. Knocking stopped, silence fell. Then the door handle turned slowly from inside. I'm out now. Rescued when plows finally reached the road January 2nd, cabin intact, but doors scratched to hell. Interior frost burned black in places. I don't go north anymore. But every winter, when snow falls heavy and wind howls, I hear them scratching at my apartment door, whispering through vents. So cold, let us in. Share the warmth. They're still out there, walking in every blizzard, looking for shelter forever. True scary stories from coastal towns. Terrifying real life. Hauntings and eerie ocean mysteries from America's most isolated seaside villages. The tide that sang my name in the summer of 2022, I inherited a crumbling seaside cottage in Harbor's End. A forgotten fishing village huddled on the jagged northern coast of Maine, where the Atlantic gnaws relentlessly at the cliffs like a starving beast. I was 31, broke and broken-fired in the tech layoffs, drowning in debt from my Aunt Marlene's cancer treatments, and reeling from a string of failed relationships that left me hollow. Marlene had been my only real family tie. She'd lived alone in that cottage since 1973 after her husband, Elias a lobsterman, vanished during a routine haul. No body, no boat wreckage, just an empty trapline and rumors of the call. Her will was simple. The cottage, a meager savings account, and a cryptic note in her spidery handwriting. The sea doesn't forget. It sings until you answer. I arrived in early June, desperate for escape. The drive north felt like descending into another world, paved roads giving way to gravel. Then dirt, forests thickening until the ocean exploded into view. Gunmetal waves crashing against black rocks, spray exploding white against the sky. Harbor's End was barely a town. 24 weathered shingle houses clinging to the hillside. A harbor with rusted trawlers creaking at moorings, a single dock scarred by decades of storms. The general store doubled as post office and gossip hub. The diner served chowder thick with clams and silence. Fog blanketed everything most days, dense, wet, swallowing sounds until the foghorn from the distant buoy moaned like a dying animal. Locals eyed me warily. Sun-leathered faces, eyes the color of storm clouds, nods that felt like warnings. The cottage perched on a narrow promontory. separated from the pebble beach by a deteriorating seawall of granite blocks slick with algae. It was a squat, unforgiving structure, salt-eaten gray shingles curling like dead skin, windows filmed with decades of spray, a widow's walk crowning the roof where Marlene had paced for years, binoculars in hand, waiting for a boat that never returned. Inside, low ceilings that pressed down, floors warped from moisture and time, walls paneled in dark knotty pine that absorbed light. The air carried a perpetual reek of low-tide rotting kelp, fish guts, and something deeper, metallic, like drowned blood. Every room held relics. Coiled ropes gone stiff, glass fishing floats clouded with age, yellowed nautical maps pinned with red X's marking lost zones. I threw myself into repairs, scraping barnacles from the foundation, patching the roof where leaks dripped like slow tears. Days blurred into routine. Foraging sea glass on the beach at low tide, the pebbles shifting underfoot like bones. Hiking fog-shrouded trails where twisted spruce clutched the cliffs. Eating at the diner where Cora, the waitress with hands like driftwood, served coffee black as tar and stories shorter than whispers. Nights were for the sea waves pounding a relentless rhythm, gulls screaming like lost souls at dawn. The horror crept in with the tide. It began on a fog-choked evening in mid-June. I walked the beach as dusk bled into night, the water unnaturally still, a black mirror reflecting nothing. Then the singing. Faint at first, a woman's voice rising from the surf, wordless, haunting, notes curling like smoke. A lullaby twisted into something mournful, pulling at buried grief. I followed it along the shoreline, past barnacle-crusted rocks where crabs scuttled like spiders. The fog closed in, cold fingers brushing my skin. The voice sharpened, weaving my name into the melody, soft, intimate, like a lover's promise from the deep. I fled back to the cottage, heart hammering. That night, windows cracked for air. The singing returned closer, seeping through screens with the brine-scented breeze. It called my name repeatedly now, layered with memories. My mother's voice before she left when I was 5, Marlene's rare bedtime stories of shipwrecks. I slammed windows shut, buried my head under pillows. The voice persisted, vibrating in my bones. The next weeks turned the cottage into a prison of sound. The singing was nightly, timed to the tide's loudest at the lowest ebb, when the sea exposed secrets buried in mud. It evolved. Multiple voices joining, women keening, men groaning deep as submarine echoes, children giggling with gurgling undertones. They knew things, my failures, my loneliness, whispering promises of peace below, where the pain stops, and will hold you forever. Physical traces appeared. Mornings brought wet footprints on the porch bare, splayed toes dragging seaweed, leading from the beach straight to the door before vanishing into dry gravel. Salt water pooled inside thresholds, though doors locked. Once, I found a child's handprint on the bathroom mirror, small, pruned fingers, outlined in bioluminescent algae that glowed faint green in the dark. I searched the beach compulsively, drawn by the song. The tideline yielded horrors, human bones tangled in kelp finger phalanges, a jawbone with gold teeth, message bottles with notes in faded ink, the singing one to stop, or don't answer. Worst, a leather logbook from 1892, pages swollen but legible accounts of the old Black Point lighthouse keepers hearing sirens in the fog, luring ships to rocks. Dozens wrecked, crews vanished, bodies washing up bloated and smiling. In town, questions yielded terror. Old Hargrove at the store muttered about the drowned choir souls claimed by the riptides singing to fill their ranks. Cora's face drained when I described the voices. Marlene heard it too, she whispered. After Elias walked into the water smiling, "Town knows. We don't interfere." The sea needs its due. Marlene's hidden journals revealed the truth. Tucked under attic floorboards, decades of entries. Elias heard the call first returned from halls soaked, eyes glassy, humming the melody. One storm night, he rose from bed, walked naked into the surf. Marlene watched from the widow's walk as hands pale, Webb pulled him under. She resisted years, stuffing ears with wax, boarding windows. But the voices promised reunion. Her final entry days before death? They're louder now. I hear Elias, it's time. The king tides of August brought apocalypse. The sea rose unnaturally high, black water clawing over the seawall, flooding the yard with foam that stank of decay. Singing became a cacophony inside the cottage now, vibrating walls, dripping from ceilings. Voices intimate, seductive. Come home. We miss you. No more alone. Shapes manifested. In fogged mirrors, drowned faces pressed from the other side, skin sloughing, eyes barnacled, mouths moving in song. At night the widows walk, figures climbing from the surf hundreds. In rotting oilskins, Victorian dresses heavy with water, children with crab-eaten faces. They gathered below, arms raised, singing my name in perfect, terrible harmony. Marlene among them, flesh bloated blue, hair writhing like eels, smiling with teeth sharpened by rocks. The final night, moonless, fog absolute. Water breached the doors, cold and thick as blood, rising to ankles, knees. The drowned poured in translucent at first, then solid, leaving trails of seawater and rot. Hands grasped, pruned, icy, pulling with impossible strength. Voices in my head. Join the choir! Sing forever. I climbed to the roof, waves lapping the eaves. They ascended the walls like spiders, faces inches away, breath reeking of abyssal depths. Dawn and receding tide saved me barely. I fled south, cottage abandoned to the sea. But the song never stops. In city faucets it hums, in rain it calls. Showers feel like drowning. And every coastal visit, the tide sings louder. They're patient, waiting for me to come home. To answer. True shocking airport horror stories. Most disturbing real-life nightmares and terrifying encounters in America's busiest haunted airports. The terminal that never lets you leave. In December 2023. I was 29 years old. Burned out from a soul-crushing remote job in marketing that had me staring at screens 12 hours a day, and flying home to Chicago for a strained family Christmas after skipping the previous 2 years. The conference in Los Angeles had been a waste, endless PowerPoints, forced networking, and the kind of corporate fake enthusiasm that left me hollow. I'd booked the cheapest red-eye out of lax. American Airlines, departing 11:45 p.m., arriving O'Hare around 5 a.m. I figured I'd sleep on the plane, land, Uber home, and collapse before the family drama started. Lax was its usual hellscape, that night holiday crowds thicker than expected, security lines snaking forever, TSA agents barking orders like drill sergeants. The air reeked of pretzels from Auntie Anne's, stale coffee, and that underlying jet fuel tang that clings to everything. Gates shuffled 3 times on the app. I sprinted between terminals, sweating through my hoodie. By boarding, I was exhausted. Boarding group 8. Shuffling down the jet bridge that smelled of disinfectant and recycled air. The plane was a tired 737 seats worn thin, overhead bins jammed with overstuffed bags. I claimed 22A window, praying for empty neighbors. The middle stayed vacant. Aisle got a silent older man in a suit who immediately put on eye shades. We pushed back on time, then stopped on the tarmac. Captain's voice crackled. Folks, slight mechanical delay checking, a warning light. Won't be long. Minutes turned to an hour. Cabin lights dimmed for comfort, but the air grew stuffy, recycled breaths heavy. Passengers grumbled, babies cried. 2 hours. We re-coordinating with maintenance and monitoring weather in Chicago, some snow moving in. By 3 a.m., engines off. We were deplaned back into Terminal 4 with apologies and $15 meal vouchers. Flight rebooked for 8 a.m. Hotel vouchers available but limited due to system-wide disruptions. The terminal hit like a fever dream. Overhead fluorescents buzzed harsh white, reflecting off polished floors that stretched endlessly. Digital boards bled red, cancelled and delayed in rows. Announcements looped in robotic voices. Unattended bags will be removed. Last call for Flight 247 to Denver. Shops mostly shuttered, metal grates down. Only a 24/7 Starbucks with a zombie line and a McDonald's slinging cold fries. Stranded passengers sprawled everywhere. Families under blankets on the floor. Business types pacing with dead phones. A drunk guy arguing with customer service about rights. I tried hotels booked solid from cascading delays. Resigned to the night, I staked a corner near Gate 47B. Armrest-free benches, carpet threadbare, and smelling of old spills. Carry-on as pillow, jacket as blanket. The terminal felt cavernous, now echoes sharper, air colder from overwork to sea. I dozed in fits, waking to cleaning cruise polishers whining like distant screams. Around 4:30 a.m., the crying started. Soft, muffled sobs of a young child, maybe 4 or 5, coming from the far end of the terminal, beyond the active gates. Heart-wrenching, lost sounding. I sat up, scanned. No kids nearby. Most sleepers were adults. The crying rose, joined by a woman's frantic Spanish. Mi bibi, ¿dónde estás? Pleading, echoing off glass walls. I stood, walked toward the sound past darkened gates 48 to 50, an older wing cordoned with construction zone signs and flimsy chains. The air grew colder there, stale, carrying a faint metallic scent like ozone after lightning. The crying pinpointed from behind a boarded service door. I pressed my ear sobs clearer, accompanied by small footsteps running, then stopping abruptly. A child's giggle playful, then terrified. I backed away, skin crawling. Asked the passing janitor Raymond, name tag faded, face lined deep. He stopped mopping, eyes darting. You hear them too? He whispered in accented English. The old ones. From the crash. They wait for flights that never come. He crossed himself, hurried off. Dawn crept gray through high windows, but the terminal felt dimmer. My rebooked flight slipped. 10 a.m., then noon, then TBD winter storm impacting Midwest hubs. I charged my phone at a crowded outlet strip. Shared uneasy chatter with strangers. A mom from Phoenix saying her toddler pointed at ghost ladies in the bathroom mirrors. A pilot off duty admitting crews avoid overnighting in Terminal 4. Radios pick up old tower chatter voices from flights long gone. The sounds escalated. Footsteps everywhere, small shoes pattering behind you, always stopping when you turned. Whispers over the PA between announcements. Mommy, it hurts, or why won't the plane take off? Wet spots appeared on floors, small handprints in condensation, evaporating slowly. Cold spots bloomed randomly, breath fogging mid-sentence, though LA was mild outside. Afternoon. Power surges. Lights strobing. Boards glitching, flights flickering to impossible listings. American Flight 191 to Chicago. Gate 49, boarding now. Passengers muttered. Some laughed nervously. But I knew Flight 191, May 25, 1979, DC-10 out of O'Hare. Engine detached on takeoff, crashed in a fireball. 271 on board dead, 2 on ground. Worst U.S. aviation disaster. The gate numbers matched old layouts. I wandered closer to the closed wing, again drawn, despite terror. Chain down now, door ajar. Corridor beyond. Time frozen. Seats in 70s orange fabric, torn and dusty. Ashtrays still in armrests. Departure board stuck on 1979 schedules. Air thick, heavy with dust and something acrid, burnt plastic, jet fuel. The crying swelled to a chorus, dozens of children, overlapping pleas. Footsteps thundered, running in panic. Then screams high, piercing, cut off abruptly. At gate 49, jet bridge extended into darkness, no plane attached. But inside, shadows moving, tall adult figures hurting small ones, silhouettes flickering like bad film. Scratching from the walls, nails on metal, desperate. A child's handprint bloomed on the glass from inside, small, smeared with soot. I fled back, found security. The guard, young, bored, listened, shrugged. Old wings haunted, man. Everyone knows. Crash victims. They think they're still waiting to board the return flight. Delays keep 'em here. He wouldn't go near it. Evening. Storm worsened nationally. All Chicago flights grounded indefinitely. Terminal packed again with new strandeds, but the closed wing called, louder screams echoing faintly over crowds. People vanished. I talked to someone sharing stories, turned for coffee. They're gone, no trace. My flight announced. American to O'Hare. Gate 49. Board flickering red. Crowd shuffled that way, unconsciously, faces slack, eyes distant. I resisted, hid in a bathroom stall. Through the door, marching footsteps, hundreds. Children crying, "We're going home!" Adults murmuring, "Finally," peeked out. Passengers filing into the closed quarter, modern clothes mixing with 70s styles, translucent figures joining. A burned hand grabbed my sleeve, charred flesh flaking, eyes melted sockets. Seat 228, yours. I ran blindly through service doors, maintenance halls, burst into tarmac access. Alarms wailed. Security tackled me, thought I was a threat. Detained, questioned, released with warnings. Real flight next morning, boarded shaking, landed safe. But airports now. Delays trigger it. Boards glitch to Flight 191. Whispers and jet bridges. Empty seats beside me, depressed, someone sitting invisible. And in reflections on airplane windows, small faces pressed against glass from outside, at 30,000 feet. Smiling, waiting for takeoff. That never comes. The Whispering Alley, my true night of terror in Chicago's haunted Printers Row. I've never been one to believe in ghosts or the supernatural. I'm Alex, a 32-year-old software engineer living in downtown Chicago. My life revolves around code, logic, data tangible things I can debug and fix. Paranormal stories? I'd always dismiss them as urban myths, sleep paralysis, or people seeing what they want to see after too many horror movies. But on October 17th, 2024, everything I thought I knew shattered during a single walk through an alley I'd taken countless times before. This is my true scary story, 100% real, unembellished, and still haunting me today. If you're looking for authentic, true scary stories, real ghost encounters, terrifying urban hauntings, or chilling paranormal experiences in Chicago, this one will stay with you. Every detail is burned into my memory. It was a Thursday night, just past 11:45 p.m. I've been grinding at the office in the loop, fixing a stubborn bug in a fintech app that had kept the team late. Exhausted, I grabbed my backpack, threw on my black hoodie, and headed out into the crisp October air. The city was alive but winding down taxis honking on Michigan Avenue. Groups of 20-somethings laughing outside bars, the distant rumble of the L train overhead. I could have taken the main streets home to my apartment in the South Loop, a safe 20-minute walk under bright lights. But I was tired. It was drizzling lightly. And I opted for the shortcut. Printers Row Alley. Everyone who knows the area calls it that because it slices between the old red brick printing houses from the 1800s tall. Looming buildings with faded signs and arched windows that haven't changed much since Chicago's industrial boom. The alley itself is narrow, maybe 12 feet wide, paved with uneven cobblestones that collect puddles and trash. Flanked by overflowing dumpsters, rusted fire escapes, and graffiti-covered walls, it's the kind of place moms warn you about. There's only one light source, a single orange sodium street lamp about 200 feet in, at the far end that always flickers like it's on its last legs. The smell is constant damp concrete, rotting garbage, piss, and the faint metallic tang of old rain. Homeless people sometimes shelter under the loading docks and rats skitter in the shadows. I'd walked it hundreds of times, day and night, without issue. I'm 6'2" built from weekend gym sessions, and I carry pepper spray clipped to my keys. Headphones in, podcast on, usually something rational like true crime or tech news. I felt invincible. That night, the temperature had plummeted to the low 40s Fahrenheit, unusual even for Chicago October. A fine mist hung in the air, turning everything slick and reflective. Streetlights haloed in the fog, and my breath came out in visible puffs. I popped in my noise-canceling earbuds, queued up an episode of Crime Junkie, and stepped into the alley mouth. Instantly, the city sounds muted. The traffic became a distant hum, laughter faded to nothing. Just my sneakers splashing softly in shallow puddles and the rhythmic drip-drip from overflowing gutters overhead. I was maybe 15 feet in when the first anomaly hit. The street lamp ahead began flickering. Not the usual erratic buzz of bad wiring, but a deliberate pattern off for 3 seconds, on for 3, off again. Like a heartbeat, or a signal. I paused my podcast, squinted ahead. Old infrastructure, I thought. These buildings date back to the Great Chicago Fire rebuild era. Electrical gremlins are common. I shrugged, resumed walking. Then came the whisper. It was barely audible at first, a dry rasp riding the mist, like wind scraping dead leaves across pavement. I couldn't make out words, just a low exhalation from somewhere behind me. I stopped dead, yanked out one earbud. Listened. Nothing but rain pattering on metal dumpster lids and the faint squeak of a rat somewhere. Heart rate ticked up a notch, but I chalked it up to the podcast priming my paranoia. True crime does that. I kept moving, 20 more steps. The whisper returned, closer, clearer. Leave. A single word hissed like steam escaping a pipe, but with human timbre, old, male, throat raw from decades of smoking. It brushed my left ear so intimately I felt the chill of breath that wasn't there. I whipped around, flashlight on my phone blazing. The beam cut through the drizzle, illuminating empty brick. Overflowing trash bags split open with rotting food spilling out. Puddles rippling gently. No one. Nothing. My pulse was hammering now. Hello? I called, voice echoing weakly off the walls. Only silence answered, thick and oppressive. I told myself it was an echo from the street. Maybe someone talking on speakerphone bleeding through from Wabash. But the alley walls muffle everything. I sped up, hands clenched in pockets, trying to laugh it off internally. You're tired, Alex. Overtired brain playing tricks. The whispers multiplied. Now there were several overlapping, discordant, all raspy and ancient. Male and female voices weaving together like corrupted audio tape. Fragments floated to me. Not yours? He's watching. Turn back now. They weren't coming from one direction anymore. They surrounded me above, below, inside my skull. Some sounded like children, high-pitched and giggling maliciously. Others like crones wheezing through phlegm. I ripped out both earbuds, stuffed them in my pocket. Who the fuck is there? I shouted louder this time, adrenaline surging. My voice bounced back distorted, mocking. The air grew heavier, colder dropping what felt like 10 degrees in seconds. My fingers went numb inside my pockets. And then the smell arrived. It started subtle, weaving under the usual alley rot. A sweet sickly decay, like meat left in warm sun for days, mingled with wet cemetery soil after a grave's been dug. Grave rot. It intensified quickly, coating the back of my throat, making me gag involuntarily. I covered my mouth with my sleeve, eyes watering. The stench was physical, invasive, as if something dead was exhaling directly into my face. Halfway through the alley now, about 100 feet in, the flickering lamp accelerated into a frantic strobe. Each flash froze frames of the surroundings. A shadow darting behind a dumpster too tall and thin to be human. A pale hand withdrawing into darkness between bricks. Something low and scurrying stopping abruptly to stare with glinting eyes that weren't rat-like at all. I was breathing hard, fogging the air in rapid bursts. Logic screamed this was mass hysteria or carbon monoxide from a nearby vent, but fear overrode it. I pushed forward toward the exit light, telling myself just 100 more feet. That's when I saw her. In one prolonged strobe flash, she materialized under the lamp. A woman, unnaturally still, facing away. She wore a long gray dress, Victorian-style high-necked, tattered at the hems, soaked through and clinging to an emaciated frame. Her black hair hung in wet, matted ropes to her waist, dripping steadily though the rain wasn't heavy enough for that. Skin visible on her neck and arms was corpse pale, mottled with dark bruises or rot spots. She didn't sway, didn't breathe visibly, just stood, head cocked as if listening to something I couldn't hear. "Hey," I managed, voice cracking like a teenager's. "Are you okay? Do you need help?" No response. The lamp flickered off, plunging everything into black for 3 agonizing seconds. When it flared back, she was closer 15 feet now, still facing away, no footsteps heard, no splashes. Impossible! Terror clawed up my spine. I backed away slowly, shoes scraping cobblestones. The whispers erupted into a deafening chorus, dozens, hundreds of voices, all knowing, "She's waiting for you. She remembers. Alex. Alex. Come closer." They used my name. Clear as day, multiple voices harmonizing it mockingly. Panic exploded. I turned and bolted back toward the entrance, legs pumping, breath ragged. Behind me came the dragging wet, bare feet slapping through puddles, uneven and fast, gaining. I risked one glance over my shoulder. In the strobing light, she was gliding lurching after me, head now snapped around unnaturally far, face finally visible. God, her face. Sunken eyes like black pits, no whites, just endless voids leaking dark fluid down gaunt cheeks. Mouth stretched too wide in a rictus grin, lips shredded and bleeding black ichor. Teeth jagged and yellowed. Skin sloughing in places, revealing bone beneath, and she was smiling at me. I screamed, a raw primal sound I didn't know I could make, and ran faster. The dragging sound multiplied, more feet joining, as if others were rising from the shadows, from behind dumpsters, from cracks in the walls. Hands brushed my hoodie-cold, clammy fingers that left wet streaks I could feel through fabric. The stench was everywhere now, choking, mixed with something coppery blood. Whispers became shrieks inside my head. "Join us, Alex. We've been so lonely. She make you stay forever." I burst out onto Wabash Avenue, colliding with a group of late-night walkers. I must have looked deranged, face drained of color, eyes wild, soaked in sweat despite the cold. "What the hell, man?" one guy yelled as I nearly knocked him over. I collapsed against a storefront, gasping, retching from the lingering smell that clung to my clothes. After what felt like hours, but was probably minutes, I dared look back. The alley mouth was empty, lamp glowing steady now, normal, inviting almost. I didn't go home. I stumbled to a 24-hour diner on Michigan, ordered black coffee with shaking hands, and sat in a corner booth until sunrise. Customers gave me weird looks. The waitress asked if I was okay. I couldn't speak at first. When I could think straight, I researched on my phone, hands still trembling. Printers Row's history is dark. In the 1880s, 1890s, it was part of Chicago's Vice District. Brothels, opium dens, gambling halls hidden in those printing houses. Multiple unsolved murders, women mostly, throats slashed, bodies dumped in alleys, drained of blood in ritualistic ways. One case matched perfectly. Eliza Graves, 28, murdered October 1893 by a jealous client. Found in that exact alley, dress torn gray from bloodstains, hair matted, body posed under the original gas lamp post, now the sodium one. Legend claims she wasn't the only victim. A ring of occult-obsessed printers used the alley for darker purposes. Dozens vanished. Witnesses through the 20th century reported whispers calling names, a woman in gray luring men, rotting smells, and fleeting touches in the dark. Some never came out. I'd never heard any of this. Swear on my life. The aftermath was worse than the night itself. For weeks, whispers followed me faint in my apartment's empty rooms, in the shower, under my bed at 3 a.m. My name murmured lovingly, hatefully. I'd wake smelling grave rot, sheets soaked in cold sweat. Shadows in corners moved when I blinked. Once, in my bathroom mirror at night, I saw her reflection behind mine, smiling that shredded smile just for a second. I saw a therapist, told her it was stress, got prescribed sleep aids. Moved apartments in January 2025 to the north side. Avoid alleys, shortcuts, anywhere dark. I don't walk alone at night anymore. And sometimes, randomly, in crowded places, I hear it. Alex ... on the wind. If you're reading this searching for true scary stories from dark alleys, real Chicago ghost encounters, or haunted urban legends that actually happened, believe me, some places remember their dead. They wait patiently in the shadows between buildings, hungry for company. Don't take shortcuts. Ever. This is my story. It's real. And she's still out there. The Phantom Hitchhiker of Highway 50. A true terrifying encounter on America's loneliest road that still haunts me to this day. Real scary hitchhiker horror story. This is my own true terrifying experience that happened to me in the fall of 2018 while driving across Nevada's Highway 50, often called the loneliest road in America. I've never shared the full details publicly before because even now, years later, thinking about it makes my skin crawl and keeps me up at night. What started as a simple act of kindness turned into the most horrifying night of my life. This is a real scary hitchhiker story, not some urban legend or creepypasta. It happened to me and the details are burned into my memory forever. I was 28 at the time, freshly divorced and trying to clear my head with a solo cross-country road trip from California to Colorado. I'd left Sacramento that morning, planning to push through Nevada in one long haul so I could reach Ely before midnight. Highway 50 stretches for hundreds of miles with almost nothing but sagebrush, mountains, and empty sky. Cell service is spotty at best, gas stations are hours apart, and at night it feels like you're the only person left on Earth. It was around 10:30 p.m. when I saw her. I'd just passed the tiny town of Austin, climbing the summit in the pitch black, headlights cutting through swirling dust. My high beams caught a figure on the shoulder, a young woman standing perfectly still, thumb out. She wore a thin white sundress that looked completely out of place in the freezing desert night. Long dark hair, pale skin, barefoot. No backpack, no jacket, nothing. Just standing there like she'd been waiting for hours. I almost didn't stop. I'm not proud of that hesitation, but every true scary hitchhiker story you hear flashes through your mind in that moment. Ted Bundy, serial killers. But she looked so young, maybe early 20s, and so vulnerable. The temperature was already dropping below 40 degrees Fahrenheit. I thought about my little sister, how I'd want someone to stop for her. So I slowed down, pulled over about 50 yards ahead, and waited. She walked up slowly, almost gliding. When she reached the passenger window, she leaned down and smiled. Her eyes were huge, dark, and strangely calm. "Thank you so much," she said in a soft, almost melodic voice. "I've been out here forever." I asked where she was headed. "East," she said simply. "As far as you're going is fine. No specific town, no explanation of why she was stranded barefoot in the middle of nowhere." Red flags were screaming in my head, but I unlocked the door anyway. She climbed in gracefully, bringing a sudden chill with her, like the car as heat couldn't touch her side of the cabin. Her name was Emily, she said. She smelled faintly of wildflowers, which was weird because nothing blooms out there in October. We started driving again, and at first the conversation was normal. She asked about my trip, said she'd been visiting family but got separated. I didn't press for details. I figured she'd open up when she was ready. But as the miles ticked by, little things started feeling off. She never blinked much. I noticed it when I glanced over at a stop sign that doesn't even exist out there. I was just looking for an excuse to look at her face longer. Her skin was flawless, almost porcelain, but too pale, like moonlight on snow. And she kept staring straight ahead, smiling faintly, even when we weren't talking. About 30 minutes in, we passed the old Fallon Naval Base turnoff. That's when she suddenly said, "Do you believe in ghosts?" I laughed nervously. Not really. Why? She turned her head slowly, too slowly, and looked directly at me. Because sometimes people don't realize they're already gone. My stomach dropped. I tried to play it cool. That's creepy. You trying to scare me? She just smiled wider. No, just telling the truth. The temperature in the car kept dropping. I had the heater blasting on high, but my breath started fogging. I could see goosebumps on my own arms, but Emily sat there perfectly comfortable in that thin dress. No shivering, no nothing. Then the radio started acting up. I had it on a classic rock station, weak signal, lots of static. Suddenly, the music cut out completely, replaced by a low whispery static that almost sounded like voices. I reached to change the station, and Emily gently touched my hand. Her fingers were ice cold, like literal ice. "Don't," she whispered. "They're trying to talk to you." I jerked my hand away. "Who?" "The others. The ones who didn't make it home." At this point my heart was pounding. I wanted to pull over and tell her to get out, but we were in the middle of absolute nowhere. Next town was still over an hour away. Dropping her off here would be a death sentence in the cold. So I kept driving, gripping the wheel so hard my knuckles went white. She started telling me a story then. Her voice was soft, hypnotic. She said she'd been driving this same road years ago with her boyfriend. They'd gotten into a fight. He'd been drinking, took a curve too fast near Sand Mountain. Car flipped. She died on impact. He walked away with scratches. "I've been trying to get home ever since," she said quietly. "But no one ever takes me far enough." I was sweating despite the cold. "That's not funny, Emily. I'm not trying to be funny." She reached out and touched the dashboard. Frost spread instantly from her fingertips across the vents. "I just want to go home." I floored it. The speedometer climbed to 9,100 miles per hour on that dark, empty highway. I didn't care about cops, there are none out there anyway. I just wanted to get to Ely, drop her at a motel or police station, anything. That's when the real horror began. The headlights started flickering. Not like a dying battery, more like something was interfering with them. They dimmed to almost nothing, then flare back bright, revealing things on the roadside that shouldn't be there. Shadows that looked like people standing just beyond the light. Pale faces watching us pass. Emily started humming. A lullaby, slow and sad. Every time she hummed a note, the car's interior lights dimmed in rhythm. Then she turned to me again. "You're kind," she said. "Most people don't stop anymore. They sense something's wrong, but you stopped." I couldn't speak. My throat felt frozen. She reached over and gently brushed a strand of hair from my forehead. Her touch burned cold like dry ice. "Thank you for trying to take me home." Suddenly the car filled with the overwhelming smell of earth-like fresh-turned graves, wet soil and decay. I gagged, rolled down the window for air. And that's when I saw it in the rearview mirror. The back seat was no longer empty. There were shapes back there. Indistinct at first, but as my eyes adjusted to the dark, I saw them 3 or 4 figures, pale and translucent, sitting silently, watching. One looked like an old man in overalls. Another a woman in a nurse's uniform from decades ago. All of them staring at me with those same huge dark eyes Emily had. I screamed. I've never screamed like that in my life. The car swerved dangerously as I whipped around to look directly. No one there. Empty seats. But in the mirror, they were still there. Emily placed a hand on my arm. "Don't look at them," she said calmly. "They just want rides too. But they're not ready yet." I was crying now, begging her to let me go, to leave me alone. I promised I'd take her wherever she wanted. She just kept humming. We finally approached the outskirts of Ely around 1 a.m. Streetlights appeared in the distance like heaven's gates. I'd never been so relieved in my life. As we entered the town limits, Emily suddenly went very still. She looked out the window at the passing houses with such intense longing it broke my heart even through the terror. "This is far enough," she whispered. I pulled over near a gas station that was still open. Hands shaking, I turned to tell her to get out. But the passenger seat was empty. The door was still locked from the inside. Her seatbelt was still buckled. The only evidence she'd ever been there was a perfect handprint of frost on the window 5 delicate fingers and the palm slowly melting. I sat there for 20 minutes, engine running, too scared to move. Finally, I drove to the police station and told them everything. They listened politely, but I could see the looks they exchanged. One officer said they get stories like this every few years, always the same stretch of Highway 50. Always a young woman in white. They showed me a missing persons file from 1998. Emily Rebecca Thompson, age 21. Died in a single-car rollover near Sand Mountain. Boyfriend survived. Her body was recovered wearing a white sundress for a friend's wedding they'd been driving to. The photo attached to the file was unmistakable. Same huge dark eyes, same gentle smile. I left Ely at dawn, drove straight through to Colorado without stopping. I've never driven Highway 50 again, day or night. Sometimes when I'm driving alone at night anywhere, I'll smell wildflowers suddenly. Or feel the temperature drop 10 degrees for no reason. Or catch something in the rearview mirror that disappears when I look directly. I don't pick up hitchhikers anymore, ever. And I still check my backseat every time I get in the car. Because some rides, you never really finish. If you've ever driven the loneliest road in America at night, you know how empty it feels. How easy it is to imagine you're not quite as alone as you think. Be careful if you see a young woman in white with her thumb out. She's still trying to get home, and sometimes she brings friends. The Whispering Clown. My own terrifying true birthday party horror story. I've never told this story publicly before, and honestly, I've spent years trying to forget it. But it happened to me on my 12th birthday, August 17th, 2011, in our family home in Cairo, Egypt. What was supposed to be the happiest day of a preteen's life turned into a nightmare involving a clown my parents hired for entertainment. A clown who knew things about me he had no business knowing, and who left something behind that still makes my blood run cold. If you're looking for real birthday party horror stories, true scary experiences from children's parties in the Middle East, creepy clown encounters at celebrations, or disturbing things that happen during kids' birthdays, this is mine one I'll never forget. Let me paint the full picture so you feel like you were there, because every tiny detail still haunts me. We lived in a spacious 3-story villa in New Cairo, the kind with high ceilings, marble floors, and a massive garden surrounded by a tall stone wall. The house was beautiful but old-built in the 1980s, and it always had strange echoes at night, like footsteps when no one was walking. My parents loved throwing big parties, especially for birthdays. For my 12th, they invited over 30 kids, classmates from my international school, cousins from both sides of the family, neighbors' children, even some kids from the compound next door. My mom went overboard with decorations, hundreds of gold and silver balloons, floating from the ceiling and tied to the palm trees outside, long tables covered in bright blue tablecloths, a dessert station with trays of kanafa, basbousa, chocolate fountain dripping over fresh strawberries, and a 3-tiered birthday cake, shaped like a soccer ball because I was obsessed with football that year, Arsenal fan for life. The party started at 5 p.m., right after the afternoon heat started to ease. The garden was alive with laughter kids running around the inflatable slide and bounce house we rented, splashing in the shallow pool my dad had filled with floating toys, playing PlayStation on the big outdoor screen. There was a cotton candy machine spinning pink clouds, a popcorn cart that smelled amazing, and a professional face painting station where girls were getting butterflies and unicorns on their cheeks. My dad was grilling kofta and chicken kebabs, the smoky aroma mixing with jasmine flowers from the garden. I was wearing my new Arsenal jersey, opening gifts, left and right new cleats. An iPod Touch, huge deal back then. FIFA 12 for PS3. Everything felt perfect. Then, at around 6:30 p.m., the clown arrived. My mom had booked him through a popular party company in Cairo, supposedly vetted, background checked, the works. His name was Mito the Funny Clown. He showed up in a beat-up white van, wearing the classic oversized red shoes, baggy polka dot pants, a rainbow wig, full white face paint with exaggerated red smile and black teardrops under the eyes. He carried a big red duffel bag full of props, balloons, magic tricks, a portable speaker playing silly circus music. At first, he was great. He twisted balloons into swords and animals, did simple magic tricks like pulling scarves out of his sleeve, Made all the kids laugh with slapstick falls and honking his big red nose. Even I laughed when he pretended to accidentally spray water from a fake flower onto my cousin. But something felt off from the start. His voice was too deep for a clown raspy, almost whispering when he spoke directly to kids. And his eyes, behind the makeup, they were dark, intense, like he was studying everyone instead of performing. During the magic show segment, he gathered all the kids in a big circle on the grass. He asked for a volunteer and picked me, the birthday boy, of course. He sat me on a stool in the center and started doing card tricks. That's when it got personal. Way too personal. He fanned out the cards and told me to pick one. I picked the Queen of Hearts. He smiled that painted-on smile and said, loud enough for everyone to hear, "Ah, the Queen of Hearts." Just like the drawing hidden under your mattress. The one of the girl from school you like but are too shy to tell. The garden went quiet. My face burned. How did he know? I had a secret crush on a girl named Layla in my class. And I'd drawn a stupid heart with her name weeks ago and hidden it under my mattress because I was embarrassed. No one knew, not my parents, not my siblings, not even my best friend. I laughed it off nervously, but my mom looked confused and concerned. He kept going. He pulled out a long balloon, twisted it into a dog shape, and handed it to me, whispering so only I could hear, "Be careful at night, the whispers in your closet aren't just the wind. They know your name." My blood froze. Since we moved into that house when I was 8, I'd always heard faint whispering from inside my bedroom closet late at night. I told my parents it was nightmares, but it terrified me. I never told anyone the whispers sounded like they were saying my actual name. The adults clapped, thinking it was part of the act, but I saw my mom's face. She knew something was wrong. The clown finished his set quickly after that, bowed dramatically, collected his payment from my dad, and left in his van before cake time. We tried to move on. We sang Happy Birthday in Arabic and English. I blew out the 12 candles. Everyone cheered. We ate cake and danced to Mara Jane and Justin Bieber songs blasting from the speakers. But I couldn't shake the unease. A few other kids said the clown gave them the creeps too. He whispered strange things to them as well, like telling one cousin shouldn't open her diary anymore because someone else already reads it. The party wrapped up around 10 p.m. Guests left. The garden got cleaned, and we all went inside exhausted. My parents told me to go shower and sleep. I had school the next morning. I went up to my bedroom on the second floor. It was a big room with a balcony overlooking the garden, posters of Messi and Ronaldo on the walls, my desk cluttered with homework. I turned on all the lights, locked the door, something I never did, and got ready for bed. That's when I noticed something on my pillow. A single red balloon, perfectly round, tied with a white ribbon. Inside the balloon, floating in the helium, was a small folded piece of paper. My heart pounded as I popped it carefully with a pin. The paper was a Polaroid photo of me sleeping in my bed, taken from inside my room, from the direction of the closet. On the back, written in red marker, "Happy birthday, my real first name. Thank you for inviting me. I'll come again next year without the makeup," I screamed. My parents rushed in, saw the photo, and freaked out. We called the police immediately. They came, searched the entire house and garden, checked security cameras. We had a basic system back then. The footage showed the clown arriving and leaving normally. But at 3:17 a.m., hours after the party ended, a blurry figure in dark clothing climbed over the back wall, stayed for exactly 11 minutes, and left the same way. No face visible. The party company swore they'd never sent anyone named Mito. The phone number my mom used was disconnected the next day. The van's license plate led nowhere. Police investigated for weeks but found nothing, no fingerprints, no DNA, no matches in any database. We moved out of that house 6 months later. I still can't look at clowns. I don't celebrate birthdays with entertainers ever. And every August, I double-check my locks, sleep with the lights on, and pray I never hear whispering again. This is my true story, the one that happened to me. If you've ever experienced something similar, a creepy entertainer who knew too much, a birthday that went from joy to pure terror, you know how it changes you forever. The man who lived in my walls. The terrifying true home intrusion story I'll never forget. I've never shared this story in full detail before, partly because people might think I'm crazy, and partly because reliving it still makes my hands shake. But this happened to me in the fall of 2019, when I was 28 years old, living alone in a quiet residential area of Amman, Jordan. What I thought was a simple case of old house noises turned into the most horrifying realization. Someone had been secretly living inside my home for months. watching me, touching my things, and waiting. If you're searching for the scariest true home intrusion stories, real terrifying home invasion experiences, creepy stalker living in house tales, or disturbing secret intruder horror stories from the Middle East, this one is mine and it still gives me nightmares years later. Let me take you back step by step with every chilling detail I remember, because the slow build-up is what made it so utterly terrifying. I had just moved into a 2-story apartment in a charming older building in Jebel Amen, one of those classic stone houses divided into flats. With high ceilings, thick walls, wooden floors that creaked beautifully, and large arched windows overlooking narrow cobblestone streets lined with olive trees and jasmine vines. The apartment was on the top floor, spacious for a single person, a big living room with a fireplace I never used, a modern kitchen I'd renovated myself, 2 bedrooms, one I turned into a home office, and a bathroom with an old clawfoot tub. There was also a small attic space accessible only through a pull-down ladder in the hallway ceiling, mostly used for storage, filled with dusty boxes left by previous tenants. I loved the place at first. It felt cozy, private, and safe. I worked remotely as a graphic designer, so I spent most days at home blasting Arabic pop or podcasts while working at my desk. Cooking elaborate meals in the evenings, I was trying to perfect makluba back then, and binge-watching Netflix on my projector until late. My routine was predictable. Wake up around 8 a.m., coffee on the balcony watching the city wake up, work until 6 p.m., gym or a walk in the neighborhood, dinner, then relax. The strange things started small about 2 months after I moved in around late September. I'd come home from grocery shopping at the local Carrefour and noticed little inconsistencies. A kitchen cabinet left slightly ajar when I knew I'd closed it. My coffee mug moved from the drying rack to the counter. One time, I found my bedroom window cracked open even though I'd locked everything before leaving. I blamed it on forgetfulness, stress from work deadlines, I told myself. Then the food started disappearing. Not big amounts, just odd things. Half a bar of Galaxy chocolate gone from the fridge. A few pieces missing from a bag of pistachios I just opened. One morning, I woke up to find an apple from my fruit bowl half-eaten, core neatly placed back on the counter like someone didn't want to make a mess. I thought maybe mice, even though I'd never seen droppings. I set traps, nothing caught. By October, the noises began. At night, mostly after midnight when the city quieted down. Soft thumping from above, like someone walking lightly in the attic. Scraping sounds inside the walls, slow, deliberate, like fingernails dragging along plaster. I'd lie in bed, heart racing, listening. Sometimes it sounded like muffled breathing or a faint cough. I'd grab my phone's flashlight, pull down the attic ladder, and shine it up there, nothing but shadows and old insulation. Old building settling, my friend said when I mentioned it casually. Jordanian stone houses make all kinds of noises with temperature changes. But then it got personal. One evening in early November, I came home late after dinner with friends at a cafe in Rainbow Street. I unlocked the door, kicked off my shoes, and headed to the kitchen for water. That's when I noticed my laptop, usually closed on the desk, was open. The screen was on, paused on a private photo album I'd been looking at earlier that week. Pictures of my ex-girlfriend from years ago, ones I'd never shown anyone. The cursor was hovering over a photo of us on vacation in Aqaba. I lived alone. No one had a key except the landlord, who lived in another city. I froze, scanning the room. Everything else looked normal. I checked the doors and windows locked. I even called out, "Is anyone here?" Like an idiot in a movie. Silence. I convinced myself I'd left it open by accident. The next incidents escalated quickly. My clothes started getting moved. I'd hang my favorite black hoodie in the closet, and the next day it'd be folded on a different shelf. One night I woke up around 3 a.m. thirsty, went to the bathroom, and saw in the mirror that my toothbrush was wet like it had just been used. My stomach dropped. I started documenting everything, taking photos of drawer positions, marking food levels with tape. I installed cheap security cameras, 4 of them covering the living room, kitchen, hallway, and my bedroom door. For 2 weeks, nothing on footage except me. But the intrusions continued off camera. A note appeared on my fridge, one morning scribbled on a post-it. I didn't recognize, "You make great shawarma." I'd cooked chicken shawarma the night before. The handwriting was shaky, unfamiliar. I called the police. They came, searched the apartment thoroughly, checked the attic, found nothing, and suggested I change the locks anyway. I did high security ones. I told my family, who freaked out and wanted me to move back home, but I was stubborn. I loved the apartment and didn't want to admit I was scared. The breaking point came on a cold Thursday night in late November. It was raining hardware for Emma and thunder rumbling over the hills. I was working late on a client project, headphones on, when the power flickered. The cameras went offline for about 30 seconds. When they rebooted, I checked the live feed out of habit. In the hallway camera, the one pointing at the attic ladder, there was movement. The ladder was pulled down, just slightly, and then a hand, pale, thin fingers gripping the edge, pulling it back up slowly. The footage glitched, but I saw a glimpse of a face. Gaunt, bearded, eyes wide and dark, staring directly into the camera for a split second before disappearing. I screamed, grabbed a kitchen knife, and called the police while barricading myself in the bedroom. They arrived in 15 minutes with 3 officers. They pulled down the ladder and went up with flashlights and guns drawn. He was there, curled up in the far corner of the attic, surrounded by my missing food wrappers, empty water bottles, and worst of all, a nest made from my stolen clothes and blankets. He'd cut a small hole in the drywall from inside the walls, allowing him to move between the attic and hollow spaces behind my bedroom and bathroom. There were peepholes, tiny drilled holes covered with tape into my bedroom, bathroom, even the shower. He'd been watching me sleep, shower, live my entire private life. He didn't resist arrest, just stared blankly as they cuffed him. Police later identified him as a 42-year-old homeless man with a history of mental illness who'd been reported missing from a shelter months earlier. He'd entered through a loose roof access panel on the building's top, unknown to me or the landlord, and made the attic his home. Fingerprints matched ones on my toothbrush, fridge note, everything. They found a journal he'd kept pages and pages detailing my daily routine. What I ate, what I watched on TV, even descriptions of my phone calls he overheard through the walls. One entry read, "He looks peaceful when he sleeps. I wish I could sleep like that." I moved out the next week. Burned most of my belongings. Got therapy. Changed all my passwords, social media, everything. To this day, I can't live in older buildings. I check attics, walls, every corner before moving in. And sometimes in quiet moments, I swear I hear scraping, even though I know it's impossible. This is my true home intrusion horror story, the scariest thing that's ever happened to me. If you've experienced real secret intruder stories, terrifying someone living in your house experiences, creepy stalker in walls tailies, or disturbing hidden home invasion nightmares, you know that feeling of violation that never fully goes away. The Shadow in the Olive Grove, my terrifying true dog-walking horror story that still haunts me. I've never shared this full story with anyone outside my immediate family, and even they begged me to stop halfway through because it upset them too much. But it happened to me back in the spring of 2022 when I was 31, living in Beirut, Lebanon, and walking my rescue dog Luna every single night through the quiet streets and abandoned olive groves near my apartment. What started as a peaceful routine to clear my head after long days turned into the most terrifying experience of my life. Being stalked by something or someone that knew exactly where I'd be and left proof that it had been closer than I ever imagined. If you're searching for true scary dog walking stories, real terrifying encounters while walking dogs at night, creepy stalker experiences, during pet walks, or disturbing true horror tales from the Middle East, this is mine, one that makes me triple check locks and avoid dark paths even years later. Let me take you through it all, every heart-pounding detail, because the slow, creeping build-up over weeks is what made it so psychologically devastating. I was living in a modest third-floor apartment in the Gemeza neighborhood, one of those charming old Beirut buildings with wrought iron balconies, peeling pastel paint, high ceilings, and neighbors who greeted each other with marhaba every morning. The area was vibrant during the day, cafes spilling onto sidewalks with people sipping strong Arabic coffee, and smoking argila, street vendors selling kak and manakish, the distant hum of traffic from downtown. But at night, especially after 10 p.m., it quieted down dramatically. The power cuts were still frequent back then, so whole blocks would go dark, lit only by moonlight or the occasional car headlights. I'd adopted Luna the year before from a local animal rescue group called Beta. She was a medium-sized mixed breed part. German Shepherd, part street dog with sleek black fur, intelligent amber eyes, and a cautious personality from her rough start on the streets. Walking her became my therapy. My job as a freelance translator, Arabic, English, French, kept me glued to my laptop all day, so every evening around 9:30 p.m. rain or shine we'd head out for an hour-long loop. Down the stairs along the main street past closed shops, then cutting through a narrow alley into an old olive grove on the edge of the neighborhood. The grove was my favorite part, a forgotten patch of land maybe half a football field in size, surrounded by crumbling stone walls, filled with ancient gnarled olive trees whose twisted branches created a canopy overhead. In spring the air smelled incredible, wildflowers blooming between the roots, jasmine from nearby gardens, the earthy scent after light rain. During the day, old men would sit there playing backgammon. At night, it was deserted, peaceful, almost magical under the stars. Luna loved it. She'd sniff every tree, chase moths in the grass, and I'd put in my earbuds listening to Fireroos or podcasts, letting the stress melt away. The first odd thing happened on a warm April night. Luna and I were halfway through the grove when she suddenly stopped dead, ears perked, staring intently into the darkness between two massive trees about 30 meters away. She didn't bark. Luna rarely barked, but she let out a low, rumbling growl I'd never heard from her before, the kind that vibrates in her chest. I pulled out my earbuds and whispered, "Shufi? What's there?" I shone my phone flashlight. Nothing but shadows and swaying branches from the breeze off the Mediterranean. I tugged her leash and we continued, but she kept glancing back, hackles slightly raised. I brushed it off as a cat or stray dog. Beirut has plenty of both, but it happened again 2 nights later. Same spot. Same intense stare and growl. This time I heard something. A faint rustle, like footsteps on dry leaves, moving parallel to us deeper in the trees. I called out, "Minhan? Who's there?" Feeling foolish but adrenaline kicking in. Silence. Luna strained against the leash, pulling toward the sound. We hurried out of the grove that night, and I took a longer route home on light streets. Over the next week, the walks grew tense. Luna became hypervigilant in the grove, refusing to sniff certain areas, pulling me away from the darker paths, growling at nothing visible. I started noticing small things too. Broken twigs and patterns that looked deliberate, like someone had snapped them to mark a trail. One evening, I found a fresh cigarette butt near our usual bench. Marlboro Red, not a common brand in Lebanon back then. I don't smoke, and no one had been around. By early May, I switched to walking earlier, around 8 p.m. when there was still some daylight lingering. But work deadlines kept pushing it later, and one humid Thursday night, we didn't head out until almost 11 p.m. The city was unusually quiet, no muezzin call echoing yet, no cars. As we entered the grove, Luna froze at the entrance, refusing to go in. She planted her paws, tail tucked, whining softly. I'd never seen her like that. "Ya Habibi," I coaxed, but she wouldn't budge. That's when I felt it eyes on me. That prickling sensation at the back of your neck. I spun around. Nothing on the alley behind us. But deeper in the grove, between the olive trunks, I swear I saw movement, a tall, dark silhouette shifting position, too tall and thin to be an animal. My heart slammed against my ribs. I yanked Luna's leash, and we speed-walked back toward the main street. The next incidents turned my routine into paranoia. One night, coming home, I found muddy paw prints on my apartment stairs, larger than Luna's, leading up to my door and back down. No mud on our shoes. It hadn't rained. Another time, Luna's food bowl in the kitchen had been moved slightly, with a few kibbles scattered like someone had tasted them. I started locking my balcony door religiously. Even though it was 3 stories up, the stalking escalated. I began hearing footsteps behind us, deliberate, matching my pace, stopping when I stopped. Whispers, sometimes too faint to make out words, carried on the wind. Luna would whirl around growling, but the path was always empty. I bought a small pepper spray and attached a flashlight to her leash. Friends told me I was imagining it. Beirut's economic crisis had everyone on edge, stress manifesting strangely. The climax came on a moonless night in late May. I'd almost stopped the grove walks entirely, sticking to busy streets, but Luna was restless, pacing, whining, so I gave in for a quick loop around the block and into the grove's edge, promising myself just 5 minutes. Big mistake. We were near the far wall when Luna went berserk, barking furiously, lunging toward a thick cluster of trees. I shone the flashlight. There, half hidden behind an olive trunk, was a man. Tall, disheveled, wearing a dark hoodie and pants caked in mud. His face was gaunt, eyes reflecting the light like an animal's, staring unblinking. He didn't move, didn't speak, just watched. I screamed, "Imshi, get out," and sprayed the pepper spray in his direction while backing away. He didn't flinch. Luna's barking echoed crazily. Then he stepped forward slowly, deliberately, raising one hand holding something, a Polaroid photo. My blood turned to ice. It was a picture of me and Luna, taken from behind during one of our walks, close enough to see the details on her collar. On the back, when he turned it toward the light, scrawled in red ink, "Beautiful dog. She senses me before you do. See you tomorrow." I ran. Full sprint, Luna galloping beside me, all the way home. I barricaded the door, called the police in hysterics. They arrived quickly, 2 officers who searched the grove with flashlights. They found his camp, a small clearing with a sleeping bag, empty mansaf containers he'd been eating from nearby dumpsters, and a stack of photos, all of me and Luna, taken over weeks from hidden spots. Dozens of them, some from inside the grove, others from outside my apartment window. He'd climbed a neighboring tree. He was gone by the time they searched, but they identified him later from fingerprints on the photos. A 50-something man with severe mental health issues, recently released from a psychiatric facility after the crisis shut many down. He'd become obsessed with night walkers, following them harmlessly at first, but escalating. No prior violence, but the photos were enough for a restraining order. We never saw him again. Police patrolled more, and the grove got lights installed months later, but the damage was done. I moved apartments, rehomed Luna temporarily with family until I felt safe. Got therapy for PTSD-like symptoms, nightmares of footsteps, jumping at shadows. Even now, walking any dog at night makes my skin crawl. I stick to daylight, crowded parks. This is my true scary dog walking story, the one that taught me some shadows follow you home, and your dog might be the only warning you get. The Whispering Rocks of the White Desert. My disturbing true camping horror story I'll never forget. I've kept this story buried for years, only hinting at it to my closest friends who were there, because saying it out loud makes the memories flood back in waves of pure dread. But it happened to us in November 2017, when I was 29, on a 4-day camping trip deep in Egypt's White Desert National Park, near the Farafra Oasis. What was meant to be an epic adventure under the stars escaping Cairo's chaos for surreal landscapes and total isolation turned into a nightmare involving strange voices coming from the rock formations, footprints that appeared overnight around our tents, and a presence that seemed to know our every move. If you're looking for disturbing true camping horror stories, real terrifying experiences in remote deserts, creepy encounters while camping in Egypt, unsettling true wilderness stalker tales, or scary things that happen deep in the White Desert, this is mine, one that made me swear off solo or small group camping forever. Let me take you through every detail, day by day, because the gradual escalation over those 4 days is what broke us psychologically. The White Desert is unlike anywhere else on Earth. Vast expanses of blinding white chalk rock sculpted by wind into bizarre, ghostly shapes. Towering mushrooms, giant chickens, abstract monoliths, rising from creamy sand like frozen waves. At night, under a blanket of millions of stars, no light pollution for hundreds of kilometers. It feels otherworldly, almost alien. The air is dry, crisp, carrying faint scents of dust and ancient stone. Temperatures drop sharply after sunset, from 25 degrees Celsius days to near-freezing nights. It's remote hours from any real town. No cell signal most places, just you, your group, and the endless silence. There were 5 of us. Me, a photographer back then, always chasing unique shots. My best friend Kareem, an engineer with a love for off-roading. His girlfriend Sarah, a teacher who planned everything. Our mutual friend Omar, the comic relief, always cracking jokes. And Layla, Sarah's cousin, a quiet medical student who joined last minute. We'd rented a sturdy 4x4 Toyota Land Cruiser in Cairo, loaded it with gear. 2 large dome tents, one for the couples, one for me and Omar. Sleeping bags rated for cold, a portable gas stove cooler full of food. Fresh tamaya grilled chicken dates, plenty of bottled water. Camping chairs, headlamps, a small speaker for music. And emergency supplies like a satellite phone, which barely worked, and first aid kit. We left Cairo early Friday morning, drove 6 hours southwest through Bahariya. Oasis refueled in Farafra, then went off-road with a local Bedouin guide named Hassan, who led us deep into the protected area, before leaving us at our chosen spot, a flat clearing surrounded by massive white formations about 40 kilometers from the nearest ranger station. Day 1 was pure magic. We arrived around 3 p.m., golden sunlight bathing the rocks in warm hues. We set up camp efficiently. Tents pitched in a semicircle around a fire pit we dug, guy lines secured against wind. Hassan showed us the boundaries, warned us about scorpions and foxes, reminded us to bury waste far away, then drove off with a wave. We explored immediately, climbing chalk mounds for panoramic views, photographing insane formations. One looked exactly like a giant screaming face, laughing as Omar posed dramatically. Dinner was grilled chicken with fresh bread we brought, eaten around a crackling campfire while sharing stories. The sky darkened to an impossible black, Milky Way blazing overhead. We played cards, drank tea sweetened with habak mint, listened to old Amr Diab songs quietly. Around midnight, exhausted, we zipped into tents. I fell asleep to gentle wind whistling through rocks. That's when the first subtle weirdness started. Around 3 a.m., I woke needing to pee. Unzipping the tent quietly, Omar snoring beside me, I stepped out with my headlamp off to preserve night vision. The silence was absolute until I heard it. A faint whisper, like wind but rhythmic, coming from a nearby formation about 50 meters away. Words? No, more like murmurs, too low to make out. I froze, listening. It stopped. Probably wind playing tricks through the porous chalk, I thought. I peeped quickly, scanned with my light, nothing but eerie white shapes glowing faintly under moonlight, then back to bed. Told myself it was nothing. Day 2 began perfectly. Strong Arabic coffee boiled on the stove. Breakfast of cheese, tomatoes, and hard-boiled eggs. We hiked deeper, maybe 5 kilometers loop, discovering hidden valleys of pure white sand, surreal ice cream cone rocks, a natural arch perfect for photos. The isolation hit beautifully. We saw no other humans all day. Lunch was cold full madams with tahini. Afternoon, we napped in shade, then watched sunset paint everything orange-pink. Another campfire dinner. Pasta with canned tuna, more stories. But that night, the whispers returned louder, closer. Around 2 a.m., everyone was awake at some point. Sarah heard it first. Did you hear that? Like someone talking? We all gathered outside in pajamas, flashlights sweeping. The murmurs came from multiple directions now, echoing off rocks indistinct, but almost like Arabic, faint names or phrases. Omar joked it was jinn, but nervously. We shone lights everywhere, no footprints, no animals. Wind, we agreed. Back to bed uneasy. Day 3, tension building. Morning, we noticed odd things. Fresh footprints, human, barefoot, circling our tents in a wide arc, maybe size 42, deeper on one side like someone stood watching for long. Not ours, we all wore boots or sneakers. Foxes? No, clearly human. Sand around camp disturbed slightly, like brushed over. One water bottle missing from the cooler. We searched, found it 100 meters away, empty, cap off. Wind rolled it, Kareem said, but we knew better. We day-tripped to the famous Crystal Mountain area, but mood shifted, jokes fewer, everyone glancing back. That afternoon, exploring a narrow canyon between formations, Layla swore she saw movement, a dark figure ducking behind a rock. We called out, Minhan? No answer. Searched. Nothing. Dinner was quiet. We built a bigger fire, stayed up late playing music louder. But around 1 a.m., it escalated terrifyingly. Whispers turned to clear voices mimicking us. First my voice, my name called softly from the darkness, exact tone I use casually. Then Sarah's laugh, but distorted, coming from the opposite side. Omar's joke phrase repeated back mockingly. We huddled together, flashlights trembling. Voices circled closer, sometimes overlapping like multiple people. One clear sentence in Arabic. Stay longer? We're lonely. Panic set in. We yelled back, through rocks into darkness silence. No sleep that night. We took shifts watching, fire roaring. Day 4. The breaking point. Dawn revealed more footprints now inside our camp circle, right up to tent doors, some overlapping ours like someone waited until we were out yesterday. My camera bag unzipped, memory card missing, later found buried shallowly nearby, all night photos deleted. Food wrapper opened. We packed frantically, deciding to leave early. But as we loaded the car around noon, a sandstorm brewed, rare but vicious. Visibility dropping to meters, wind howling like the whispers amplified. We sheltered in the vehicle, engine running for heat. That's when we saw him or it. Through swirling sand, a figure emerged. Tall, thin, wrapped in ragged white cloth blending with the rocks, face obscured by a scarf. He approached slowly, deliberately, stopping 20 meters away. Didn't speak, just stared through dust. We locked doors, hearts pounding. He raised a hand holding my missing lens cap. Then turned, vanishing into the storm like a ghost. Storm cleared an hour later, no footprints leading away, despite soft sand. Just hours. We drove out in silence, reaching for Afra shaken. Reported to rangers, they knew stories of a hermit living illegally in the desert. A former tour guide gone mad years ago after losing his group in a storm, surviving in caves, scaring campers. Some say he believes the rocks speak to him. No one's caught him. He melts into the landscape. We never found my deleted photos, but one survived on my phone. A blurry night shot of a formation with a pale face peering from behind. I haven't camped since. The White Desert's beauty is haunting now. If you've experienced disturbing true camping horror stories, creepy desert whispers, real stalker encounters in Egypt's wilderness, or terrifying isolation in remote places, you know that feeling the desert doesn't feel empty anymore. The voice that knew my name. Hours of disturbing true night shift horror stories from the old Alexandria hospital. I've worked plenty of jobs in my life, but nothing prepared me for the night shifts at Al Mawassa University Hospital in Alexandria, Egypt, back in the winter of 2014-2015. I was 25 then, freshly graduated as a nurse, desperate for experience and the extra pay that came with the 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. graveyard shift. What I thought would be quiet hours monitoring sleeping patients turned into months of escalating terror-strange calls from empty rooms. Footsteps that followed me down endless corridors, whispers that knew personal things about me, and finally a presence that nearly broke me. If you're searching for hours of disturbing true night shift stories, real terrifying hospital night shift experiences, creepy encounters while working alone at night, unsettling true medical horror tales from Egypt, or scary things that happened during night duty in old hospitals, this is one I've never fully told anyone until now, because even thinking about it brings back the smell of antiseptic mixed with dread. Let me take you through it shift by shift, detail by detail, because the slow creep of fear over weeks is what made it unbearable. Al Mawassa is one of the oldest public hospitals in Alexandria, a massive, sprawling complex built in the 1950s with long marble corridors that echo every footstep, high ceilings with peeling paint, flickering fluorescent lights that buzz constantly, and windows overlooking the Mediterranean where you can hear waves crashing on stormy nights. The building has that institutional smell, strong bleach, old blood, boiled cabbage from the kitchen, and something faintly metallic I could never place. Night shift staffing was skeletal, maybe 8 to 10 nurses and doctors total for the entire internal medicine and surgery wings, plus a couple security guards who mostly slept in their booth downstairs. My station was the third-floor nurse's desk in the internal medicine ward, a dimly lit semicircle with monitors beeping softly. Charts stacked high, a landline phone, and an ancient call bell system with lights that flashed red when patients pressed their buttons. The ward had about 40 rooms, mostly doubles or triples filled with chronic cases. Elderly heart patients, diabetes complications, post-op recoveries. Nights were supposed to be routine, hourly rounds checking vitals, dispensing meds at 10 p.m. and 4 a.m., responding to call bells for painkillers or bedpans, charting everything by hand under a single desk lamp. The first strange thing happened on my third night shift ever, around 2 a.m. in late November. The ward was quiet except for the usual snores and coughs echoing down the hall. I was sipping Shai Amar, strong black tea with sugar, from a glass cup to stay awake when the call bell for room 312 lit up steady red flash. Room 312 was empty that night. Both beds had been discharged that afternoon, stripped and waiting for cleaning. I double-checked the board. Vacant. Probably a glitch or leftover pressure on the button. I muted it and continued charting. 10 minutes later, it flashed again. This time with the intercom, crackle patients could speak if they held the button. A faint voice, hoarse and male. Musa Ada. Nurse, please, help, Arabic, Alexandrian dialect. Chills prickled my neck. The ward was dead silent otherwise. I grabbed my flashlight and stethoscope, walked the long corridor heels clicking on marble, shadows stretching from the emergency lights. Room 312 door was ajar. I pushed it open, flipped the switch. Empty beds, stripped mattresses, no patient, no one in the bathroom. I checked the call button cord dangling normally. Reported it to the head nurse when she arrived at 6 a.m. She shrugged. Old wiring. Happens all the time, but it kept happening. Over the next week, room 312 called almost every shift, always between 1 to 4 a.m. Always the same raspy voice asking for help, water, or pain relief. Sometimes just breathing heavily into the intercom. Other nurses heard it too. We joked nervously about the ghost patient, but no one wanted to investigate alone. Maintenance checked. Wiring fine, no short circuits. By mid-December, the weirdness spread. Footsteps started measured slow pacing in the corridor when I was alone at the desk. I'd look up, empty hall stretching 50 meters both ways, doors closed. Once, I followed the sound toward the east wing steps, stopping just as I turned the corner. Another night, monitors for discharged patients flickered abnormal readings, heart rates spiking to 200 BPM on empty beds, then flatlining seconds later. I'd rush in. Nothing. Then it got personal. One freezing January night, storm raging outside with thunder shaking windows. I was doing 3 a.m. rounds. Passing room 308, an elderly woman with COPD, sleeping soundly, I heard whispering from inside room 312 again. Not through the intercom this time. Clear close, my name. My real first name, come here. I need you. My full name, the one only family and close friends use. No patient knew it. I wore a badge with just my first initial and last name. I froze in the hallway, flashlight trembling. The voice continued, low and urgent. You're tired. Like me. Come sit. Exact Alexandrian accent. Heart pounding, I radioed security old Ahmed, half asleep downstairs. He grumbled but came up 20 minutes later, searched. Empty. We laughed it off as storm wind through cracked windows, but I couldn't shake it. The escalation over the next weeks destroyed my sleep. Call bells from multiple empty rooms now, always third floor, always after midnight. Voices pleading in Arabic. Don't leave me alone. It hurts. They forgot me. Once. A child's voice from room 315, adult ward. Mama, where's Mama? Broke my heart until I remembered no kids there. Objects moved. My tea glass left on the desk would be on a different shelf when I returned from rounds. Patient charts rearranged. One morning I found my personal notebook where I jotted shift notes, and homesick thoughts opened to a page with new writing in shaky Arabic. You understand pain. Stay with us. I started documenting everything, telling my family on rare days off. They worried, told me to quit, but rent in Alex was brutal, and I needed the job. Colleagues shared their own stories. Nurses seeing shadows sitting on empty beds. Hearing crying from the closed pediatric wing upstairs. Shut for renovations. Elevators stopping on our floor with no one inside. The breaking point came over 3 consecutive shifts in late February. First night. Around 4 a.m., fog thick outside from sea mist, power flickered. All call bells lit up simultaneously, every empty room flashing red. Intercoms crackled with overlapping voices. Please whispers, my name repeated like a chant. I unplugged the system bells kept flashing. Security came running. Even Ahmed looked scared. Power surge, we said. Second night, I was alone again, colleague called sick. Doing meds, I heard dragging footsteps heavy, uneven from the stairwell. Door creaked open slowly. I hid behind the desk, watching, nothing visible, but footsteps continued down the hall, stopping outside room 312. Then scratching on the door, long nails on wood. I radioed frantically. Security found no one, but fresh scratch marks on the outside of the door deep, like from desperation. Third night, I almost didn't go in, but bills. Storm worse than ever, rain lashing windows. Around 2:30 a.m., the voice again, this time clear, from right behind me at the desk. My name? Look at me. I spun, empty. Then room 312's intercom. I've been waiting. Come see. I couldn't ignore it anymore. Armed with flashlight and a metal chart clipboard, I walked to 312. Door closed this time. Pushed it open. Dim emergency light revealed a figure on the far bed, thin, pale man in a patient gown. 4 stand beside him, though no tubes connected. Face gaunt, eyes dark hollows, staring at me. Who are you? I whispered. You're not on the census. He smiled weakly. I've always been here. You hear me best. Voice exactly like the whispers. He knew details. My mother's name, my village back in Upper Egypt, that I cried in the break room last week missing home. I backed out, slammed the door, ran to the desk, called security and supervisor. They arrived with police search thoroughly. Room empty, bed untouched. No sign anyone had been there. But on the bedside table, a fresh Polaroid. Who uses those anymore? Of me at the desk, taken from inside room 312. Timestamp 2:28 a.m. On the back. Thank you for listening. I'll wait for your next shift. Police investigated. No cameras on that floor back then. Fingerprints smudged. no matches. Hospital records showed a patient died in room 312 years ago. Same description, lonely death, no family claimed body. But rational me knew it wasn't supernatural. Turned out darker, weeks later, maintenance found a hidden access panel in the ceiling above room 312, leading to an old ventilation shaft system connecting floors. A homeless man with severe mental illness had been living in the hospital's forgotten spaces for months, stealing food, listening through vents, mimicking voices perfectly, watching staff. He'd been a former patient, discharged but never left. Police caught him in the basement. He had notebooks full of staff routines, photos taken with a stolen camera. I quit immediately. Moved wards, then cities. Still can't work nights. Even now, hearing a call bell or distant footsteps triggers panic. This is my hours of disturbing true night shift horror. The one that taught me some voices aren't from the dead, but from the living hiding in plain sight. The echoes in the canyon. My terrifying true park ranger horror story from Dana Biosphere Reserve. I've been a park ranger for over a decade now, but nothing in my training or my life prepared me for what happened during my assignment in Dana Biosphere Reserve, Jordan's largest nature reserve, back in the spring and summer of 2018. I was 32 then. Posted there after years working smaller sites around Amman, drawn to Dana's raw beauty and isolation. What started as routine patrols in one of the most biodiverse spots in the Middle East turned into months of escalating dread. Unexplained disappearances, animal carcasses arranged in unnatural ways, distant voices calling my name across empty wadis, and finally a confrontation with something or someone living deep in the canyons that no map shows. If you're searching for true scary stories of park rangers, real terrifying national park encounters, creepy wilderness experiences in Jordan, disturbing true nature reserve horror tales, or scary things that happen to rangers on solo patrols, this is my one. I've only told in fragments to my family, because reliving it still makes me check the locks 3 times at night. Let me walk you through it patrol by patrol, detail by detail, because the slow accumulation of strange events over those months is what wore me down mentally. Dana Biosphere Reserve spans over 300 square kilometers in southern Jordan, rugged sandstone mountains dropping into deep wadis, terraced valleys with ancient Nabatean ruins, oak and juniper forests at higher elevations, and arid desert flats below. It's home to rare wildlife: ibex, hyrax, wolves, foxes, over 200 bird species, even the occasional Syrian wolf or caracal. The village of Dana clings to the rim, a 15th century stone Ottoman settlement with maybe 100 residents, mostly Bedouin descendants who farm terraces or guide tourists. The air smells of wild thyme and sage after rain, dust, and hot stone in dry seasons. Nights are pitch black, stars so dense you feel you could touch them, temperatures plunging to near freezing even in summer. As a ranger with the Royal Society for the Conservation of Nature, RSCN, my job was multifaceted. Daily foot and 4x4 patrols checking trails for erosion or illegal grazing, monitoring wildlife. Cameras guiding occasional ecotourists, enforcing no hunting rules and responding to emergencies. I lived in the RSCN guest house near the village simple stone room with a bed, gas stove, solar-powered lights. My routine: wake at dawn for strong Bedouin coffee boiled with cardamom. Check reports, head out by 7 a.m., return by dusk, unless on overnight stackout. Radio contact with HQ in Feinen, hours away, was spotty. Cell signal only at high points. The first odd incident was subtle, mid-April. I was on a solo foot patrol down Wadi Dana, a steep trail descending 1,200 meters through terraced orchards into the canyon floor. Spring wildflowers were blooming, red poppies, yellow mustard, purple irises carpeting the slopes. Birds everywhere, Sinai rosefinches darting, Tristram's starlings calling. About halfway down, near an old Nabatean cistern, I found a fresh ibex carcass. Not unusual predators happen, but this was wrong. Gutted cleanly with what looked like a knife. Organs removed surgically. Head twisted 180 degrees. No scavenger marks. Flies hadn't even found it yet. Blood pooled, but not scattered like a wolf kill. I photographed it, reported poaching suspicion. Rangers later searched. No tracks except mine, no shell casings. Leopard? HQ guessed, but no confirmed leopards in Dana for decades. A week later, similar find. A fox in the juniper forest near Romana campsite, skinned perfectly, pelt folded neatly beside the body, bones arranged in a small circle. Again, knife work. I started carrying my service pistol more openly, though rangers rarely need them. Tourists noticed my tension. I brushed it off as routine checks. By May, human elements crept in. 2 hikers, a European couple on the multi-day Dana to Petra Trail, went missing for 48 hours. They turned up dehydrated but alive near Feinen, claiming they'd gotten lost despite marked trails. Oddly, they refused to describe the detour, just wanted to leave Jordan immediately. Their gear was pristine except one thing. Both backpacks had small stone cairns added inside balanced rocks like trail markers, but unnecessary on established paths. That same week, on a night patrol around the campsite, illegal campfires were rising. I heard it first, a voice echoing across the wadi. Distant, carried on wind, my name. My first name, over here, clear Jordanian accent, male. I radio base no one out there. Swept with flashlight. Nothing but moonlit cliffs and acacia shadows. Wrote it off as echo from the village far above. June brought heat, -40°C days, scorpions everywhere. Animal kills escalated. 3 goats from a Bedouin herd outside the boundary, throats slit, bodies dragged into a side canyon and arranged in a line facing east. Bedouin elders muttered about Ifrit, or cursed land, old stories of jinn inhabiting the wadis. I laughed externally, but inside, unease grew. Then the personal targeting began. One dawn patrol in early July, checking trail cameras near Quabe Canyon. I found one camera smashed lens cracked deliberately, memory card gone. Another camera captured something. Blurry night footage of a tall figure in ragged clothing standing motionless in front of the lens for minutes. Face obscured by a keffiyeh. Height over 190 centimeters thin. No facial details. HQ sent extra rangers. We searched caves and overhangs. Nothing but bat guano and ancient petroglyphs. Nights became worse. On overnight stackouts, sleeping in my truck at high viewpoints, I'd wake to tapping on the windows. Slow, deliberate. Flashlight out. Empty desert. Once, footprints bare human, large circling the vehicle in perfect silence, stopping at the driver door. Sand soft enough for clear prints, yet I heard nothing. Mid-July, a solo 3-day patrol into the remote eastern section rarely visited, no trails, just GPS waypoints through sandstone fens and slot canyons. Day 1 fine. Spotted Nubian ibex herd, photographed endangered bladder vetch plants. Camped in a dry wadi bed under stars, small fire for tea. Around 2 a.m., voices again multiple now, whispering in Arabic from the canyon walls. Not wind, rhythmic, like chanting, my name repeated, mixed with phrases. Join us. You belong here. The rocks remember. I packed early, hiked out faster. Reported. Possible squatters or cult activity. Search team found an abandoned camp deep in a hidden overhang. Fire ring with fresh bones, animal, prayer beads, and chilling my missing trail camera card. Photos on it. Dozens of me taken from concealment during patrols. Sleeping by fire, drinking coffee, even one inside my truck through the windshield. Panic set in. I requested transfer. Denied overactive imagination from isolation. Bedouin guides refused to enter that sector anymore. The climax came late August, during a massive search for a missing local shepherd boy. 50 personnel, helicopters, dogs. I was assigned the deepest canyons places, even GPS struggles. Day 2 of search, alone in a narrow slot barely shoulder wide, walls 100 meters high blocking sun. Air cool, echoing drips from rare springs. I found the boy's keffiyeh blood-stained, snagged on a thorn bush. Then movement ahead. The figure. Tall, emaciated, clothed in patched Bedouin robes faded to gray, face wrapped except dark eyes. He stood blocking the slot, motionless. I drew my pistol, shouted, Urja Wera! Step back. He raised a hand holding the shepherd boy's small silver amulet necklace. Voice raspy Arabic. He wandered too far. Like you. Then turned, vanishing into a side fissure I'd never noticed. I pursued, heart hammering, radio crackling static. The fissure opened into a hidden chamber, natural cave with signs of long habitation. Bedding from stolen tourist gear, water bottles, preserved food wrappers. Walls covered in charcoal drawings, ancient-style petroglyphs copied, mixed with modern. My face sketched repeatedly, patrol routes mapped, dates of my shifts. Center of the cave. The shepherd boy alive but bound, gagged, dehydrated, eyes wide in terror. I freed him. He whispered the man had lived with the rocks for years, speaking to them, collecting wanderers. We evacuated. Boy recovered physically. The man? Never caught. Search teams found more caves networked like a maze, some with older remains. Bones. Unidentified. Police concluded he was a former ranger gone a WOL decades ago after a breakdown, surviving as a hermit, escalating to trapping intruders. Some Bedouins say he was taken by the jinn and became something else. I resigned months later. Dana's beauty haunts me now. One avoid canyons, echoes, isolation. If you've heard true scary stories of park rangers, terrifying encounters in Jordan's nature reserves, real wilderness stalker horrors, or disturbing things found on remote patrols, the violation of realizing the wild isn't empty, it watches back. The phantom texter next door, my terrifying true story of strange messages that nearly cost me everything. I've debated sharing this for years, but with time passing and therapy helping, I'm ready to tell the full story, one I've only whispered to a handful of people because it sounds too insane to be real. This happened to me in the fall and winter of 2021 to 2022, when I was 29, living alone in a quiet apartment complex in Tacoma, Washington, just south of Seattle. What began as harmless wrong number texts from an unknown contact turned into a relentless barrage of messages that knew my deepest secrets, predicted my actions with eerie accuracy, and included photos taken from inside my own home while I was there. If you're looking for true scary stories involving strange texts, real disturbing unknown sender horror experiences, creepy predictive messaging stalker tailies, terrifying anonymous text nightmares in America, or unsettling true phone harassment stories from the Pacific Northwest, this is mine, one that forced me to flee my home, change my identity online, and still makes me jump at every notification buzz. Let me take you through it step by step, with every vivid, heart-stopping detail, because the slow drip of terror over those months is what shattered my sense of safety. I moved to Tacoma the year before for a remote software support job, decent pay, flexible hours, the kind of gig that let me work from home in sweatpants. My apartment was in a mid-rise complex called Rainier View in the Hilltop neighborhood, a secure building with keycard entry, underground parking, a gym no one used, and views of Puget Sound on clear days. My unit was on the 4th floor, a one-bedroom, with hardwood floors, granite counters I never cooked on, a small balcony overlooking a wooded ravine, and walls thin enough to hear neighbors' TVs, but thick enough for privacy. The Pacific Northwest vibe was everywhere. Constant drizzle pattering on windows, evergreens swaying in wind, the smell of wet pine mixing with coffee from the Starbucks downstairs. My routine was predictable: wake at 8 a.m. for strong black coffee from my Keurig, login for work calls, DoorDash lunches, usually teriyaki or pho from local spots. Evenings gaming on my PS5 or streaming shows like Stranger Things, weekends hiking Point Defiance Park or grabbing beers at a dive bar on 6th Avenue. My phone was an iPhone 12 standard Verizon plan, number I'd had since college in Oregon. I wasn't super active online: private Twitter for venting, Instagram for hiking pics, group chats with old friends. The first text arrived on a rainy October Thursday around 7 p.m. I was on the couch eating pad thai, scrolling Reddit horror threads ironically, when my phone lit up. Unknown number, local 253 area code. Message: hey, you home yet? Traffic on I-5 was brutal today. Wrong number, obviously. I replied politely, sorry, think you have the wrong person. No response. Blocked it, forgot about it. 3 days later, another local unknown. That Thai place on Pacific Avenue is fire. Extra spice next time? I just posted a DoorDash receipt story on Snapchat, private, friends only, about my pad Thai order. Coincidence? Lots of people eat there. Didn't reply, blocked. By mid-October, it became a pattern. New numbers every time, spoofed or burners. Always 253 or 206 codes. Messages innocent at first, but timed impeccably. One evening, microwaving popcorn for a movie night. Butter or kettle? Go butter, better for scary flicks. I was watching The Conjuring remake. Walking my friend's dog, I was pet-sitting a golden retriever named Max. He pulls left at the park trail. Watch the mud rains coming. Exact moment we hit Wright Park, and yeah, it poured. I started screenshotting. Told my buddy Jake over Discord. He said prank or data breach companies sell location info. I switched to two-factor everything, taped over my webcam. November, messages dug deeper. After a rough work call where I muted and ranted aloud about my boss. He is a jerk, but the promotion email's coming Friday. Hang in there. No one knew I was gunning for senior support. Friday? HR emailed approved. Worse. Private stuff. One night, drunk texting an old fling I regretted. Message before I hit send. Don't send that. She moved on focus on you. I deleted the draft. Stomach churning. Then photos. First, blurry shot of my building's exterior. Time-stamped when I was parking underground. Next, my balcony from the ravine side impossible angle without trespassing the wooded slope. One sent at midnight. Pic of my living room TV screen paused on Netflix, taken from behind the couch. I was alone, doors locked, blinds half drawn. I unplugged everything, checked for hidden cams, nothing. Slept with lights on. Police visit number 1. Tacoma PD Cyber Unit. Showed hundreds of screenshots. Likely spoofing app or stalker with access. Changed number. Did that new Verizon line, told only work and family. Bliss for 5 days. Then, on the new number. New digits, same habits. Loved the gray hoodie comfy for cold nights. I'd worn my favorite Rie hoodie that evening. Freaked, stayed at Jake's in Seattle. Messages followed. Jake's couch pulls out better. Get sleep. How? Thanksgiving week. Darker turn. Family Zoom drama, argued with my sister about politics. Muted mics, but I vented aloud after. Text, she didn't mean it. Call her tomorrow, she misses you. Predictive again. Avoid the 512 bridge Friday night. Accident incoming. I did news next day. Pile up exactly there. Photos escalated. One of me asleep on the couch, phone in hand from across the room. Another, inside my fridge, exact contents, beer I just bought. I installed Ring cameras everywhere. Motion lights. Nothing triggered except me. December. Threats subtle. Stop ignoring me. I see you better when you're scared. After a first date, Tinder, coffee and Rustin Way. He's nice, but not your type. Ghost him, you deserve better. I did, creeped out. Christmas alone, family in Oregon, COVID waves. Lonely holidays suck. Present under your tree soon. No tree, but next morning, a small wrapped box on my doorstep inside the secure lobby. Inside, printed screenshot of my childhood home in Portland, address visible. Note, home is where the heart is. Police again, escalated case. Building security footage, no one entered lobby that night. New Year's Eve, climax built. I'd planned a low-key night champagne, Xbox with online friends. Messages bombarded. Real-time narration. Pouring the bubbly now cheap stuff, upgrade next year. Headphones on volume too high. Neighbors complain. Photo. My TV screen mid-game from inside the apartment. I barricaded doors, called 911. Officers arrived, searched. Empty. But in the closet, spare room I used for storage, scuffed footprints, disturbed boxes. Someone had been inside. They dusted partial prints, stack out planned. January 2022, revelation. Messages stopped briefly, then one. They won't catch me. I'm part of your walls now. Final night. Blizzard rare for Tacoma. Power flickering. Alone, armed with a baseball bat. Text. Look behind you. Spun. Nothing. Then scratching from the walls, slow, deliberate. Police rushed back after my panic call. They tore into a false panel in the utility closet, hidden behind washer-dryer, unknown to management. A crawl space connecting to the empty unit next door, vacant for renovations. He was there, mid-40s man, disheveled, with a nest of blankets, stolen Wi-Fi extender, multiple burner phones, and a periscope camera rigged through tiny drilled holes in walls. Painted over, invisible. He'd been a maintenance worker fired months earlier. Kept master keys, squatted in the empty apartment. Watched, listened via holes, and hacked building Wi-Fi to spoof texts. Tech-savvy from IT background. Predictive? Years of data scraping. He'd phished me via fake building email months prior, plus real-time observation. Photos via phone camera on extendable sticks through holes. Arrested on-site, resisted but subdued. Charges. Burglary, stalking, invasion of privacy. Convicted, still incarcerated. Building comped moving costs. I relocated to Portland, knew everything. Therapy for months, hypervigilance lingers. This is my true scary story of strange texts. The American nightmare proving walls have eyes, and some neighbors never really leave. The customer who knew too much. My disturbing true gas station horror story that still haunts my nights. I've worked a lot of dead-end jobs in my life, but nothing compares to the 6 months I spent on the graveyard shift at a lonely 76 gas station off I-40 just outside Gallup, New Mexico. Back in the summer and fall of 2019. I was 24 then, fresh out of community college with a useless associate's degree, trying to save money for a move to Albuquerque while crashing on a friend's couch. What was supposed to be easy cash quiet nights, stocking shelves, brewing burnt coffee, and dealing with the occasional trucker turned into a slow-burning nightmare involving a regular customer who came in almost every night, always bought the exact same items, and somehow knew things about me that no stranger ever should. If you're searching for disturbing true gas station horror stories, real terrifying night shift experiences at remote fuel stops, creepy encounters with strange customers on deserted highways, unsettling true stalker tales from rural America, or scary things that happened while working alone at a gas station, this is my one I've never told in full detail until now. Because the memory of those flickering fluorescent lights and that empty desert highway still wakes me up sweating. Let me set the scene so you feel the isolation, because that's what made it so terrifying. The station was a typical orange and blue 76 ball glowing against the endless black New Mexico sky, one of those older locations built in the 80s, with 2 pumps under a rusted metal canopy. A small convenience store cluttered with motor oil displays, beef jerky racks, lottery scratchers behind the counter, and a wall of refrigerated drinks humming constantly. It sat right off Interstate 40, about 20 miles east of Gallup, surrounded by nothing but red sandstone mesas, scrub brush, and the occasional tumbleweed rolling across the empty parking lot. Nights out there were dead quiet except for the distant rumble of semi-trucks on the highway, coyotes yowling in the distance, and wind whistling through the power lines. Cell service was spotty. 1 bar if you stood by the front window, and the nearest town was a 30-minute drive. I worked 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. alone, 4 nights a week. The owner lived in Gallup and only showed up for day shifts. Security was a single ancient camera over the register that recorded to VHS in 2019. And a panic button that rang the sheriff's office 45 minutes away. My routine was monotonous. Clock in, brew a fresh pot of coffee that no one ever bought. Mop the sticky floors that always smelled like spilled soda and cigarette smoke, restock the cooler with Monster and Red Bull, and wait. Most customers were long-haul truckers grabbing energy drinks and snacks. Native American families from the nearby reservations heading to or from Window Rock, or lost tourists asking for directions to the Grand Canyon. I'd play classic rock low on the old radio, mostly Tom Petty and Fleetwood Mac to stay awake, scroll Reddit on my phone when service cooperated, and chain-smoke Camels out back during breaks, staring at the stars. The strange stuff started small around mid-July. It was a scorching night, still 85 degrees Fahrenheit at midnight, and business was slow. Around 1:30 a.m., a beat-up silver Ford F-150 pulled up to Pump 3. Older model, dented fenders, Arizona plates caked in dust. The driver was a white guy, mid-40s maybe, average build, wearing a faded black baseball cap pulled low, plain gray t-shirt, jeans, and work boots. Nothing remarkable, looked like any other road-weary traveler. He pumped $40 exactly, came inside and bought the same 3 things. A 20-oz black coffee, no cream, no sugar, a pack of Marlboro Reds, and a single lottery scratcher, the $5 crossword one. Paid cash, no eye contact, mumbled, "Thanks," and left. I barely registered him. He came back the next night. I worked same time, same truck, same exact order, black coffee, Marlboro Reds, $5 crossword. Again the night after. By the 4th visit, I started calling him Mr. Routine in my head. He never spoke beyond a grunt, never lingered, always paid with crumpled 20s. By early August, it got weirder. One sweltering night, storm clouds building over the mesas, but no rain yet. He came in and for the first time said something direct. "Hot one tonight. You holding up okay in here?" Normal small talk. I replied, "Yeah, AC's busted, but I manage." He nodded, paid, left. But as he walked out, he paused at the door and added, "Stay hydrated. You look tired." Fair enough, I probably did, working doubles. The next visit, he knew my name. My badge just said Alex, short for Alexander, but he said, "Long shift, Alex? Your eyes are bloodshot." I laughed it off. Comes with the territory, but it stuck with me. How do you notice that much? Mid-August. Personal details. One night after a bad phone argument with my then girlfriend, we were on again, off again, toxic. I was visibly down, chain-smoking more. He came in, same order, and said quietly, "Relationship troubles? She doesn't deserve you anyway." I froze mid-ring up. "Excuse me?" He just shrugged. "Heard you on the phone out back earlier." Thin walls. The break area was around the side, possible to overhear if you tried, but creepy, he admitted, listening. I started watching him closer. Always parked under the canopy light but angled so the camera didn't catch his face clearly. Always scanned the lot before entering, like checking for other cars. Late August escalation. Notes. After one visit, I found a folded scrap of register paper on the counter after he left. You should eat better. The hot dogs here are old. I'd microwaved one for dinner that night. Another time, nice tattoo army. I have a small eagle on my forearm from when I almost enlisted senior year. Never showed it. He must have seen when I reached for cigarettes on the top shelf. I told my buddy Carlos, day shift guy, about it. He laughed, probably just a lonely trucker crushing on you. But I installed a cheap dash cam in my car facing the pumps. Started locking the door after 2 a.m., against policy, but whatever, and kept a baseball bat under the counter. September. Darker. One stormy night, power flickering from lightning over the painted desert. Only 2 customers all shift. He came in soaked, despite no rain, yet said he de-walked from his broken-down truck a mile back. Bought the usual, then lingered. You from Ohio originally? Buckeyes fan? I have a small Osu sticker on my phone case, but it was face down. Confirmed. I'd mentioned it once on a loud phone call to my mom weeks earlier, complaining about missing football season. He started predicting things. One night, Donna eat the burrito and the warmer gave me food poisoning last week. I hadn't sold any burritos that shift. Next customer? Complained of stomach issues from one bought elsewhere. Photos began. Found a Polaroid under my windshield wiper one morning after shift. Blurry shot of me inside the store. Taken through the front window at night. On the back, you look good under fluorescent lights. Police report number 1. McKinley County Sheriff. Showed the photo, described the truck. Probably harmless weirdo. Will patrol more. They did for a week. October. Full paranoia. He came less frequently, but messages appeared scribbled on lottery tickets left on pumps. Saw you change the trash last night. Careful, coyotes around. Or, your car needs an oil change leaking a spot in the lot. One freezing night, wind howling like banshees, no customers for hours. Around 3 a.m., the door chime rang. Him same order. But this time he asked, why'd you block her number? She was toxic anyway. My ex I'd blocked her that day, after a blow-up text fight. I confronted. How do you know that? He smiled, first time thin, unsettling. I know a lot, Alex. We're similar, you work nights to avoid people. I drive them to avoid staying still. Paid left. That night, after he drove off, I checked the store bathroom. Customer 1 always gross. On the mirror, finger written in condensation. See you tomorrow. Climax. Late October, near Halloween. Brutal cold front. Frost on pumps. Slow night. Around 2 a.m., his truck pulled up, but didn't pump gas. Sat there 20 minutes, headlights off. I locked the door, called Sheriff, 45-minute response. He got out, tapped on the glass. I shouted, we're closed, through the speaker. He held up a $20. Just need coffee. Against better judgment, I cracked the door chain, took the cash, slid the coffee out. He grabbed my wrist hard. You can't hide forever. I know where you park at night. I yanked free, slammed door, hit panic button. He smashed the window with a tire, iron glass exploding, alarm blaring. I hid in the stockroom, that ready, heart exploding. Sheriff arrived, he was gone, but truck abandoned. Inside, dozens of photos of me working, smoking out back, driving home, he'd followed. Even one of my friend's couch where I slept. Notebook detailing my schedule, license plate, ex's name, family addresses from Ohio. Traced plates. Stolen. Fingerprints. Matched a drifter with stalking priors in Arizona obsessed with night people lived. Out of his truck following shift workers. Caught 2 days later at a Flagstaff motel. Charges stuck. I quit immediately. Moved to Albuquerque, got concealed carry. Still can't work nights. Gas stations trigger me. That desert silence? Never silent again. The basement game that went too far. My very scary true college party horror story I can never forget. I've never told this story in full to anyone, not my therapists, not the few friends who were there that night. And definitely not online, because even recounting it brings back the stench of stale beer, sweat, and something metallic that I pray was just spilled liquor. But it happened to me during my junior year at the University of Colorado Boulder in the fall of 2018, at what was supposed to be the biggest off-campus house party of the semester. What started as a typical chaotic college Rager Red solo cups. Everywhere bass-thumping music, hundreds of drunk 20-somethings. Grinding in every room turned into a night of pure terror involving a game in the basement that revealed a stranger among us who knew way too much about everyone there and left behind evidence that still makes my stomach turn. If you're searching for very scary true college party horror stories, real terrifying frat party experiences on campus, creepy encounters with strangers at house parties, disturbing true stalker tales from university raggers, or scary things that happened during wild college nights in America, this is mine one that ended friendships, got the police involved, and made me transfer schools the next semester. Let me paint the entire picture for you, every vivid detail, because the slow descent from fun to absolute dread is what destroyed us all psychologically. I was 20 then, majoring in psychology. Ironic, right? Living in a cramped off-campus apartment in the Hill neighborhood, the classic Boulder student area with old Victorian houses converted into party dens, narrow streets packed with Jeeps and Subarus, and constant smells of weed pizza from the sink and mountain pine from the nearby Flatirons. The party was at the Zoo, a notorious 3-story rental house on 13th Street, owned by some absentee landlord, home to 6 Sigma Chi frat brothers who threw legendary bashes. It was late October, Halloween weekend approaching. Air crisp with that Colorado fall chill, leaves turning gold and crunching underfoot. Everyone bundled in flannels over costumes or just regular hoodies. The invite spread via Snapchat and group texts. Zoo Halloween pre-game, costumes optional, kegs free, bring friends. By 10 p.m., the place was packed, easily 300 people spilling from the porch to the backyard bonfire pit, red cups in every hand. Post Malone and Travis Scott blasting from speakers stacked in the living room. The house reeked of cheap beer, mostly Coors Light taps in the kitchen. Vape clouds and spilled jungle juice from a trash can punch bowl loaded with Everclear, fruit punch, and floating gummy worms. Upstairs bedrooms were occupied. The main floor, a sweaty dance floor with string lights and fake cobwebs for Halloween vibe. Basement turned into a beer pong tournament zone with folding tables and strobe lights someone rigged up. I went with my roommate Mia and our friends Jake, Tyler, and Sarah, all psych majors like me, all single and ready for a dumb night. I was dressed lazily as a serial chiller, in a hoodie and sweats, nursing a spiked seltzer, feeling that perfect buzz where everything's hilarious. We started upstairs pregaming with shots of Fireball, then migrated down, laughing as we squeezed through crowds, girls in sexy cat costumes, guys in football jerseys, random townies who always crashed these things. Around midnight, the energy peaked. Someone yelled about a special game in the basements, something the frat hosts called Confession Circle, a twisted mix of truth or dare and never have I ever, but with anonymity. The rules. Everyone sits in a dark circle on the gross carpet, pass a flashlight like a talking stick, and share your darkest secret or do a dare no names, no judgments, supposed to be therapeutic or whatever. It sounded stupid but fun in our drunk state, so about 25 of us crammed down the creaky wooden stairs into the unfinished basement. Concrete walls covered in old band posters, a single red bulb glowing, eerily folding chairs and bean bags scattered the air damp and musty with that old house mold smell mixed with weed smoke. We formed a loose circle, faces half-shadowed, laughter echoing. The hosts kicked it off light. Never have I ever hooked up in a library. Half drank. Dares like chugging a mystery shot. But as the night wore on and people got drunker, it darkened. Secrets spilled. Cheating on exams, ghosting best friends, secret crushes on roommates. I admitted something mild, stealing Adderall from a friend for finals week. Mia confessed a one-night stand gone wrong. Jake dared to text an ex. Then the stranger joined. We didn't notice at first, circle growing as more people trickled down. He sat opposite me. Tall guy, maybe 6'3", lean build, wearing a plain black hoodie pulled up, face partially hidden by a cheap plastic Guy Fawkes mask, V for Vendetta style, popular that year. No one questioned it. Halloween vibes, right? He didn't speak early on, just listened. Around 1:30 a.m., the flashlight passed to him. Voice deep, calm, with a slight accent I couldn't place. Maybe Midwestern? My confession. I know things about people in this room that would ruin lives if shared. Laughter, everyone thought it was edgy role play. He continued, for example, the girl in the black crop top, Sarah, right? You didn't just borrow that necklace from your roommate. You pawned it for concert tickets. The basement went quiet. Sarah, my friend Sarah, went pale. It was true. She confessed it to us privately weeks ago, swore us to secrecy. How? She stammered. He shrugged under the mask. Walls are thin. Tension rose, but drunk logic. Coincidence or overheard gossip? Game continued, but edgier. His next turn pointed the flashlight at Jake. You didn't fail that chem test because you were sick. You sold your ADHD meds to half the frat upstairs. Jake laughed nervously true. He'd bragged about it in our apartment once. Then at Mia. Your family emergency hookup last semester? Not with a random Tinder guy. With your professor's tay for a grade bump. Mia burst into tears. Only I knew that she told me sobbing the next day. My turn came. Heart pounding, I grabbed the flashlight to pass it, but he interrupted. No need. I know yours too. The abortion sophomore year you told no one here, not even your mom. Paid cash at the clinic in Denver. The room spun. It was true, my deepest secret, buried so deep I'd blocked it out most days. No one knew. Not Mia, not my family back in Ohio. I'd gone alone, paid with birthday money, never spoken it aloud since. Panic erupted, people yelling, "Who the fuck are you?" Phones flashing lights on his mask. He stood slowly, unhurried. I'm just someone who listens. Parties like this, people talk. Phones left unlocked. Instagram DMs, it's easy. But how? We demanded answers. He listed more Tyler's DUI cover-up, a host's steroid use, even the address of the house next door where someone allegedly hid weed plants. Chaos. People scrambling upstairs, some laughing it off as a prank, others freaking. I confronted him directly, shoving his chest. Take off the mask. He resisted, but in the scuffle, it slipped, revealing a face none of us recognized. Late 20s maybe, pale, sharp features, eyes cold and unblinking. He bolted up the stairs, pushing through the thinning crowd. We chased party, breaking up anyway, but outside, in the chilly night air, thick with bonfire smoke, he vanished into the alley behind the house. No car, no bike, just gone. Police came after multiple calls, campus PD and Boulder sheriffs. Searched the house, found his mask discarded in a trash can, but no ID. Basement search. A small digital recorder hidden behind a poster, full of audio clip snippets of conversations from our apartments, dorms, even phone calls. Hacked somehow. Investigation revealed horror. He was a 28-year-old unaffiliated townie with a history of voyeurism. Charges dropped. Obsessed with CU student life. He'd been installing tiny Bluetooth mics in shared spaces, party houses, coffee shops like the Laughing Goat, even library study rooms, streaming to his laptop in a van parked nearby. Hacked unsecured Wi-Fi, cloned phones via fake charging stations at parties. Collected data for months, waiting for the perfect crowded night to reveal. He'd followed some of us home before. Taken photos, found on his seized computer. Hundreds of students, including nudes from hacked clouds. Never caught him that night, van gone. Arrested weeks later after a similar stunt at another school in Denver. Stalking charges, invasion of privacy, serving time now. The fallout. Sarah dropped out, Mia transferred, Jake got expelled for the meds. I finished online, moved back home, therapy for years, trust issues forever. College parties aren't innocent anymore, that basement circle? Echoes in my nightmares. This is my very scary true college party horror story, the one proving some strangers aren't strangers at all. The Watcher in the Dunes. My disturbing true beach horror story from the Outer Banks that still haunts me. I've never shared this full story before. Not in therapy sessions, not with the friends who were there, and certainly not online, because even now the thought of warm sand shifting underfoot or the distant crash of waves sends a chill through me that no amount of time has erased. But this happened to me in the summer of 2022, when I was 27, on what was supposed to be a relaxing week-long beach vacation with friends at a rented house in the Outer Banks of North Carolina. What started as the perfect coastal getaway, endless blue skies, salty ocean. Breeze, bonfires under the stars turned into a week of escalating terror involving a mysterious figure watching us from the dunes, leaving disturbing gifts buried in the sand and knowing intimate details about our lives that no stranger could possibly know. If you're searching for disturbing true beach horror stories, real terrifying vacation encounters at the shore, creepy stalker experiences on isolated beaches, unsettling true dune watcher tales from America, or scary things that happened during summer beach trips. In the Outer Banks, this is mine, one that ended with police involvement, shattered friendships, and a fear of open beaches that lingers years later. Let me take you through every single day and detail, because the gradual buildup of unease over that week is what made it so psychologically devastating. The Outer Banks are a thin strip of barrier islands off North Carolina's coast, wild windswept, with massive sand dunes covered in sea oats swaying like whispers wide. Uncrowded beaches stretching for miles and the Atlantic Ocean churning with powerful waves that foam white against the shore. We rented a classic OBX beach house in Rotterdam. One of those elevated pile houses. On stilts to survive storms painted pale blue with wraparound decks, outdoor showers to rinse sandy feet, and a private boardwalk over the dunes straight to the beach. The house slept 4 bedrooms upstairs. Open living kitchen area with vaulted ceilings, hammocks on the porch, and that constant soundtrack of gulls crying and waves thundering. The air smelled incredible salty ocean mixed with sunscreen, grilled seafood from nearby shacks, and wild beach roses blooming in the dunes. There were 6 of us. Me, a marketing coordinator burned out from remote work during the pandemic. My best friend Lauren, a nurse from Raleigh. Her boyfriend Matt, a craft beer enthusiast who planned all the food, our college buddies. Chris and Dana, couple both teachers, and Tyler, single guy the group comedian who brought the portable speaker. We arrived on a Saturday in mid-July peak season, but Rotterdam is quieter than Nag's Head or Kill Devil Hills, with long stretches of beach mostly empty except for locals fishing or families with umbrellas. The drive down from Virginia was epic, crossing the Wright Brothers Bridge, windows down, blasting beach playlists with Sublime, and Jack Johnson stopping for boiled peanuts and sweet tea at roadside stands. Day 1 was pure bliss. We unpacked the Jeep coolers full of Corona and White Claw, bags of chips. Charcoal for grilling set up our beach chairs under a big striped umbrella, and dove into the warm Atlantic. The water was perfect 78 degrees Fahrenheit, waves strong enough for body surfing, but not dangerous. We built a massive sandcastle with moats, played frisbee until sunburned, napped on towels listening to the rhythmic crash of surf. Evening. Grilled shrimp and corn on the deck, watching a fiery sunset paint the sky orange-pink over the dunes, then a bonfire on the beach. Legal there if contained. Roasting marshmallows, drinking too much, sharing stupid stories under a blanket of stars, so bright the Milky Way was visible. Fell asleep to the soothing roar of the ocean through open windows. That night, the first subtle oddity. Around 3 a.m., I woke thirsty, padded to the kitchen for water. Glancing out the deck slider toward the dunes maybe 50 yards away. Silhouetted by moonlight, I thought I saw movement. A tall, dark figure standing motionless atop the highest dune, just staring at the house. Blamed it on half-dream state or a deer, they roamed the islands, went back to bed. Day 2. More perfection. Morning beach walk north toward the Rotterdam pier collecting perfect conch shells and sand dollars, spotting dolphins arcing in the distance. Afternoon. Boogie boarding, the waves pounding us into laughing heaps on the shore. Lunch. Fresh tuna poke bowls from a food truck in waves. But while digging a hole for a beach umbrella, Chris found something odd buried about a foot down. A small plastic bag with a soggy note inside. Handwritten in smudged ink. You all look happy. Enjoy it while it lasts. We laugh prank from previous renters. Kids? Tossed it. Forgot. Evening. More grilling steaks and veggies card games on the deck with tiki torches flickering. But during a late-night hot tub soak, the house had one under the stars. Lauren swore she heard rustling in the sea oats beyond the boardwalk. Probably a raccoon, Matt said. We shone phone lights. Nothing. Day 3, unease creeping. Morning run along the beach miles of empty sand, only pelicans diving for fish and ghost crabs scuttling into holes. But near our access point, fresh footprints leading from the dunes to our umbrella set up large. Barefoot, circling our chairs like someone stood watching while we were gone. Not ours. We all wore flip-flops. Wind hadn't erased them yet. Brushed it off as a local walker. Afternoon storm rolled in classic OBX sudden thunderstorm, dark clouds piling, thunder booming over the ocean. We retreated inside, played board games, napped. When it cleared, rainbow over the water. But on the beach, buried shallowly near our towels, another gift, a childish plastic shovel with a Polaroid attached by rubber band. The photo, our group from the day before, taken from the dunes, zoomed in on us, laughing in the water. On the back, great smiles. Especially yours in the blue bikini. That was Dana. Panic flickered. We scanned the dunes, no one. Reported to the rental company, they said weird, but happens with public access. No police, yet seemed harmless prank. Night. Locked all doors, closed curtains. Bonfire cancelled. Drank inside, tried to laugh it off. Day 4, tension thick. We stuck together, no solo walks. Beach day cautious kept looking back at the dunes. Found more footprints now leading under the house. The stilts create a shaded crawl space for parking and storage. Checked underneath. Disturbed sand, empty beer cans not ours. Cigarette butts, none of us smoked. And buried. A small box with more Polaroids us, sleeping on the deck hammocks, grilling, even one through a window of the kitchen. Details too intimate. One captioned, "He snores loud," pointing at Tyler. Another, "Nurse by day, partier by night at Lauren." We called Dare County Sheriff Deputy came. Searched dunes and under house. Fresh digging, a makeshift camp in thick sea oats, higher up blanket, water bottles, binoculars. No person. Probably a transient. We'll patrol. But the beaches are vast. Easy to hide. That night, no sleep. Took shifts watching. Around 2 a.m., I saw him tall figure in dark clothes, standing boldly on the dune crest. Binoculars glinting moonlight, just staring. Day 5. Trapped feeling. Considered leaving early, but rental non-refundable, and he's just watching. Stupid denial. Morning. Message carved in the sand below our boardwalk. Our names listed. With notes. Chris drinks too much. Dana's afraid of sharks. You, my name, check your phone 47 times a day. How? He'd overheard conversations, spied routines. Afternoon. Attempted normalcy, drove to Avon for lunch. Shopped. Returned. House ransacked subtly. Drawers opened. Swimsuits moved. My journal, private thoughts about anxiety, photographed. And left open to a page about a bad breakup. With a note. He didn't deserve you anyway. Photos now included interiors taken through windows while we were gone. Police again, serious now. K-9 units searched. Trail led into national seashore dunes. Lost in marsh. Night. Barricaded. Lights on. Heard digging under the house, slow, deliberate scraping. Day 6. Climax. Storm hit hard tropical depression. Wind howling 50 miles per hour. Rain sideways. Waves monstrous. Power out. House creaking on stilts. We huddled upstairs. Around midnight, banging on the pilings below. Then silence. Morning light. Horror. Buried in a large hole on the beach, marked with our umbrella. A time capsule box. Inside. Personal items stolen subtly. My sunglasses, Lauren's, scrunchy, Tyler's hat. More photos including one of me showering outdoors. The open-air shower under the house curtained, but apparently not enough. And a long letter detailing our lives, jobs, hometowns, fears, even my therapy history. Overheard phone call. Worst. A map of the dunes with escape routes marked, implying he planned to grab someone. We fled packed in panic, drove north to a hotel in Norfolk. Police finally caught him days later. 52-year-old homeless drifter with mental health issues and prior peeping charges. Living in the dunes for months, obsessed with perfect vacation families. Survived on stolen food, used binoculars and a long lens camera. Dug tunnels for hiding. Charges. Stalking, burglary, invasion. Institutionalized now. We never returned. That ocean roar? Now sounds like watching. This is my disturbing true beach horror story, the one proving paradise has shadows that watch back. The shadow who followed me home. My creepiest true stalker encounter that turned my life into a nightmare. I've never told this story in its entirety before. Not to the police in full detail, not to my therapist, and certainly not to anyone online. Because reliving it still makes me check my rearview mirror 10 times on every drive and sleep with every light on in the house. But this happened to me, starting in the spring of 2023 and dragging into the fall, when I was 31 and living in a quiet suburban neighborhood in Portland, Oregon. What began as a vague feeling of being watched during my daily routines escalated into months of pure terror. Anonymous gifts left on my doorstep, photos of me taken without my knowledge, messages that referenced private conversations I'd had alone, and finally a break-in that revealed just how close this person had gotten. If you're searching for the creepiest true stalker encounters, real terrifying stalking experiences in suburban America, disturbing anonymous follower horror stories, unsettling true obsessive stalker tales from the Pacific Northwest, or scary things that happened while living alone with someone watching. This is mine, one that forced me to sell my house, change my name online, and carry pepper spray everywhere even years later. Let me take you through it month by month, every chilling detail, because the slow, methodical escalation is what broke me down psychologically and made me question my own sanity. I bought my first house the year before a cozy 1940s craftsman bungalow in the Alberta Arts District area of northeast Portland. One story with hardwood floors that creaked just right. A big picture window in the living room overlooking a maple-lined street, a small fenced backyard with a cedar deck perfect for morning coffee, and that classic Pacific Northwest charm of mossy roof tiles and climbing ivy on the brick chimney. The neighborhood was idyllic. Tree-shaded sidewalks where people walked dogs and pushed strollers, murals on every corner from the art scene, coffee shops like Proud Mary and Tin Shed a short stroll away, food carts serving everything from poke to falafel, and the constant patter of Oregon rain on the roof like a soothing white noise. I worked hybrid as a project manager for a tech company downtown 3 days in the office, 2 at home, so my routine was predictable. Wake at 7 a.m. for strong Stumptown coffee brewed in my French press. Yoga on the deck when it wasn't raining. Commute via my silver Subaru Forester over the Burnside Bridge. Evenings cooking simple meals. Salmon with asparagus was my go-to. Streaming shows like Severance on my big living room TV, or meeting friends at bars like the By and By for vegan nachos and IPAs. I lived alone after a breakup the previous year. No pets. Allergic. No roommates. Finally affording solo space. Privacy was everything to me. The first sign was subtle. Early April. I came home from a rare happy hour with coworkers at a bar in the Pearl District. Tipsy on hazy IPAs. Ubering back around 10 p.m. As I unlocked my front door under the porch light, I noticed something on the welcome mat. A single red rose, fresh, thornless, with a small tag tied in twine that just said, "For the woman in the green jacket." I wore my favorite emerald rain jacket that day. No note beyond that. Romantic gesture? Wrong house? I tossed it in the compost, locked up tight, and forgot Portland's full of quirky people. A week later, another gift. This time, a small brown paper bag on my doorstep after work. Inside, a bag of my exact favorite coffee beans, Ethiopian Yirgacheffe from Kowava Coffee Roasters, the same one I bought that weekend. No note. Security camera? I didn't have one yet. Brushed it off as a neighbor being friendly. By late April, patterns emerged. I'd find things move subtly. My backyard chair angled differently, facing the house like someone sat watching through the kitchen window. One morning, my newspaper, I still got the physical Oregonian, unfolded to the arts section, my favorite part, with a review circled about a gallery show. D mentioned aloud on a work Zoom call, camera on, but background blurred. Then the photos started. Found one tucked under my windshield wiper after parking downtown. Candid shot of me at the coffee shop the day before, sipping a latte, mid-laugh on a phone call. High quality, taken from across the street. On the back, in neat handwriting, "Beautiful when you smile." Heart racing, I scanned the street. Nothing. Installed a Ring doorbell camera that week. May. Escalation. Gifts more personal. A scarf left on the porch, exact duplicate of one ID lost months ago at a trailhead in Forest Park. How? Then a handwritten note in my mailbox. No stamp. "You looked cold on your hike last Sunday." This one's warmer. I'd hiked Tryon Creek alone that weekend, bundled against drizzle. Camera caught glimpses. Blurry figure in a dark hoodie placing items late at night, face obscured by a baseball cap, average height, slim build. Always after midnight, approaching from the alley behind my fence. Messages began anonymous texts from burner numbers, always local 503 area code. First, "Love the new plants on your deck. The ferns suit you. I just repotted them." Then intimate. After a bad day crying alone in my bedroom. Curtains closed, text. "Don't be sad. Tomorrow will be better." How? Listening devices? I swept the house with a cheap bug detector. Nothing. June. Paranoia full bloom. Texts predictive. One morning. Avoid the Hawthorne Bridge today, traffic nightmare. Checked Waze major accident, exactly there. After a first date, rare Tinder match, dinner at screen door for fried chicken. He talks too much about his ex. You deserve better. Date head awkwardly. Photos inside now. One slipped through the mail slot. Me cooking in my kitchen, taken through the side window at night. Curtains hadn't fully closed. I changed locks, added window bars, told friends. They suggested restraining order, but no ID yet. Police report. Portland PD took it seriously, stalking unit, but need more evidence. July. Break-in subtle. Came home to find nothing stolen. But things touched. My journal on the nightstand opened to a page about my ex. Private regrets. With a sticky note. He was wrong to leave. You're perfect. Fridge items rearranged, my yogurt flavors sorted by favorite first. One night, home alone during a thunderstorm. Rare intense one. lightning cracking over the Willamette. Power flickered. Text, scared of thunder? I'm here. Heard footsteps on the deck slow circling. Camera. Figure peering through the slider, face shadowed, hand pressed to glass. I screamed, called 911. Police arrived. He fled over the fence. Footprints in the wet grass, size 10 men's boots. August. Darker threats. Texts. Stop ignoring me. I know your office schedule, 3rd floor. Window seat. Accurate my downtown building. Photo of my car in the office garage, timestamped that day. After a girls' night at a bar in Mississippi Avenue. You danced like no one was watching. But I found my spare key missing, hidden under a fake rock stupid I know. Climax. Late September, during a week of record rain. I'd installed more cameras, motion lights. Took a personal day, stayed home anxious. Around 2 p.m., alert. Backyard motion. Camera feed, on my phone. Him unmasked, finally mid-30s white guy, short brown hair, plain face, digging under my deck with a shovel. Buried a box? I locked doors, called police silently. He finished, left casually. Officers arrived quietly, dug up the box. Inside, a memory collection. My lost scarf, coffee receipts I'd thrown away. Printed emails from my hacked account, old password I'd reused, locks of my hair from my hairbrush. And a long letter. We're meant to be together. I've watched you become who you are. Soon, you'll see me too. Worst. A USB drive with videos, months of footage from hidden cams he'd planted in birdhouses. Thence, me sleeping, showering, crying alone. Police staked out, caught him 2 nights later, returning for more gifts. Background. 36-year-old IT contractor with stalking priors dropped charges. Obsessed after seeing me at a coffee shop years ago. Escalated to planting trackers on my car, hacking Wi-Fi, phishing passwords. Convicted. Multiple felonies. Prison time. I sold the house cheap, moved to Seattle, knew everything, therapy ongoing. That rain sound? Now feels like footsteps. This is my creepiest true stalker encounter, the one proving some shadows know you better than yourself. The voice calling my name in the halls. My true scary story from an empty high school during summer break. I've never fully opened up about this before, not to my family back home, not to the handful of colleagues who know bits and pieces, and definitely not in any public way, because even thinking about it brings back the overwhelming silence of those empty hallways, broken only by footsteps that weren't mine or a voice whispering my name from classrooms that should have been locked for months. But this happened to me in the summer of 2021 when I was 26 and had just been hired as a first-year English teacher at Lincoln High School in Springfield, Illinois. What was supposed to be a quiet few weeks setting up my new classroom during summer break, when the entire school was deserted, turned into a prolonged ordeal of escalating terror, involving unexplained noises echoing through the vacant building. Personal items moved when I wasn't looking, glimpses of figures in peripheral vision. And finally a discovery in the basement archives that revealed someone or something had been sharing the empty school with me all along. If you're searching for true scary stories from empty schools, real terrifying experiences, alone in deserted high schools during breaks, creepy encounters in abandoned school buildings at night, disturbing, true overnight school horror tales from America, or scary things that happened while working solo in a closed campus, this is mine, one that made me question taking the job, install security apps on everything, and avoid being alone in large buildings to this day. Let me guide you through every single day and moment I can recall with all the vivid skin-crawling details, because the gradual intensification over those weeks in that echoing empty school is what eroded my sense of reality and turned excitement about my new career into pure dread. Lincoln High School is a classic Midwestern public high school built in the 1950s, 3 stories of faded red brick. Long linoleum hallways lined with dented green lockers. A cavernous gymnasium that smells perpetually of floor wax and old sweat. A cafeteria with folding tables stacked away, and an auditorium with velvet seats that collect dust during off months. The building sits on a big campus in a quiet suburban part of Springfield. Tree-lined streets with American flags on porches. Cornfields visible in the distance. The constant hum of cicadas in summer heat. And that flat Illinois horizon stretching forever. By July, when school was out, the place was a ghost town, no students. No staff except the occasional maintenance guy, no buses in the loop, just empty parking lots baking under 95 degrees Fahrenheit sun, and the air conditioning humming faintly to prevent mold. I'd even given keys as a new hire to come in and prepare my second-floor classroom, room 212, in the English wing painting bulletin boards. Arranging desks in circles for discussions. Unpacking boxes of books like To Kill a Mockingbird and The Great Gatsby that I shipped from my old apartment. Week 1 was innocent enough. I started on a Monday, arriving around 9 a.m. with my iced Dunkin' coffee and a tote full of posters. The front doors were locked, but my master key worked pushing open that heavy metal door into the dim foyer. The silence hit like a wall. No chatter, no slamming lockers, no announcements over the intercom, just the faint buzz of fluorescent lights and my sneakers squeaking on polished floors. The air smelled stale, old paper, chalk dust, and that institutional cleaner scent. I headed upstairs, the stairwell echoing loudly with each step. Room 212 was at the end of the hall windows overlooking the football field gone brown in the heat. I spent days happily, hanging inspirational quotes. The mind is everything. What you think you become, organizing bookshelves with my personal copies of Shakespeare. And Toni Morrison, setting up a cozy reading nook with bean bags I'd bought on Amazon. Evenings, I'd leave by 6 p.m. as the sun dipped, locking up, driving my Honda Civic back to my temporary Airbnb, feeling accomplished. The first weirdness was subtle, midweek. On Wednesday, after lunch, Subway sandwich eaten at my desk. I returned from the bathroom down the hall to find my coffee cup moved from the left side of the desk to the right, lid off like someone sipped it. I'd been alone, checked the wing, empty. Laughed it off as forgetfulness in the heat. Thursday, items rearranged. My stack of graded sample essays, old ones from student teaching shuffled. Top one now a paper about loss that I hadn't looked at. Windows closed, no breeze. Friday night I stayed late for the first time, until 8 p.m., wanting to finish a mural. As dusk fell, shadows lengthened in the hallway. Walking to the vending machine, still stocked. I heard it. Faint footsteps behind me, sinking then stopping when I did. Turned empty corridor stretching 100 yards. Locker silent. Heart racing, I hurried back, packed up, left. Weekend off, uneasy dreams of echoing halls. Week 2, routine but tension building. I arrived earlier, left later, telling myself it was dedication. Monday. Found a classroom door ajar down the hall, room 208, math class, though I'd seen it locked days before. Inside. Desks pushed into a circle, like for a meeting. Reported to principal via email. Probably custodians. Tuesday. Personal. My phone charger left plugged in, unplugged, and coiled neatly. On my desk. A sticky note I didn't write. You work too hard. Rest. Wednesday. Noises clearer. Typing lesson plans, heard whispering from the vents, indistinct, like students murmuring, but summer break. Turned off a sea's silence. Thursday overnight, big mistake. Thunderstorm knocked power out citywide. I stayed late grading practice papers by flashlight app, planning to wait it out. Around 10 p.m., generator kicked in dimly. Heard banging from downstairs gym doors? Investigated with my phone light. Nothing, but basketballs rolling slowly across the court alone. Back upstairs, my name whispered. My name. Clear female voice from the intercom speaker. Though power spotty, system off. Freaked. Drove home in rain. Week 3. Avoidance failing. I limited to daytime, but curiosity obligation pulled me. Monday. Found old yearbook on my desk, 1987 edition. Opened to a page with a circled photo of a girl resembling me. Caption, most likely to inspire. Not mine? From library? Tuesday. Shadows. Glimpses in classroom windows, reflection of someone standing behind me. Spun. Empty. Wednesday. Items missing, returned. My favorite pen gone, reappeared next day with teeth marks. Thursday. Voices calling my name repeatedly from different rooms. Ran hall to hall, empty. Friday. Discovery. Exploring basement for extra storage, found archives room unlocked. Dusty boxes of old records. One open. Files on a former teacher, same last name as mine? No relation, died in the building, 1980s. Heart attack alone during summer prep. Notes about hearing voices before. That night. Stayed intentionally, recording audio. Captured. Footsteps, doors creaking, my name sighed repeatedly. Climax. Last week, July. Heat wave, school stifling. Stayed overnight, accidentally fell asleep at desk grading. Woke 3 a.m. to full lights on generator. Hallways. Lockers slamming sequentially toward my room. Ran to stairwell, figure at bottom. Pale girl in old-fashioned dress, face obscured, beckoning. Screamed, fled to car. Next day. Principal investigated, found signs of squatter in basement. Sleeping bag. Food wrappers, journal obsessing over new teacher who looks like her. Sketches of me. Caught. Homeless former student with mental illness, fixated after seeing my hire announcement online. Broke in via loose window. Lived there weeks mimicking past ghost stories to scare. Arrested. I taught one semester, transferred, empty schools. Never silent. The entity that whispered my childhood secrets. My scariest true paranormal story from a haunted apartment in Savannah. I've never shared this story in full detail before, not with paranormal forums. Not with the investigators who came later, and certainly not with most of my friends or family, because saying it out loud makes the hairs on my arms stand up, and forces me to remember the oppressive darkness of those nights when the air grew thick and cold, as if something ancient was breathing right beside me. But this happened to me over the course of 8 months in 2020 to 2021, when I was 29, and had just moved into a historic apartment in Savannah, Georgia's famed historic district. What I thought was a charming new start in one of America's most beautiful and haunted cities turned into the most terrifying paranormal experience of my life. Cold spots that followed me room to room. Objects moving on their own with no explanation. Whispers that spoke my deepest childhood secrets aloud in an empty apartment, and finally full-bodied apparitions that left physical marks on my body. If you're searching for the scariest true paranormal stories, real terrifying haunted apartment experiences in Savannah, Georgia, creepy encounters with entities that know your past, disturbing true ghost attachments from historic homes, or scary things that happened while living alone in one of America's most haunted cities, this is mine, one that made me flee the apartments, seek cleansing rituals, and avoid old buildings like the plague even years later. Let me take you through every chilling moment month by month with every sensory detail I can still recall, because the slow, deliberate escalation from subtle anomalies to outright malevolent activity is what shattered my skepticism and left me questioning reality itself. Savannah is legendary for its paranormal reputation. Spanish moss draping ancient live oaks like funeral veils, cobblestone streets, echoing with horse-drawn carriages, squares shaded by magnolias, where ghosts are said to linger from centuries of tragedy. Yellow fever epidemics, civil war battles, murders, and grand mansions. I'd moved there for a remote graphic design job, renting the top floor apartment in a restored 1870s Victorian townhouse on East Jones Street. One of those narrow brick buildings with wrought iron balconies, high ceilings, original heart pine floors that creak musically, tall sash windows overlooking tree-lined streets, and a shared courtyard garden blooming with azaleas and camellias. The apartment was perfect. 2 bedrooms, one for my home office, a clawfoot tub in the bathroom, a kitchen with exposed brick, and that constant southern humidity carrying scents of river salt from the nearby Savannah River and jasmine from the squares. Rent was suspiciously cheap for the location. The landlord mentioned previous tenants left suddenly, but assured me it was just city life. I moved in early March 2020, right as lockdowns began. Boxes everywhere. Unpacking while listening to podcasts about true crime, ironic now. The first night, nothing unusual. Just the comforting creak of old wood settling and distant foghorns from the port. Week 1 subtle. Woke one morning to find my coffee mug left on the kitchen counter, moved to the dining table, positioned exactly where I'd sat the night before reading. Thought nothing, half asleep, stumble? Week 2. Cold spots. In the living room, a sudden pocket of frigid air despite spring warmth outside and thermostat at 72 degrees Fahrenheit. It followed me standing still. The chill enveloped me like stepping into a freezer, then vanished. Smelled faint lavender, old-fashioned, end of March. Whispers begin. Late night working at my desk in the office bedroom, headphones off for a break. Faint female voice, soft southern drawl. My childhood nickname only family used. Come play. Heart stopped. It was the nickname my grandmother called me before she passed when I was 8. No one in Savannah knew it. Checked apartment empty, doors locked. April. Objects moving deliberately. Books on my shelf rearranged alphabetically. Unmessy never would. One morning, my childhood teddy bear packed away in a box under the bed, placed on my pillow. Positioned sitting up, watching the door. Cold spots intensified, now with pressure, like a hand on my shoulder. Mirrors fogged with no steam, finger traces spelling my name, May, personal secrets spoken. One sleepless night, lying in bed staring at the ornate plaster ceiling. Clear voice from the corner. You didn't mean to break the vase. It was an accident. Referencing a childhood incident, I'd shattered my mother's heirloom vase at age 7. Lead saying it fell, guilt I'd carried forever, told no one as adult. I researched the building. Previous tenant, a woman in her 30s, left abruptly after mental health issues. Deeper, in 1892, a young widow named Eleanor lived there. Lost a child, grief-stricken, rumored to have taken her life in the attic. Now my apartment. Described as loving lavender, calling her lost daughter by pet names. June, physical interactions. Woke to scratches 3 parallel lines on my arm. Burning, no explanation, slept alone, short nails. Photos on my phone. Orbs in bedroom shots taken casually, shadowy figures in mirrors. Whispers constant now, multiple voices. Child giggling mixed with woman's soothing then angry tones. Stay with me. Don't leave like the others. EVPs captured on my phone recorder. Responses to questions. What do you want? Answered by child's voice, Mama. July peak heat. Activity malevolent. Doors slamming alone. Footsteps pacing overhead. No attic access. One night, full apparition translucent woman in Victorian dress, pale face, dark eyes, standing at bed foot, child silhouette beside her. She reached out, felt ice-cold fingers brush my cheek, leaving red welts. Objects flew. Books hurled from shelves when I tried sage smudging, recommended online. August. Attachment signs. Activity followed me outside cold spots in Forsyth Park. Whispers during walks on River Street. Friends visiting felt watched. One saw shadow person in hallway. Brought in local paranormal group Savannah Ghost Research. Session. K2 meters spiking. REM pod screaming. Direct responses on Spirit Box. My full name, childhood secrets. The treehouse fire. You didn't tell. Another buried guild accidental fire at 10 I hid. Photos from investigation. Full-bodied apparition in mirror behind me. They concluded, intelligent haunting Eleanor and her child, attaching to me because I reminded her similar appearance. Grief resonance? September. Breaking point. Alone during Hurricane Ida, remnants, wind howling, power flickering. Around 3 a.m., bed shook violently, covers yanked off, voice screaming mine. In my ear, felt pinned, paralyzed, woman's face inches from mine eyes black voids, mouth open in silent wail. Scratches deep on back, bleeding. Fled to a hotel at dawn, never returned alone. Landlord let me break lease after seeing photos, marks. Cleansing by a local root worker activity stopped after. But echoes remain. Occasional whispers in quiet moments. Lavender scent randomly. Savannah's beauty now tainted. That apartment? Still feels occupied. This is my scariest true paranormal story. The one proving some entities don't let go easily. The carny who never left the Midway. My disturbing true carnival worker story from the Iowa State Fairgrounds. I've never told this story in its entirety before. Not to the police who took my statement. Not to the therapists who tried to help me unpack the nightmares. And definitely not online, or to anyone who might think I'm exaggerating for attention, because even now, a memory of that grease-stained air thick with funnel cake sweetness mixed with diesel fumes, the relentless clatter of rides, and the painted smiles hiding something rotten still makes my skin crawl. But this happened to me in the summer of 2018, when I was 22 and took a seasonal job as a carnival worker with a traveling midway company that set up at state fairs across the Midwest. What I thought would be a fun, cash-heavy adventure running games, eating free corn dogs, flirting with summer fling potential turned into the most disturbing chapter of my life. A fellow carny who seemed normal at first but slowly revealed he'd been watching me far longer than I'd been on the lot. New details about my life from before I ever joined the show and left behind gifts that proved he'd been closer than anyone should ever get. If you're searching for disturbing true carnival worker stories, real terrifying experiences from traveling midway carnies, creepy encounters with obsessive coworkers on the fairgrounds, unsettling true stalker tales from seasonal carnival jobs in America, or scary things that happen behind the scenes at state fairs, this is my one that made me quit midway through the season, burn my work clothes, and avoid fairs, rodeos, or any traveling chauffeur life. Let me take you through every grueling week and detail of that summer, because the slow, insidious build-up from camaraderie to pure dread is what made it so psychologically shattering. The company was a mid-tier outfit called Midwest Amusements. Nothing like the big corporate ones. More of a ragtag operation with rusty rides hauled on semi-trucks, faded paint on game booths, and a crew of about 50 carnies who lived out of bunkhouses or RVs as we bounced from town to town. County fairs in small Iowa, dots on the map. Then bigger setups like the Illinois State Fair, culminating at the massive Iowa State Fair in Des Moines in August. Life on the lot was gritty glamour. Wake at dawn to tear down or set up, hammer stakes into hard ground under blistering sun, test rides with that stomach drop lurch. The air always heavy with the smell of generator exhaust, popped corn, deep-fried everything, and sweat-soaked canvas. Nights. The midway alive with screaming riders on the zipper or tilt-a-whirl. Flashing LED lights sinking to blaring pop music, crowds of families in tank tops and cowboy hats throwing rings or shooting water guns for giant stuffed bananas. I started in late May at a small county fair in Ottumwa, Iowa, fresh out of community college, needing quick cash before fall semester. My job, running the balloon dart game booth, simple. Flirty with customers, good tips from drunk dads trying to win prizes for kids. The crew was a mix. Old-timers with missing teeth and tattoos from decades on the road. Young drifters like me chasing adventure. A few families with kids homeschooled on the lot. We bunked in a converted semi-trailer narrow bunks, stacked like prison cells. Thin curtains for privacy, communal showers that smelled of mildew and cheap soap. That's where I met him. Rico. Mid-40s. Wiry build with leathery skin from years under the sun. Greasy black hair under a faded trucker hat. Always in a stained company polo and jeans. He ran the ring toss next to my booth close enough to chat during slow times. At first, friendly. Showed me how to bally customers, carnival talk for hyping the game. Shared smokes during breaks. Told stories about the life hauling from Florida to Minnesota, wintering in Gibsontown Showman's community. Normal carny stuff. Rough but tight-knit. Week 1 to 2, bonding. Long days setting up in humid Iowa heat, sweating through t-shirts, eating concession leftovers, cold pizza, stale nachos, collapsing exhausted. Rico, helpful lone tools, warned about shady jointees, newbies who steal. One night after teardown, crew bonfire behind the lot. Cheap beer, ghost stories about cursed rides from old carnivals. He sat next to me, quiet mostly, but said, "You remind me of someone from back home. Same eyes." Brushed it off Carney's flirt. Week 3. Subtle weirdness. At a fair in Cedar Rapids, found my bunk curtain tied differently, neat bow I never use. My spare work shirt folded military style, not my messy pile. Thought roommate prank. Then gifts. A pack of my exact cigarette brand, Marlboro Lights rare for crew who smoke generics, left on my bunk. No note. Rico during shift. Sleep okay? You looked restless last night. I tossed from heat no one should know. Week 4 to 5. Personal. Moving to bigger fairs, crowds thicker, money better. One slow afternoon in Davenport, he mentioned my hometown. Springfield, right? Lincoln's Tune and all that. I'd never told anyone, joined anonymously through a Craigslist ad. How? Guessed from your accent. But I don't have one. Gifts escalated. A keychain with my birthstone, August Peridot, found in my locker. Then a photo slipped under my bunk door. Candid of me sleeping in the trailer, taken from the aisle. Heart drop. Confronted crew no one fest. Rico. Rough crowd sometimes. Lock your curtain. But his eyes lingered too long. June, July. Obsession clear. At Illinois State Fair, set up massive lot. Bigger rides like the Ferris wheel towering. I switched booths to basketball shoot to distance. He followed, volunteered nearby. Texts from unknown crew phone. Miss talking. Come drink after close. Block new number. You changed bunks? Smart, but I know the new one. He did. I'd moved for better air. Photos now frequent. Me eating alone, showering, through trailer window slit. Working the booth from behind. Found gifts buried shallow in sawdust near my station. Childhood toy replica. A specific Beanie Baby I'd lost young. My high school yearbook photo printed and creased. He knew secrets. Note referencing a family fight I cried about on a private call. Your dad didn't. To mean it. Forgive. Nights. Footsteps outside trailer, shadow under door. Crew dismissed. Lot lizards or drunk locals. Police at one fair showed photos. Traveling show? Hard to trace. Stay with others. August. Iowa State Fair climax, huge 10-day run in Des Moines. Crowds massive, heat brutal. I plan to quit after. Rico Boulder. Cornered me during teardown prep. We're alike. Running from normal life. Stay with the show. With me. Refused, his face darkened. That night, trailer break-in while I worked late shift. Returned to bunk, ransacked clothes arranged into a nest, my underwear missing. Journal open with pages annotated in his handwriting. Beautiful thoughts. Worst. Polaroids pinned to curtain me in vulnerable moments, one from inside the shower stall. Screamed crew rushed. Rico asleep in his bunk. Final night. Storm hit thunder, rain flooding the midway. Alone closing my booth, he appeared from shadows. Soaked, eyes wild. You can't leave. I've waited years, confessed. Saw me at a county fair as a teen visitor, obsessed ever since tracked online. Joined same company when I applied. Manipulated assignments near me. Grabbed my arm bruises. Fought, ran to security trailer. He vanished into storm never caught. Company fired him, but traveling carnies disappear easy. Quit immediately, drove home crying. Still see painted smiles in nightmares, that midway laughter? Hide screams. This is my disturbing true carnival worker story, the one proving some carnies never clock out.